it, hoping we're going live. Silence in court.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Well, it really was a blonde bombshell, as The Guardian described it rather nicely, as more and more pundits tried to push a tiring Jimmy Anderson to the finish line. Stuart Broad blindsided us all, running past his partner in crime and casting a greater significance over the final knockings of one of the finest Ashes series anyone can remember than even the match itself had ventured. Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk. Are we dawning on the final day of Ashes cricket for this summer? Well, that's really kind of down to the Australians and whether the fantastic Stuart Broad, who has announced his retirement, does some marvellous things with the ball, or perhaps even the bat beforehand. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and I am joined by men in deepest Australia, down there in the weather cave, warning of perhaps some showers to come this afternoon. Is Messi Jez?
Bit more than showers, I suspect.
No,
too,
no.
Yeah. It's afternoon showers, evening rain, I think you'll find.
Oh, well, we don't need that. Well, okay, well, we'll come back and we'll talk about Stuart Broad and Jimmy Anderson and various other things, but we should also introduce our man in Mooney Ponds. Russ is down there, and he comes bearing kittens. 3 of them, if you're watching us on YouTube. We have. Well, you tell us who we've got there, Russ.
Well, I'm holding Scratching Tendulkar.
Is he scratching?
Moeen Ali is next to me. Special comments. You can't quite see her.
Yeah.
And Tabby Beaumont's running around. I think she's attacking the producing desk. So if I get cut off, you'll know why.
We know who to blame. Absolutely. Now let's. Well, I was very shocked when I read that about Stuart Broad. The first I knew about it was when Men with Ven got in touch on the Gorilla Does Everything WhatsApp group and said, "Have you arranged for Stuart to come on?" Stuart? I thought, Stuart who? And then Nestle Boy furnished me with further information. What do you think of it, Messi?
Well, I kind of get it. It was a shock at the time, especially as we were just starting to record the roundup, and Grubby said, "Hey, hang on a minute, Stuart Broad's going." I said, "What?" But it makes sense to me. I mean, he's got 600 wickets. He's done everything that you just about can do. He's not going to be playing the Ashes in 4 years' time unless he's an absolute masochist. And Sky are prepared to pay him an absolute fortune to be a very good commentator. So why keep thrashing yourself when in fact you can have time off between matches without having to train? I'd go for it every time.
But Russ, they say you're a long time retired. I mean, is it something you think you might regret further down the line?
Perhaps, although often for a fast bowler, they're so injured by the time they get to this stage of their career that it takes them about 3 years to kind of recover and then start thinking, maybe I could make a comeback, and before someone tries to talk them out of it. So I don't think, at least as Messi said, he has 600 wickets. He has nothing else to prove in this game. I think he'll be well and happily retired.
It's an interesting one because, I've thought throughout this series, I mean, everyone's talking about how injuries come to define fast bowlers as they get older in particular. But he looks like he's been racing in with real vim and vigour, and he's, I think, the leading wicket taker in this series. I suppose, yes, he is going out on the top. Do you think that, based on what he's said, it's kind of been a very recent decision? It's something that's been mulling over for a couple of weeks, but the actual decision made within the last couple of days. Do you think he's seen Jimmy Anderson sort of phasing a little bit, and he's worried? He wants one big more hurrah, Messi?
I wouldn't be at all surprised if you're right about that, because it has been a bit disappointing watching Jimmy Anderson toil without much success in this series, and everybody else stealing his wickets from him. And yeah, Brody is a guy who is traditionally one who goes for streaks, but actually he's been amazingly consistent in this series, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has.
He's got 20 wickets so far. The only person who's got more is Mitchell Starc, and he might overtake him today. And yeah, I just feel that in a way he's at his prime. In a way, it's like he's put everything into this, and he just wants to take a big breath afterwards and say, "Thank fuck, that's over."
Now, I've never had children, so I don't really know. But could it be the fact that he's now got a young child? And doesn't necessarily want to spend a long time away from them. Any thoughts on that, Russ?
Oh, I mean, it definitely factors into calculations. And if you've got the opportunity to, I think a lot of the players around him would say, I always miss my kids, and he'll say, you know what, maybe I don't need to miss my kids.
Yeah, I mean, I often think that maybe, I know you can't really plan these things, or maybe you can. I often think when I see cricketers having to go back for the births of children that, couldn't they hang on till a bit later in their career? And maybe that's just me being, very churlish or whatever. But I suppose that means you don't have that sort of situation developing. And I guess if you are a cricketer and you are away from home and you are missing your kids, I mean, that really could impact on the way you play, Messi.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when you and Tony Bishop spoke to Ricky Ponting about whether he wanted to go and coach another country, it was really interesting to hear him talk about how much he'd missed being with his kids when they were growing up.
Yeah.
And that's a really powerful thing. And I get it entirely. I think it makes a lot of sense to say, okay, I'm not going to get this chance again. Let's make the best of it.
And he has left it quite late, hasn't he? I mean, he's 37 now. I say he's just had his first child. So, it's not like he's 21, 22 or something like that. Anyway, the Australian team is coming out onto the field, followed by Nasser Hussain and Mel Jones for some reason, walking walking down the steps of the Bedster stand. Are they? Oh, do you think they're going to do? Do you think they're going to do one of those archways of glory for Stuart Broad as he comes out to bat? Could be that, couldn't it?
I want to see Australia present him with a pair of bales, one green and one gold, wrapped in sandpaper. I think it would be appropriate.
That would be lovely, wouldn't it? That would be fantastic. Absolutely. Well, there's no sign of England declaring. Let's talk about the game itself, I suppose. 377 at the moment. Russ, is that well and truly out of Australia's grasp?
I'm not going to say well and truly, but the odds of them getting it are very, very low. As I think we noted yesterday, they haven't faced more than 116 overs in any innings in this series, and that was Edgbaston in the first innings. I can't see them scoring more than 240, 250 at best.
Yeah. Really? Okay. Well, we did have a. I think it was Tony delved into his box of notes and told us that in 26 chases of over 300 at the Oval in Test cricket, none has been achieved. I think 16 were wins for the side setting the target, and 10 were draws. So certainly history is against us. But this pitch is playing well. It really didn't seem to do too much yesterday. There were one or two good balls that got wickets. There were one or two rather rash shots as well, as we welcome Jason into the inner sanctum. And it does look as if Australia are going to give Stuart Broad an archway of glory, or something else if we can think of it. It
Just
is.
on the draws, Hendo, they
Yes.
favour Australia if you think about it. I mean, it's actually quite rare that you can both chase 300 and have time to score 300. I mean, this is because England's batted so quickly in this test. That's why Australia can, in theory, can chase 450, because they're going to have, hopefully, unless it rains, 5 sessions.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, that is the thing about batting so quickly, is that it gives you longer to take the wickets, but it also opens it up to the batting side. So, you know, it could be a fascinating one. Little David Warner is standing at the end of one of those, I suppose, lines of Australians waiting for Stuart Broad. I'm not sure what he'll do when Broady comes past him. He might just sort of get down on his knees and headbutt him in the groin or something. But we shall see. There's a lot of expectation. We're still waiting for Stuart Broad. The Australians are being made to wait, and they're sort of scratching their heads and thinking, is he ever going to come out? And here he is on his way. Now, I won't be able to tell you what the sound of the reception is like, but I imagine it's going to be pretty good. I might even have to dust off that jingle. Remember when Alistair Cook was playing his final test at the Oval, and he had about 18 standing ovations in the end. But the photographers are massing, and Australia, well, it's a kind of lukewarm applause for Stuart Broad, who takes off his helmet, and they should be there with their bat, shouldn't they, raised above him like they did with Brian Lara when he got his 400. Jimmy Anderson is standing back, saying, this man has stole my thunder. There he goes.
If Jimmy wanted to retire, he could have.
He could have done, but you know, he left it a bit late, and Stuart Broad got in there, didn't he?
Well, they could both retire. I mean, McGrath and Langer and who was the other one? Warren all retired on the same test.
That's true, but I mean, it would be a sort of a late decision now, and it would look a bit.
A little bit late, yeah.
Yeah. You know, he could have.
England should declare right now, by the way.
That's right.
Yeah.
Just turn around and walk back.
It would be fun, wouldn't it? Yeah, that would be really good. Anyway,
and I think then Jimmy should announce his retirement. That would be perfect.
That would be fun. Anyway, they're on their way to the middle. Let's jingle them up. I guess we're going to hear this jingle fairly often this afternoon and perhaps tomorrow. But for the first time this morning, it's Stuart Broad.
Sweep the leg, Broady. Got the best headband around. Something has got to keep her down. Got the best headband around. Your ego ain't gonna be kept down. Got the best headband around. Even though your hair is thinning now.
And I think it's going to be Mitchell Starc to open the bowling. Now, the worst thing that could happen to Broady here is if he takes one on the arm and gets injured. That would be an absolutely tragic end to a career. We have no slips, no gullies. We have a mid-off and a mid-on, and everyone else is back for Stuart Broad. Let's jingle up the bowler.
Mitchell Stark believes the truest hunter is the one who sees this guarantee. Mitchell Stark holds no seas.
Brilliant. Just going to bring you something on YouTube. Burnley Till I Die says, my kids have all left home and I can assure you I don't miss them. Anyway, it's Mitchell Stark coming in to bowl to Broad, and Broad is forward. He's looking for a run. He won't get one, or he'll turn it down. Broad is going to take Mitchell Stark. That's his final good turn to his mate Jimmy Anderson at the other end. He's going to take Mitchell Stark, who has figures of 4 for 94. I thought England were a little bit, I don't know, irresponsible perhaps is the wrong word, but just late last night they seemed to get a little bit complacent, a little bit lazy, and lost, 4 wickets for 19, when they might have easily got the target up above 400. Is that just let Australia have a sniff? That's what I thought. Anyway, I'll ask Russ and Messi about it in a minute. In comes Stark, bowls full, and he's a big drive at that one. I say a drive. There was not much foot movement apart from away towards square leg, and tried to smear it. They got an inside edge down to fine leg, but they don't take the single.
I
What
like
do
that
you
Broad
think, Russ?
immediately looked at his stumps to see whether they were still there.
Big inside edge off the corner of the bat. Yeah, absolutely. And he was amazed not to hear any sort of crashing from behind him. The death rattle, as they call it. Did England just get a little bit too easy going last night, Russ?
Well, I mean, firstly, I was in bed. But,
right. Okay.
They're 377 in front. I don't think it matters that much. And it's the way they've been playing.
Stark bowls shorter ball, which he tries to pull to leg, and it rears up off his hip into the offside. There is no run. Yeah, 377 ought to be enough, but as I say, Test cricket has changed a little bit, and this pitch doesn't seem to be deteriorating a great deal. And we don't know what the situation is going to be with regards to Moeen Ali's participation in the England attack. So absolutely packed to the rafters is the Oval for a momentous day, as Stark is in and Broad goes back and crunches it into the onside. He's certainly going to get one, is he? Well, he should have done. Mitchell Marsh has done the fielding, and no, it looks like Broad has just remained at that end, so still protecting Jimmy Anderson. Jimmy Anderson played some pretty good shots off Todd Murphy, didn't he, late last night?
Yeah, well, I was going to say I think Anderson ought to be protecting Broad myself.
Well, yes, you do wonder, don't you? And presumably, though, Russ, though you were in bed, you were still listening to guerrilla cricket under the covers, weren't you?
I might have drifted off to the whoever's
the dulcet swearing of the bear, something like that. Alex the Worm King reckons that there's a Broad 50 incoming. Wouldn't say so. Stark in short, and he tries to pull that again while running towards square leg, which isn't the best way of getting hold of the ball. He's only going to really get a top edge to something like that. It's taken by Carey above his head.
There's lots of runs behind the keeper.
Yeah, maybe he needs to play the uppercut. Moeen Ali, of course, tried that yesterday and was caught. That one had been cut off for him. Josh Hazlewood ran round and took a comfortable catch. Pretty good knock from Moeen in the circumstances. 389 for 9. We'll come to your tweets at the end of this over. One ball to go. In strides Mitchell Stark to Broady, who steps back and clobbers this into the onside. Is he going to be caught? No! He's cleared the man at square leg. Well, what a way to go out from Stuart Broad. He's hit one of these. And Chris Broad, his father, is enjoying that immensely. Messi, who's joined us?
If not one of those balls would have hit the stumps.
No.
That pisses me off. Muttley says, woof, Muttley, who was our tweeter of the day yesterday, says, "Woof, morning primates. Wait to the same big news we all wait to, and I'm guessing will be the subject of discussion throughout the day. What's everyone's feeling on Broady's retirement after this test? Love and sausages." Well, you've heard ours already. Leah says, "Now I need to do an emergency podcast on Stuart Broad's career. Couldn't he have retired in winter?" Sean Tracy says, "I'm a bit quiet. I hope that's better. I've moved my microphone a bit."
Yeah, you're much better than you were.
And
Yeah.
Mog says, "And hello on this darkest, grimmest, most solemn of days. Nothing to do with Broad retiring. China lost the T20 to Bhutan."
Well, that's the big one, isn't
Hey.
it? China v Bhutan.
Dave Wood said, "I miss being with the Ponting kids as they grew up too."
Well, coming into the attack, interestingly enough, is going to be more spin to Jimmy Anderson. They think they can get him with a bit of turn. Todd Murphy, 3 for 110. Been expensive, but he's also picked up crucial wickets. I'll jingle him up after his first ball if Anderson can survive that. No close fielders, and Anderson leaves that one turning away from him.
Selection surprising. I'll be a son of a gun. Todd Murphy has caught me.
He's in again to Jimmy Anderson, brings out the reverse sweep, and he's got hold of it really well. But there is a man now, unfortunately. Got it past a man at short third, but there was a man patrolling the boundary. That was Mitchell Marsh, and they decide against a single. So it seems to be a bit of a plan that Broad will take on Mitchell Stark, and Anderson will just try and hit fours and nothing else really against Todd Murphy. Murphy again, round the wicket. He's down the wicket and he drives in the air. Has he been caught there? No, says Mitchell Stark, diving forward very sportingly. Sorry, it's Cummins diving forward, saying didn't quite get there. So Anderson survives, 395 for 9. We had a winner of the GPL. We had 2 winners of the GPL yesterday, I believe.
Indeed.
So it was a shared pot. Anderson goes and tries to flat bat this one, given room outside the off stump, but makes no contact. The GPL is open. We've decided to open it before lunch. You can get in there and give us your quid and estimate how many runs you think will be scored in the day. I suppose that depends on whether you think Australia can chase this down. Murphy in, out comes the reverse. He's hit on the pad. That's got to be close, isn't it? Big and blind Joe Wilson is finally going to give it after long thought. Jimmy Anderson looks with a withering glance at the umpire and says, I suppose I'd better review this. Stuart Broad though seems to think it's out because he's come right down and taken his gloves off. So that could be the end for England. It was fun while it lasted. It didn't last very long. It's pitched in line. It was very difficult to see whether there was a bit of glove in that. If there's a bit of glove in that, then presumably he escaped. But otherwise, it's going to be absolutely plumb. Anderson is having a little chat with Mitchell Marsh about it. We're going to see it from front on. Ultra Edge. Is there anything on it? Has he got anything at all? A little bit of lower... Oh, I think there's something. Is there something? What do we think?
The ball wasn't adjacent to anything when it went.
No.
When there was a little something. That's his glove hitting the pad, I think.
Well, they're all smiling about it, but that, I think, is the end to Jimmy Anderson. So what have we had this morning? We've had a 6. That's about it, basically. Has Joel Wilson finally got one at last? He has. It's umpire's call. The review is retained. However,
Still bouncing up.
England are all out, so we're going to have to talk for another 10 minutes. Off goes Jimmy Anderson. Off for the last time as an England batsman is Stuart. Well, whatever happened to that Twitter handle is Stuart Broad batting. Well, he was,
It's still around.
but he won't.
there,
He
isn't
won't
it?
be anymore. I'm afraid to say. So off goes the England last wicket pair.
So Todd Murphy's got
crowd
6
says-
wickets for the match.
The crowd
Isn't there?
says, the crowd says you're out.
Did Murphy get 4 in the first innings?
No, 4 in this innings.
Oh, 6 wickets for the match.
Yes.
Sorry,
yeah.
6 wickets for the match. Yeah, not too bad. I still don't think he bowled that well. I didn't think he bowled badly. I don't think he bowled... I mean, it was a good ball probably to get rid of Root. And I think he picked up Stokes because Stokes wanted to take him on and dragged it a little bit. But, you know, you've got to say, the figures are on the board. He's done a good job. He can bat a little bit as well, and all in all, not a bad deputy for Nathan Lyon.
Yeah,
Russ.
50% of spinners' wickets, I reckon, are not about the ball they're bowling right now. If you know what I mean.
That's probably true. Let's look at that England scorecard. Crawley 73, Duckett 42, Stokes 42, Root 91, Brooks 7, Bairstow 78, Moeen Ali 29, Chris Wokes 1, a very strange one from Chris Wokes, Mark Wood 9, Jimmy Anderson 8, and Stuart Broad in his final Test innings 8 not out of 8 deliveries. So we have a target 3-8-3 to win. What do we think, Messi?
Well, if Australia had a middle order, there might be a chance. But, they seem to have left early, most of them. So I would say one chance in 8.
One chance.
I have got a bet on, though.
Oh,
I've got
you?
a bet at 5-1 for Smith and Labuschagne to get 50s, which I reckon is the best chance. I think they still lose. But it's... unless something extraordinary happens, Warner suddenly finds his mojo and Mitch Marsh goes berserk, I can't see any chance for Australia. I really can't.
And what time is the weather cave predicting that rain might come in exactly? Have you got? Can you give us a time?
Okay. Well, we're looking at showers through the afternoon, maybe even before lunch, the odd shower, and then some really quite significant stuff after tea.
Oh dear!
But tomorrow's not so bad. A possible shower or two tomorrow. But these things can alter so quickly.
Well, I was listening to Radio 5 as I came in the car, and on the sports report they were talking so excitedly about today's cricket and saying, "Oh, the weather looks fine, no problem." And then I heard the weather forecast literally on the same programme saying that there might be rain arriving for the Ashes later on. So they don't know what they're talking about, do they? It's very weird, indeed. But I'm wondering, Russ, based on the way that Australia played in their first innings, especially say Khawaja and Labuschagne, and the sort of outpouring of criticism over that, do you expect that Australia to come out in a slightly more aggressive vein?
Not necessarily. Not for that reason. I don't think they listen to the criticism necessarily. I think that they're rattled and have been since Lords, in terms of the way, particularly the way England played them in Lords, that they're not entirely sure how to score runs without risk, and that's shown in a lot of those totals where they've made a lot of 20s and 30s and then found ways to get out.
Yeah, it's a weird one, isn't it? Maybe I'm just more susceptible to criticism, and when I see a lot of that in the press, I feel that some of it must get through to the players, but maybe they're made of stronger stuff than that. Anyway, let's see. We've got plenty of time now, so I suppose we should catch up with some people on YouTube and also on tweets, Messi.
Indeed. So Farong says, "Greetings all. Hope everyone's well. What time today will England win? Will Anderson make a similar announcement to that abroad? Speaking of winnings, the Messi Coast Eagles broke a 16-match losing streak, and they'll probably beat my mob next week." Mike Taylor says, "I understand Hendo's frustration about throwing away wickets, but it's also the case that letting the score stagnate doesn't guarantee survival. And if a fearless, swashbuckling stand does stick, the benefits are immense." Yeah, there's a somewhere in between the two, though, isn't there? Our own Anindo says, "Stuart Broad must have felt Bradman-esque on that short walk. We all know how that ended up, though."
Good point. He wasn't bowled by a leg spinner, though, or a googly, unlike the great man himself.
Mike Taylor says, "Now's the moment for a record 11th wicket partnership." Well, that's gone. Martley sends us a photo of his breakfast, which it's homemade potato fritter thingies for breakfast. I just hope they taste an awful lot better than they look.
Well, it sounds pretty good to me. I can't see the picture, but it sounds pretty good to me.
They look pretty gross.
All right.
Russ McD says, "Evening from Korea Grillers. Don't think Australia will get close to this. Will be between England and the weather."
Dave Wood says hugely upset that Broad didn't get the record for the most Test ducks. Strikes me, given that he lacks ambition.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, if he stayed on for another 3 or 4 years, he could have got a load more ducks, couldn't he? Absolutely.
Yeah. And Aaron Hattie says, is Stuart Broad batting? Yes, they've just done a That's All Folks cartoon tweet.
Oh, no. Oh, that's deeply distressing.
Oh, well, that's it for tweets. There's lots going on YouTube, but that's a good discussion. If you're on YouTube and you'd like us to read something out, if you super chat us, you can guarantee we'll read it out as long as we remember to look.
Yeah, of course. Remember that you can Patreon us. This is your last opportunity before, I think it's August the 30th when there's a first ODI against New Zealand. Of course, in terms of live cricket, we will be quiet for the best part of a month. We will be doing other things behind the scenes, so keep an eye out for pronouncements. But it would be really good if we could grab a few Patreons on the final day and a half of the Ashes. And that would really help us as we go into the winter. Of course, a busy winter with the World Cup coming up, and then of course a one-day series in West Indies and Test series in January to March in India. Anyway, it looks like Stuart Broad with headband round his head has made his way out onto the perimeter of the pitch. Highest successful run chases in Test matches: West Indies 418, South Africa 414, India 406, Australia 404 in England in 1948, West Indies 395 as well. Highest successful run chases at the Oval. You have to go back to 1902 for England's 263 for 9 against Australia, and of course a great year 1963 when some of the finest commentators in the world were born. West Indies 255 for 2 against England. Funnily enough,
it's worth pointing out too that there are 2 fourth innings scores over 400 at the Oval that just ended in draws.
Yeah, there was that famous one involving not Sachin Tendulkar, I was going to say, but Sunil Gavaskar in 79, which
79,
they just fell short, didn't they? Anyway, the teams are pretty much out there. We shall jingle up those who will be taking part initially.
He's quite good with a bat. He's got a student star. He's short and he's fat. He's got a student star. He's a bit of a twat. He's got a student star. David Warner's got a student star.
Might be the last playing of that jingle, as indeed it might be the last playing of this jingle in England.
Born overseas now, plays for Australia. We fell in love with Usman Khawaja. Born overseas now, plays for Australia. We fell in love with Usman Khawaja.
And I do have to say that it is clouding up a little bit. It's been sunny most of the morning. It's clouding up a little bit here in Sydenham. We're about 5 miles away from the Oval as the Crow, that very busy Crow, flies. Ben Stokes is just having a few words with his team before they step onto the field. Usman Khawaja and David Warner pump fists before making their way to the middle. Remember, of course, the GPL is open. How many runs did England score today? 6. So if you were betting on Australia to win, they need 300. You need 389 in total. But that's kind of thinking that they might get them all today. And from what we've seen, it seems a little unlikely, and that we will be into action tomorrow. It's definitely cloudier at the Oval as well. We wait to see who's going to open the bowling. Is it going to be Jimmy? Is it going to be Broady? I suppose it depends which end they decide to open from. David Warner's having a little chat with Joe Root as they get ready, and he positions his bat to take his guard. Stokes is just tossing the new cherry between his hands and having a detailed chat with Stuart Broad. Interesting this morning that I think it was Michael Vaughan. I know that those two things don't normally go together, interesting and Michael Vaughan. But he was saying that Broady is one of those guys who likes to set his own field. And it is going to be Broady to open proceedings for the Australian second innings. Let's jingle him up for the second time today.
Sweep the leg, Broady. Got the best headband around. Something has gotta keep her down. Got the best headband around. Your ego ain't gonna be kept down. Got the best headband around. Even though your hair is thinning now.
And not only has Broady overshadowed potential Jimmy retirement, but of course it is Jimmy Anderson's 41st birthday today, as we're being reminded on YouTube. So
Maybe Jimmy's self-effacing and this is his present to him.
Yes, that's lovely, isn't it? We all know that he's a lovely fellow. He's round the wicket to David Warner, and David Warner jabs at that, gets us an inside edge, will get a run. Broady was a little bit excited by that. And I imagine, I don't know if anyone's got the sound up, but I imagine the atmosphere must be absolutely amazing. Just trying to bowl him a leg. One thing I was thinking about Broady, he was going on at the beginning of this series about how he developed a new away swinger. He's going to put that back in the locker now, isn't he? He's not going to have much use for it. One or two people, Nottingham members, a little bit unhappy that he's going out in an England shirt rather than a Nottinghamshire one, but I think that was probably always expected. But once you've finished playing for England, unless you're sort of still only 32, 33, you're probably done with cricket, full stop.
They're thinking Alistair Cook, I suppose.
Of course, yeah. Well, Alistair Cook, he's got a thirst and a hunger for cricket that is kind of slightly inexplicable. 4 slips and a leg slip. Backward point, mid-off, mid-on, long leg. In comes Broad to Khawaja, and Khawaja meets that quite neatly on the front foot and pushes it up to mid-off. There is no run.
It's interesting now at this point in the series that when you talk about not playing jingles again and how many of these players we might see in 4 years, because for Australia it wouldn't surprise me if it's only Green, Labuschagne and Head.
Yeah, absolutely.
And for England...
And Murphy.
And Murphy, yes, of course. I forgot that he was back in the side for this test.
Broad striding in. He still looks as fit as a fiddle, and he looked like a slightly slower cutter ball, which... again is pushed up to mid-off. There is no run. Warner has a single.
And for England, Brooke, obviously Crawley, probably Duckett if he's still around.
Oh, Root. He's only 32.
He'll be pushing it, but yeah, that's true.
I'm wondering though how many English players might be ruined by the next trip down under. I mean that might finish off a few careers. I mean Rooty's still got it all to do down under, hasn't he? He's not had a great record in Australia. Broad in past umpire Damascena, wide on the crease, but then firing it down the leg side, and Bairstow just drops a straightforward take and is now wringing his hand in pain. And they've also run through for a bye. So Johnny Bairstow, I think I saw some stat this morning, he's got the 3rd highest England aggregate in a summer test series. Is that right? There's been a lot of criticism of his wicket keeping, but his batting's been pretty decent. Another good score yesterday. David Warner back down to face Broad. And of course, Warner is trying to go out on a high note in Australia, isn't he? He wants to play at Sydney, I think it is, and go out with a big fanfare and drum roll. Broad into him, down the wicket. He's getting his line horribly wrong this time. Johnny Bairstow tumbles to his right to take. That is the end of the first over. No, it isn't. There's 1 ball to go. Australia are 2 without loss. And yes, the one-day International World Cup is indeed in October in India. It lasts almost as long as an IPL. It's a very long World Cup, considering there are relatively few sides in it.
Well, it's inevitable. I mean, so was the one in England in 2019.
Was it? I've forgotten. Yeah, that went to the 14th. Sorry, go on.
I'll wait for this ball.
Nicely played by Warner. He gets a nice juicy half volley, and he puts that away through extra cover for the first one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, Russ.
Well, the problem is if you've only got a few sides and they all have to play every other side and they all need a few days of rest between every game, then you need 40 odd days to play a massive long group stage. So
Yeah.
you could make a much shorter tournament if you had more teams in smaller groups playing multiple games a day.
Yes.
Dead right.
That's true. That is true. I did see also that that India are going to, having announced the schedule, are going to change the schedule slightly. They were arguing that a number of teams had asked for games to be rearranged because it's something to do with travelling or the amount of sleep they could get, and they were denying that it was because they wanted to move the India-Pakistan game. But we shall see what happens. It's very difficult for people trying to sort out tours there, isn't it? The cricket tours business. Jimmy Anderson is going to also open the bowling, and he's into Khawaja, who goes on to his toes and plays a very nice shot, cultured little clip between square leg and mid wicket. Broad has to do the chasing, and they get through, I think, 4-3. Indeed they do. Let's jingle up Jimmy Anderson on his birthday.
Jimmy, 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 oh, Jimmy, Jimmy, oh, little Jimmy, will let go.
I'm getting to that point where we will have to do a change shortly, so just letting Adit in. He's going to be your ball-by-baller from 11:30 BST. Decent start this from Australia. 9 for no wicket. Warner 5. Khawaja 3. And
Martley says, I'm guessing Messi isn't a fan of deep-fried battered food. On the contrary, it just doesn't look fantastic, Mart.
onto the back foot goes Warner. Pushes back. And Anderson has to reach down to field and prevent the single, which he does.
It's not supposed to look good, Messi. It's just supposed to fill your arteries with delicious grease.
Yep, I love it. That's why I love it. Mog says, I brought up the idea of you doing some dice cricket during the next few months, and the bear hammered down on it like a ton of bears.
Oh, I don't think. Yeah, a whole new series of dice cricket. How much support would there be for that out there? Not a great deal, I don't think. Anderson, nicely timed again by Warner, but cut off by Wokes diving away to his left at backward point. So they should have only got through for one. They have. Australia have reduced the target of 384 by 10. 10 for no wickets, so a reasonably quick start.
I am sure that after 40 consecutive days of cricket in the World Cup that you'll be well sated for guerrilla cricket.
Yes, indeed. We're just looking at Warner getting out in the first innings off the bowling of Wokes. Anderson in, bowls, fuller ball just outside off, defended up to mid-off by Khawaja.
Mike Taylor says, I have a theory that Broad's 8 for 15 was one of those earth-shattering events where everyone remembers where they were at the time, like the assassination of JFK and that Queen of Hearts praying in Paris. I was in Greece by a pool going loopy. You guys, I remember listening to it from the jet lag bar, but I can't remember where I was. I was just entranced by the trip.
Oh, we know where we were. We were in the jet lag bar. This is defended, good length and line from Jimmy, and there is no run. That was an interesting morning, wasn't it? Australia 60, was it, all out? I think we had
67, was it?
Was it? I thought it was just dead on 60. I may be wrong.
60.
We did have some of the white line guys in. I think not sure whether we had them on that particular day. I'm sure if we did, we would have been having a bit of fun with it. Anderson in, bowls, and just gathers pace a little bit, and Khawaja, as he turns it down to long leg, just snatches the bottom hand off the bat, but it will bring him a single. Australia move to 11 for no wicket. 5 runs off Anderson's first over, and more tweets from Messi.
I just retweeted something from Rick Finley, which is good. Stuart Broad and Shane Warne are the only players in Test cricket to have scored more than 3,000 runs with an average of under 20. Broad 18.03, Warne on 17.33. Mog says you should probably play a different Broad jingle every over. He has enough of them.
Well, he does, but the thing is, I don't know how to move them around, and the bear isn't in today, so unless Jason is aware of how to do that, that would be fun. I did think of that myself this morning, but because I'm not really that keen on the headband one. Anyway, here comes the headbanded one, down the leg side. He tries to tickle it on his way. He's just not getting his line at the moment, Stuart Broad. And good work from Bairstow on that occasion, diving away to take. And
Were
again,
we changing, Hendo, or were we?
we are
doing it at the
changing.
end of
We are
this
changing.
next over?
We'll change at the end of this over.
No worries.
yeah.
I'll tell you where I was when Broad took those wickets. I was in Sweden and I didn't see a ball. But I still got dragged onto Guerrilla Cricket at the conclusion test when I turned up at the pub to see the conclusion because you wanted an Aussie to laugh at.
Well, there we go. There we go. Again on the leg stump and tickled away. Good timing again by Khawaja. He'll get an easy 2 here as Wokes has to make 30 yards to his right at long leg. Australia moved to 13 for no wicket. Yeah, we had some fun that year. We had an absolutely crazy bloke from Queensland came in one day. Do you remember Henry Coventry?
Henry. Oh God. Yeah. You gave as good as he got.
Well, he
But
gave
you guys
a
were
lot better than he got, to be honest. He was quite difficult to control.
By the end of the third session, you blokes were almost incomprehensible. You were all so pissed.
Well, there may have been that as well. Broad in again, bowls. That's better on the line of off stump, and Khawaja just leans forward and defends up to mid off. And again, there is no run. So no great hints of movement out there at the moment. Nothing much in the
Do
air.
you want to let Brian Barish in, by the way?
I will indeed. Where is he? I can't see him. I see Adit,
Is
but I
he
can't
not
see
there?
Brian. No, I can't see him at the moment. So we'll just one of us will hang on, or maybe Jason will come in and sit in for him in case he's delayed for some reason. Broad in again, better ball, and it has Khawaja just pushing in a ball that otherwise he might not have played. A bit away from his body, but he's going to get a single to again into the covers. Anderson does the fielding. Perhaps Khawaja looking to be a little bit more positive. That might have been a ball that he let go in the first innings. 14 for no wicket. Target of 384 if you're just joining us. The GPL is open until lunch. And remember, you have to go to guerrillacricket.com, competition, follow the instructions. For a £1 stake, you can get whatever is in the pot. It starts at 30 quid today, I'm afraid. It's not a huge pot because we had 2 winners yesterday. And so it resets at around £30. But of course, the more of you that take part today, the bigger the pot becomes. And what a way to celebrate Stuart Broad's retirement by entering the GPL. Broad in, down the leg side, helped on its way by Warner. Still not getting his line right. Consistently Broad. Australia moved to 15 for no wicket. We're only in the third over of their second innings. Just looking back to that, as they are on the TV, Stuart Broad getting a sort of archway of glory. It all seemed a little bit mute and lukewarm. Didn't really feel as if the Australians' hearts were in it. You look back on it, and maybe they weren't. Jason's joined us. Can we see any sign of Brian at the moment? No, this is down the leg side from Broad again. This one was a little bit shorter in length. That is the end of the over. Adit will have to turn himself on, and taking over from me on ball by ball after some final tweets from Messi.
Okay, Sean Tracy pointed out earlier on that our Facebook page said we were 41 years old, and Chris Acquire said, and we share our birthday with the great Jimmy Anderson as well. Mog says fried foods or delicate filigree of vegetable, it all turns into shit once you eat it. Messi, that's true. And Muttley says, okay then, Messrs, I'll work on my culinary repertoire in the coming month. I'll come up with something that is visually appealing for the ADIs. Challenge accepted. Love and sausages. That's a clue. Thanks, Muttley.
Start. I think I need to summarize because the feed on Zoom is really choppy. But I did see Jimmy Anderson ball at about off stump and defended by David Warner.
Jason, you good to do ball by ball?
No, I think we'll have to continue on. I'm afraid. This feed is choppy.
Oh, is it?
Yes, so I have a feed that's 2 balls behind, which is my.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll just.
Stream.
I'll better stay on it, and we'll just take you as summarising, and for the time being, Jason will go on to to tweets. Warner defends as Anderson has just started his second over. Australia 15 for no wicket. That's a shame. That's a shame that the feed is a bit of a problem. But I suppose we should be thankful that we can actually include people from all the way around the world. It's not a perfect system, is it? Unfortunately, Anderson over the wicket, bowls to Warner, who seems to just skip down the wicket a little bit, then plays it neatly up to mid-on. There is no run. That means we have to alter the YouTube feed slightly as well, and hopefully, if you are watching us on YouTube, you can see us properly. What do you think? Are we being seen? Yes, there's me and Jason, and there is Adit. So all well and good. Still no sign of Brian, but anyway, we'll just soldier on as Anderson comes in again. Bowls, foolish delivery outside the off stump. Checked drive from David Warner.
I imagine he's probably had a late night watching baseball and commentating on it. And like me, he's had a mad rush to get here in time.
Yeah, what happened this morning? No buses or something?
No, I overslept.
Oh, okay.
I put my head down at about 1:30. I got up early to do the ablutions and thought I'll have another half an hour, and woke up 2 hours later and thought, oh dear.
Well, he needed it. Onto the back foot goes Warner. He's looking for a single through mid-wicket, but fleet of foot is Chris Wokes in getting to that one and firing in the return to Bairstow.
Yeah, certainly. I've never thought that losing to 13-year-old was so tiring.
Well, Khawaja has 7. Warner has 7.
I suppose the thing that would have made this a perfect send-off for Stuart Broad would have been to get David Warner out first ball.
Oh yeah, that would have been funny, wouldn't it? Well, maybe David Warner is going to have some revenge today at the very last. That's hit him on the pad. He's going to get a single though as it runs into open space on the leg side behind square. Australia move to 16 for no wicket. And that is the end of the 4th over. How are we doing with tweets? Are we well up with tweets?
I believe so. I don't recall Messi telling us where we want it. Leah says he's got the 2020 version, but I was planning to get him the latest one anyway, talking about
some sort of game? Some sort of computer game? I don't know.
Yes, cricket caption, I think is what it is. And that's also in response to Dice Cricket.
What do you reckon about David Warner? I mean, just looking at that list of innings, just the 150, and he's into his 10th innings here. I'll come back to that as Broad starts a new over. Bowling to Warner. Warner defends. He wants a quick single, but won't get it. Your thoughts on David Warner? Has he been given too long at it?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That double century in Melbourne, which I found myself unfortunate enough to be at the MCG on that day because it was really hot. That was a real outlier, I think, and his farewell test should have been the Sydney test right after that, and he shouldn't have come to India or England, I don't think.
Well, he's still battling away. Broad bowls to him, slightly closer to his leg stump, and he blocks it up to mid-on. We should say that Haroon Sharif has sent us 40 units of some currency. I'm not sure what it is, whether it's dollars. If it is, fantastic. I've got one ticket on 244 runs for today's GPL, says Haroon. So thank you for your contribution. Contribution to the Super Chat on YouTube, and also to the GPL, the Gorilla Prediction League, which is ongoing at the moment. You have until lunch to decide how many runs will be scored in the day. Broad in, bowls, and he reaches for this one a little bit. Warner steers it up to mid-off. He's always looking for a single, but at the moment not able to get one. He's 7 not out. Khawaja is 7 not out. Now, I
believe that was 40 rupees. So thank you.
It's 40 rupees. Okay, thank you. What is your view, Adit, on Australia's chances here? Because your fellow countrymen seem to be fairly negative.
Well, first of all, I'm not Australian.
You're not Australian?
Also,
oh, okay, sorry. He's edged that one, and it's just short of the man at third slip, Ben Duckett. So Broad finally finding a Warner edge, but it not going quite to hand. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, I think the chances are small, but not zero.
Yeah.
And I think it's a good litmus test for how good they are as a unit. In that, if they are good enough to chase it down, that means that they're a very good team. Maybe not a great team, but if they can't, then they are what we think they are, which is good but not great.
Yeah. Well, the World Test champions doesn't necessarily mean a lot. Lovely fluent drive from Warner. He'll be rather peeved that he's hit it straight to Ben Stokes, who's that
was nonchalant.
Slight, just in front of square on the offside. Just sort of stooped and picked it up without really having to move one way or the other. So a little bit of frustration here for Warner. Playing some decent shots, but not getting any reward for it.
Just like a bunch of people in the crowd audience with broad headbands on.
Of course. Broad in again to Warner. Again, he's looking for a single but can't get it. Khawaja was ready to run, but it's fielded at mid-wicket. It's the end of the 5th over of the Australia innings. They are 16 for no wicket. Jason.
And Brian should be there for you now if you want to let him in.
Okay. Carry on, Jason.
Muttley says he has the 2017 version. If you're on Steam, I need to add you. Talking about Cricket Captain.
Okay.
Steam being the online playing platform. Leah says, I will look into community content so I can play all-star games including Ranji, Tiger, Grace, Sangha, Murali, Sachin, etc. Should be fun.
Okay.
And with that, I shall...
move in here?
No, I shall rearrange the studio and gracefully depart for Brian.
Hi, Brian. How are you doing?
Hey, guys.
Hello. Delayed by sleep. Understandable. I understand anyone being delayed by sleep. Anderson in again, bowls to Khawaja. Khawaja gets turned a little bit front on and jabs it to backward point. There is no run.
Do we know the origin story for Broad's headband? He didn't always wear it.
I don't, actually. It's a good point, isn't it? I don't remember. Can someone remind us on Twitter or on YouTube? It's 16 for no wicket. Which of you guys is on socials? Is it you, Brian?
It's me.
Good stuff.
It's me.
Anderson in bowls, and that's a probing delivery around middle and off, which he defends back to the bowler, and there is no run.
I've just googled Stuart Broad headband origin, and the third result is an article from perhaps not a very reputable website saying, has Stuart Broad undergone hair transplant?
He's got luscious hair. What are you talking about? He's got some of the best hair in cricket. Yeah, that we won't name that website. Forward this time comes Khawaja. Just a hint of a step down the wicket to meet Jimmy Anderson, but played straight back to him. And after going for 5 runs in his first over, Anderson has found his length and line and hasn't conceded another run halfway through his third over.
That website doesn't begin with an O, does it?
No, it doesn't. Also, Brian, we've corresponded before. I used to be a moderator on RAFL, which I believe you still are.
Oh, when I first got there. Holy crap.
Jabbed into the offside on the angle by Khawaja, straight to Broad, no run.
Wow. Well.
Yeah, I remember your AMA.
Yes. Well, this is fun.
Yeah. It's good to finally meet you.
Likewise. Sorry, Hendo.
That's all right. That's okay. You can go off into a little AFL tangent if you wish. Why not? Broad is all hair transplant, you daft sod, says Pokey Bumfinger. I don't think that's true. I mean, Stokes is, for sure. Anderson in bowls, hits Khawaja high up on the thigh pad. Ball just loops into the offside. There is again no run. So England just, after being a little bit loose in those first couple of overs, beginning to find their lengths and their lines. And Australia just struggling to get it away. Sorry?
What do you make of the pitch, Hender? Has it been misbehaving a little bit?
No.
It's spat up a little bit?
No, I think it did quite a bit on the first day and maybe a little bit on the second day. Yesterday when England were batting, you had to bowl a really good ball to get it to do something, and Australia did from time to time. That's gone past the outside edge of Khawaja's bat. Jimmy Anderson can't believe it hasn't found that edge, but it is another maiden. 16 for no wicket after 6. Brian.
Dave Wood says they missed a trick with Broad's headwear by not marketing or labeling it as broadband. Very good.
Yeah, true. Both you guys are a little bit quiet. I don't know if there's anything you can do about your microphones or something, but I'm not hearing you very clearly. I don't know what people are finding on YouTube and.
I noticed I was a little bit just listening back to it. I noticed I was a little bit soft yesterday, so I'm going to see if I can adjust it now.
Okay, Pokey Bumfinger comes back to say that Graham Swan spilled those beans about Broad being all hair transplant. Well, it's possible, I suppose, but I mean, would you trust Graham Swan? Do you think that was genuine? Well, Broad, would you believe it, is coming out of the attack very early after just 3 overs, and well, it's not a bad call because he's bowled very well in the 3 tests he's had in this series, but it is going to be this man.
He's on Instagram, and he's a Twitter fan. On the Ashes tour, not Ben Stokes, but he'll have to do.
He's not Ben Stokes, but he will have to do. There's a little bit of rain on the camera lens, I fear, and it has closed in a little bit at the oval. Might bring some swing. Well, he goes past David Warner's outside edge with his first delivery. Now, if anyone can get movement off the pitch at it, I think it will be Wokes.
Yeah, and I was thinking that this might be a bit of a changing of the guard as David Warner's new tormentor, because Wokes has been getting Warner out.
He has, yeah, absolutely right. He's got him at least
couple matches.
Yep. That's very true. And he does get that ball just to seam, not always the seam, because he sometimes bowls a cross seam version and still manages to get it to skid off the pitch. Here he is again, running past the umpire, a little bit shorter, jabbed into the onside, and Warner is almost imploring Khawaja to answer his call, but Harry Brook is round at square leg and Khawaja is having none of it. So we've got the best part of 2.5 overs, maybe 3 overs without a run being scored.
I think as far as rain is concerned, I would be surprised if they have to go, if there is enough for them to go off until maybe after tea.
You're another man who's been looking at his radar.
Yes, that's my prediction.
Okay, well, I hope you're right. We want to see cricket. We've got Manny coming in this afternoon. We want something for him to comment on. This is Fuller from Wokes, but just defended back to him by Warner. 7 from 21. Khawaja has 7 from 18. Australia just getting stuck a little bit here. England will be pleased about this, especially for someone as fidgety and keen to get after the bowling as David Warner generally is.
It's also not often that I get to do this, so I would like to actually do this, my own lack of sleep schedule notwithstanding.
Yes, well, there you go. Indeed, Wokes bowls. I was really tired this morning, so this is defended to mid-on. I should have had a lie-in yesterday, but I was so keen to watch the cricket on my day off that I got up anyway to watch it. And so by the end of the evening, I was, having not done anything either, you get that slightly sort of itchy feeling. As if you've kind of wasted a day. I don't feel as if it's wasted if I'm commentating on it. That's the thing. I don't feel that is wasted. But when you just watch it, you sometimes feel as if it is. Anyway, Wokes again into Warner. And Warner is back, pushing into the offside. And Broad is pretty tight on the single there at mid-off. So there's no opportunity of a run.
17th dot ball in a row.
Is that right? 17?
There's a maximum about, I think there's a maximum about 3 or 4 maidens in a row breeding wickets.
Right, okay, so that's 1 ball to go for the 3rd successive maiden. Wokes is operating from the pavilion end at an absolutely jam-packed oval. It's brilliant to see. It's been a fantastic summer of cricket. Wokes in full and driven. They're going to get runs this time because that straight of Stuart Broad quite wide at mid-off, if quite tight, and that is going to run away. It's going to break that sequence. It's going to bring Australia one of these.
Giuliani had his reasons for selecting his landscape seasons. There were 4.
That'll bring a bit of relief to the Australian dressing room, one will imagine.
I love that there's a jingle about the place that is literally like a half-hour drive from where I live. It's insane.
Well, he done it for you, especially Brian.
Yes. Grand Theft Auto says if England win this easily, they should present the Australia team with a vial of rainwater collected from the Old Trafford pitch.
Ooh, yes.
Chris the Choir says, for me, on the tube with the Oval on Friday, he was impressed to see a man opposite was wearing a London Series 2019 cap. That's for baseball. Not sure he was equally excited by my Gorilla Cricket t-shirt.
I think the way things are going, that America will end up playing cricket and England will end up playing baseball, because they get incredible crowds for baseball when they bring a game over, don't they? This is nicely met by Khawaja. He joins Warner in picking off Jimmy Anderson straight down the ground for one of these. Just held the pose very nicely indeed. The lights are on now. He just took a couple of steps down the wicket as well. So we see players so much more inclined to come down the wicket to quicker bowlers, not just spinners these days. I think that has something to do with baseball.
It's what Jared Kimber calls the baseball shuffle, which
it's the baseball shuffle. That's a good call. Yeah.
Saying that baseball is a way for batters to get bowlers off their line.
Yep.
As
much as that, their length and their line, I think. Yes, absolutely. We've had the first ceremonial passing of the ball through the handcuffs, as England are annoyed that it's not doing anything. This is again right up in the slot for Khawaja, and he produces another very pleasant drive indeed to the right hand of extra cover, and it's the third 4 in 4 balls. Australia on the run. In fact, it's the third consecutive 4. Final ball of Wokes is over, and then the first 2 balls of Jimmy Anderson's over. He's looking for some swing.
The dark days of Maiden's well.
Sorry, go ahead.
The dark days of Maiden's well behind us.
Yes. Didn't take long, did it? But Anderson's looking for swing, and there's just nothing there. Even though it has become, a darn sight more gloomy than it was half an hour, 40 minutes ago. Anderson in again, 3 slips and a leg slip, and this one is right in at the pads and clipped on the angle up to mid-on where Broad is now. 28 for no wicket. Australia going along at just under 4 and over. And,
while we're still together, real quick, just to add to that, now that I know that I'm not going to Australia, Hendo, there is a chance I might go to London for the Phillies-Mets London series in June next year.
Ooh. Which means you can pop in here, doesn't it?
Absolutely, it does.
Yep. Anderson in again. Bowls shorter, but well timed by Khawaja. Now Wokes, Mark Wood looked behind him and he saw that Moeen Ali was at long leg, but Moeen Ali obviously isn't running at full pelt, so suddenly Mark Wood realised that he probably had to do some work. In the end, Moeen did get there first, but they've picked off 3 more runs. Australia very comfortable now, 31 for no wicket. So just as England were sort of turning the screw, Australia have unscrewed it, and they're away. 31 without loss. Khawaja's now moved on to 18 of only 22 balls.
Bowling the nets just before the start of today's play. Is that true?
Sorry, say that again.
I thought I saw Moeen bowling in the nets just before.
You may well have done. I guess they were giving him some sort of fitness test with regards to that. This time Warner walks down the wicket.
And Ben Stokes too.
Yeah. Well, that would be fun if we saw a bit of Ben Stokes. Although people were talking about the fact that Ben Stokes has been bowling off breaks when he's been practicing, which is. He might turn out to be a brilliant off-break bowler. You don't know. This ball has just ballooned out on the offside as Warner was trying to get down the wicket to it and was pitched in a little bit shorter by Anderson. Staying around the wicket, he's in onto the pads of Warner. An appeal from Jimmy Anderson, but more in hope than expectation. And Joel Wilson says no, quite emphatically on this occasion. It's the end of the over, 31 for no wicket. 8 overs bowled, Warner 11, Khawaja 18. Brian.
Joel Wilson, if he makes a decision, he's probably wrong. Pirate Badshaw with a Stuart Broad advert, so I have to get my advertising voice. Discover the perfect blend of style and confidence with Stuart Broad's wigs, complete with matching headband. Unleash your inner superstar and embrace a new look that turns heads.
I think this is almost libelous, isn't it, about Broady's hair?
I know.
I've never heard this before.
I mean, I don't know. Hombre Nuevo saying, "Good morning, stupendous gorillas. Looking forward to this as a Broad's final hurrah. Will he mic drop the headband as he walks off, I wonder? But that would be fun."
Yeah, I mean, there's all this talk about, he's had the greatest time in the changing room in the years that he's played Test cricket, since Brendan McCullum has been on board. But I kind of feel that if Australia were to run this down and take it 3-1, will he not just feel a little bit unhappy about that, as if there's some unfinished business? I don't know. Players do retire and then come out of retirement, don't they? Happens quite a bit. Wokes then starting a new over, bowling on the leg stump of Khawaja, who looks freed up a little bit today. He plays a nice clip off his legs, but straight to square leg. And indeed, we are seeing now footage of Moeen Ali bowling rather gingerly on one of those pitches on the outfield before play.
My theory about Ben Stokes potentially bowling today is so that if he does injure himself, it means that he can't unretire himself for the World Cup.
That's true. I'd be very surprised now if he plays the World Cup. He must be exhausted. Wokes bowls, driven, good drive. Maybe just lacking a tiny bit of timing, but finds that man, Ben Stokes, in position of cover. There is no run.
It's also possible that the Australian batters have learned their lesson from the first innings when they were almost certainly too cautious and too slow in the batting.
Yeah, I thought that. I thought perhaps they might come out with a completely different mindset. Russ was saying he didn't think they'd be affected by the criticism, but I mean they must be aware of the talk that's going on, and they must be aware themselves. I mean, Labuschagne had a bit of go at the umpire on the way out after he was dismissed in the first innings, but I think that was more sort of frustration with himself boiling over a little bit. Wokes into Khawaja, and Khawaja defends to a ball maybe an inch or two outside the off stumps, fielded in the covers. There is no run.
I don't necessarily think it's about the criticism. I think it was just they analysed their performance and they found that they played badly, and this is something different that they're doing to play better. Yep.
I think all those things can be taken into account. Now England have gone a little bit on the defensive here. They've taken. Let's have a look at the slip. They've only got 2 slips in now. This is a little bit shorter, wide of the off stump, and again poor handling by Bairstow behind the stumps. A regulation take which somehow he let slip. But let's not be too hard on him. I enjoyed Johnny Bairstow as a cricketer. It did just swing a little bit late on, so give him a little bit of leeway, perhaps. But
yeah, I agree with that. And I don't think Bairstow should be the one who's blamed for his poor keeping. It should be the people making him keep.
Wokes in again, outside the stump, left alone. Now there's a on YouTube, Vince McMahon says, Hendo, Labuschagne complained to the umpire as the ball before Broady had messed around with the bails. It probably put him off. Yeah, there was that, but I think actually when they turned up the stump mic, you heard Labuschagne saying to the umpire, "What about the light? It's a bit dark out here." So I think there may have been those 2 things were playing on his mind, perhaps. Wokes in again, short, pulled, and stopped by Harry Brook, who takes a big chunk of turf out with him as he parries it to mid-wicket. Thought they would take a single, but they decided against it. It's the end of the over. Australia 32 for no wicket. Now, we'll probably due a change. Let's do one more over because we were a little bit late getting everyone in. But we will have a change after the next over.
The Seppo messing everything up again is normal. Dave Wood says, what do we think Broad's retirement present will be? A DRS timer or a golden ball hoop? Chris Acquire, England have already bowled more maidens in this innings than Australia did in England's second.
Really?
That's a good stat. Grand Theft Auto says, baseball home run when someone gives a filthy toss the treatment it deserves. That's a good description. And Messi just saying, is it evil for me to fantasize about Australia being within spitting distance of winning this when the heavens open and save England from defeat?
No, it won't save England from defeat because Australia will have won 2-1.
Yeah, defeat in this game, I guess, is what he means.
Well, I think the game. Meanwhile,
who cares? Nobody cares about this game.
Let me
England
cut you off because we're going to have an interesting change of bowling. All this talk about Moeen Ali. We're going to see what he can produce. He's going to bowl. This is his jingle.
Our beard shouldn't touch. Move over, AMLO. I like it too much. Move over, AMLO. You're one hairy dish I love unconditionally. It's Moeen Ali.
Vince McMahon also comes back and says, Hendo, what time does the Ponting wine consumption begin? And you just reminded me, I haven't bigged up the Ponting wine today. It's the Chardonnay. It's lovely wine. And if you'd like to get it on the cheap, you can do so through Guerrilla Cricket only. By going to our website, guerrillacricket.com. On the homepage, you will find details of how to get yourself a 15% discount. It's a rubbish ball to start with from Moeen Ali. I hope he's got some protection on the offside boundary. Yes, he has. Khawaja leaned back and cracked that to deep cover. You may feel he's got away with it a little bit there. That's not an auspicious start from Moeen. 33 for no wicket brings Warner down to face, and he's in, and he goes back to this one and he tickles it away. Very fine indeed. Joe Root is running after it from slip, but he's not going to get there. That is going to be 4 runs to David Warner.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Well, he's going through his bowling changes is Ben Stokes, but at the moment there's not much cause for optimism in terms of taking these 10 wickets. And maybe England.
One of the consistent patterns of the Ashes is Moeen bowls half overs of draws, but also takes wickets.
That's true. Throws this one up, and Warner is very respectful of that one. Bat and pad very close together, and blocks it out to extra cover. Good revs, but didn't really turn from Moeen.
And it could be that the Australian batters are maybe taking him not seriously enough.
Oh, as an absolutely horrific ball. It's a high full toss, which actually Warner is lucky not to put down the throat of mid-wicket. He horribly mistimed that, and it just cleared the man at mid-wicket. The mid-on had to run round and field it. But that could have been another example of our great T-shirt, shit gets wickets.
That was shambolic on both sides.
That was
yes.
That was bad cricket all round. Khawaja down.
Balanced.
They did get a single. Defends that one into the offside. Now Khawaja has an interesting way of playing Moeen. All the spinners. He tends to go back towards leg stump ever so slightly. He opens himself out and lets the ball come right into him. And I've seen.
Yeah, he's been doing that since the Pakistan tour.
Yeah, and I thought Dan Lawrence did that quite well in India when it was otherwise a shambolic tour for England. This is short and forced into the offside by Khawaja, but straight to Ben Duckett. There is no run. 10 overs completed. Australia 38 for no wicket, and I'm still waiting for people to come and replace us. Let me have a look and see.
Well,
who's on ball by ball next? Is that Forthy?
Yes, it is. Hello. Hi, I'm
Oh, you're there. You've been let in already. Well, that's good to know.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I will take a little bit of break. Jason's coming in as well, and I will leave you in good hands.
I'll see you in 25 minutes.
Yep.
Okay. Thanks, Brian. Thanks, Hendo. And I think you're staying on, are you, Edit?
Yes, I am.
Very good. I'm not sure we've been on together before. Maybe we have.
I don't think we have. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. And here comes Jason with his box of tricks. getting into position there. Well, this has been a very solid start. More than solid, rather promising start from Australia so far. As Wokes begins his third over, that's on the money, defended with circumspection by Warner.
Australia are nearly 10% of the way there.
It's one way of looking at it. We can see the arrayed, serried ranks of Australian supporters in their matching green t-shirts and yellow hats. I would cavil at being told I had to sit and wear exactly the same outfit as everybody else when I go to watch a cricket match. In comes Wokes again, defended by Warner, and sort of lurches forward as it jumps out in front of him, and Ben Duckett comes forward and does the fielding dot ball. How are you seeing it so far? Yes, well, quite. How are you seeing it so far at it?
Yeah, like I said before, I'm kind of seeing this as kind of a litmus test on just how good this Australian team is in general. In that, if they have it in them to chase this down or even get close, then that's a sign that they're an excellent team, if not like a great team. But if not, then they'll be what we think they are, which is good but not great.
Wokes in, and perhaps symbolic of Warner's age to a degree, that perhaps a ball that he would have thumped to the boundary in his prime doesn't quite middle and go straight out to the man at cover point there. Dot ball. Yeah, I don't think too many people would say this is a great Australia team, but a good one. I think that is a fair assessment. One can think back to some teams of the 90s or the early 2000s. They were indeed great teams. This is a good Australian team, but flawed, rather like the England team. Warner nudges that off his legs to the man at square leg. That's Harry Brook, dot ball.
I do think that this is probably the best Australian Test team since, say, the end of the 2006-07 Ashes, with maybe only 13-14, the other whitewash team rivaling that. But that team consistently lost on away tours, whereas this one has been winning all over the place.
Works in again for his fifth ball of the over. Pushes it across Warner, who defends with a forward defensive. Yes, I thought that at the start of the series. Now, I suppose I still, broadly speaking, think that. But I feel that their bowling attack has wilted a little under pressure, under the Bazball attack barrage. Perhaps a little more than we were expecting.
I think
that's again symbolic, perhaps, of some of those bowlers coming to the end of their careers, particularly Hazelwood, perhaps. Wokes in again for his last ball of the over. And he squirts that out on the offside, but again, he can't get it past Duckett in tight in the covers there. At the end of the 11th over, Australia 38 for no wicket, Warner 16, Khawaja 20. Over to you, Jason.
I was just going to comment on the greatest Australian side debate. I think this bowling attack looks very different if you swap in the injured Nathan Lyon for his replacement, Todd Murphy. Good as Todd Murphy is, he doesn't quite have the same ability to tie up an end and allow the other bowler to rotate around him. I think that was a massive loss for Australia when he was injured.
Yes, I think both sides have really struggled to work out what their spin options are once they got past their first choice. I mean, Jack Leach didn't start the series and Nathan Lyon was injured halfway through. And their replacements, competent. And we're looking at one there. Oh, and that's turned. I don't think it caught the edge, but it went straight between Bairstow and Root as it goes through for, I imagine, will be 4 byes. Yes, it is.
It is 4 byes. See if we have a byes jingle. Not there.
It's a great ball from Moeen. But of course, no ball should really be bisecting wicket-keeper and slip.
No, it's just one of these.
I'm going to guess the jingle is finished.
It has.
I can literally not hear a thing down in Mooney Ponds. That's a forward defensive from Khawaja, dot ball. In comes Moeen again for his third ball of the over. Rinse and repeat, another forward defensive dot ball.
I think the extent to which the Australian attack has been kind of blunted is a sign that Bazball at least partially works.
Moeen in again. Dancing down the wicket comes Khawaja. Signs of more attacking intent today in the first innings, but straight to the man at mid-off, which is Ben Stokes, who rigorously polishes the ball. It's good to see Moeen into the attack. I think most of us thought once he'd pulled his groin earlier in the test that was probably him done, but he probably isn't feeling it a bit, but he's probably adjusted his stride a little. Now, Khawaja's got that wide of the man at cover, which is Harry Brook, and they've come back for a couple as it's gone out to the sweeper on the boundary.
I think that was Warner who flicked that.
You're absolutely right. So Warner moves on to 18.
Yeah, Moeen's bowling fairly gingerly to start with. I think he's trying to eventually put a little bit more revs on it.
And he drops that one a little short. And well done to Warner. He's managed to get that one through the leg side ring for one of these. Thank you. A little nod from Jason indicates the jingle is over, and at the end of that over, I'm going to throw you over back to Jason to see if anything's happening on socials.
I'm not sure where we got to, but Chris Quar says the definite feeling in the ground was Labuschagne was complaining about the light on Friday. It wasn't that bad. He was completely frustrated by good bowling and his lack of form, which I can totally agree with. Mike Taylor says it's heebie-jeebies time. This is the second best ever opening partnership by Australia in the fourth innings at the Oval. And the highest fourth innings total at the Oval were 429 for 8 and 425 for 7, both in drawn tests.
Yeah, it's one of those. Was India at the end of the 70s when Gavaskar got a good double century, I think.
2-2-1, and they were 9 runs short at the end, which seems a bit like a lot of hard work for no delayed benefit.
Remarkable stuff.
Was that stat the second highest opening partnership by Australia at the Oval?
Yes.
Can I ask that correspondent to dig up what the biggest one was?
You can ask.
It's probably the 404.
Yes.
I imagine it might well be the 404 for 3 that came out in the 1948 Invincibles tour.
Yes, well, that would be a likely candidate. Many Australian records came out of that tour, that's for sure.
Okay, so this is a drinks break, right?
Oh, okay, right. Yeah. I'm not used to a drinks break at 12 minutes past the hour. That's slightly threw me. Yeah, Adik, do go ahead.
I was going to say, I wonder how batting teams and maybe specific batters, specific partnerships go about chasing big totals like this. Whether they think about increments or whether they just bat for as long as possible, like you can do in a test match. Do either of you have any thoughts on this?
Well, I mean, the usual wisdom is that you do think in increments, don't you, when you're a batting partnership? And I think that probably that same wisdom applies when you, particularly perhaps when you're chasing a big one, because if you've got 380 to get, that just seems unmanageable. But if you break it into chunks, then that's probably the only way really to handle it. It's like building a pyramid, really. I don't know if you got thoughts about that, Jason?
Yeah, I mean, I've never really chased a big score, to be honest. Well, a really big score, to be honest. But yeah, if you look at it in its totality, it looks daunting. If you break it down into bits and just focus on the present, then it becomes a bit easier. At least mentally, your processes are a lot cleaner and easier.
That was meant to be Michael Bevan. I think Michael Bevan's great skill and strength, wasn't it, as a one-day cricketer? He wouldn't look at the scoreboard. He just took it ball by ball by ball by ball, and suddenly, before you knew where you were, he'd broken it down into such chunks that he seemed to overcome insuperable odds.
He didn't sweat the small stuff if he didn't hit a target immediately. So he said he wanted 10 off the next 2 overs, and he didn't quite make it. Then he wasn't too worried about that because he thought he could always catch up later on.
He was ahead of his time in living in the moment. Anyway, we're back with the cricket now. The drinks are over. Australia are 49 for none after 12, so they're going very well here. This might be of concern to England. Woakes in again, defended by Khawaja, I think that is. Yes, stop ball.
Yeah,
and if we think of it as a loading bar, then Australia are 12.76% of the way there.
I'd love the accuracy of your percentages, and it's very impressive.
Didn't have to use a calculator or anything.
Coming in for his second ball, in comes Woakes with his very impressive record in English conditions. That's on middle stump and defended by Khawaja. He plays across the line. He wouldn't want to miss one of those, but if anyone's got their eye in this Australian team, it's going to be Usman Khawaja, who's got the I don't know whether he's overhauled Zach Crawley actually as the leading run scorer in the series. I haven't got that stat in front of me, how many more he's got to go, or whether Crawley's way out ahead now, but it's certainly between those two for the leading run scorer in the series, I believe.
Khawaja needs 14 more runs.
14, right, okay. Good knowledge. Woakes in again. Straight out into the offside, just manages to beat Duckett, but doesn't make it any further than that. I think that's Joe Root out there. Dot ball.
You mentioned Chris Woakes' stellar record in English conditions. It's amazing that he was only picked for the 3rd test.
Yeah, that's part of the narrative arc, isn't it, of this series, that Woakes and Wood came in and completely transformed. Well, not completely, but certainly they were the missing link. Substantially, yes, I agree with that. Woakes digs it in a bit shorter, and that's a brilliant stop, actually. Harry Brook out there, looking very much like the First World War lieutenant with his cap on at square leg, and that's a good diving stop.
Yeah, great stop, diving to his right. That's the second one in the last couple of overs, I think.
There's a few old legs out there in the field for both sides. It's good to see Harry Brook, a sprightly 24-year-old, throwing himself around. Khawaja grimaces a little, knows there's a huge job ahead. Much of it's going to fall on his shoulders. He's the sort of man who they would love to build this innings around. That's a backward defensive played out to mid-off, and Stuart Broad does the fielding. Dot ball.
They've ruined this a little bit, but for a second, it was looking like both Warner and Khawaja were going to be on the same number of runs off the same number of balls.
Oh yes, that's always a statistical delight. Not Turkish delight, as we were discussing yesterday. What are your favourite chocolate biscuits? But statistical delight. That's defended once more off the back foot by Khawaja at the end of the 13th. Australia 49 for none, Warner 22, Khawaja 21, Jason.
Brian Barris says, I love that guerrilla cricket collided me together with people from my AFL journalism existence. It's also made me shout at my phone in an IKEA in losing the GPL by one thinking run. Not that I'm mad about that at all. Grand Theft Auto says, I think the point of Bazball is not that it works for everyone, or even England all the time, but it plays to England's strengths. If they try to play steady, they'd screw it up even more often and be way less watchable. I think that's definitely true. Mike Taylor says, gives us a guess. He says Katic and Watson at the Oval in '86 in 2009. He thinks is the best Aussie partnership.
They did put on a big partnership, didn't they? Which was broken early the following morning. I do remember that. There were, I think Australia were chasing 500, and at one point they were beginning to look as if there was a slim possibility, and then Ponting eventually got himself run out by, well, I think Mike Hussey ran him out. First ball of the over is a dot ball, bowled by Moeen Ali. Comes in for the second now. Tosses that a little wider and a little shorter, and Warner manages to get it past the man in the cover. But Stuart Broad, I think it is, coming in from no, it's actually Ben Stokes coming in from mid-on. Restricts them to a single. Khawaja back on strike.
I think England will be worried that this ball is doing absolutely nothing for them at the moment.
Does look flat as attack, doesn't it? Ooh, defended in that French cricket style that Khawaja has perfected this series, but hands are thrown up by the English fielders. It's not the safest of shots, but you can't. Seems to know what he's doing with it. Moeen in again. Throws that up a touch higher, but Khawaja's not to be fooled. Forward defensive dot ball.
His technique against spin has really been one of the hallmarks of Khawaja's revival, especially since the Pakistan tour.
Yes, good spot. Oh, that one is thrown up a bit more. He thinks he's having a bit of success with that, but it's played out by Khawaja on the half volley. Come through for the single. He moves on to 22 off 44.
I think he's just taking the pace off the ball a little bit, so he's bowling just a tiny bit slower and a bit more flighty in the air. That's allowing the ball to grip just that little bit more.
I think you're right, Jason, and I think that is maybe a consequence of his injury. It's been forced upon him, but it's looking like it might reap some dividends. They've actually put a man in short at in the covers there, which is where that last ball went. But anyway, Warner's back on strike. That's the end of Ali's third over, and back over to Jason to see what's happening out there.
I'm just going to go through some people on YouTube. Reader GPL, did somebody win yesterday? Yes, there were 2 winners yesterday from Nick Vickers. He also says it's a real contest this time around, much better than the previous Ashes, which I think everyone would agree with.
The one that didn't exist?
The one that people have erased from memory, generally. We've got contributions from Tika Burno, Mr. Steve, M. King, Pokey Bumfinger. They're all on there having a lovely chat.
We've got Stuart Broad coming back into the attack, and he's getting lauded by his family and chattels on the balcony, if I can say that these days. Didn't mean it seriously.
I'm sure there's going to be a lot of pushback on the use of the word chattel for what was shown on the screen.
Forget I said it. Forget I said it. I didn't mean it. Don't want to be cancelled. Stuart Broad, though, has come back. His radar was skew-if, it's fair to say, during his first spell. Whether it was the emotion clouding his arm, I don't know. But he's coming in for the start of his 4th over. And again, that's a half volley on leg stump, effectively clipped by Khawaja. They're coming back fast for a couple. We'll have to hurry, but no problem. Mark Wood doing the fielding down there.
I think won't be long before we see Mark Wood as well. They've really got to see. No,
they've already got 50 on the board. Having another look at Stuart Broad entering the arena this morning with a guard of honour from Australia. As Hendo said, I'm not sure they looked entirely convinced about having to do this. I've seen more disciplined guards of honour, but there it is. Broad in again. He's round the wicket, defended by Khawaja. Broad bat.
It'll be interesting to see how Mark Wood goes, given that this is his 3rd Test match on the bounce, and also having bowled 20 overs in the first innings.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Yes, there's a. I mean, he hasn't replicated his 90+ mile-an-hour stint from the 3rd Test when he burst on the scene and cleaned up the tail, but nor would you necessarily expect him to. Broad in again for his 3rd ball of the over. Goes a little bit wider on the crease, and he manages to get a bit of shape on that one. Beats the outside edge of Khawaja. That's one of the very few balls that have actually beaten the edge so far this morning.
Yeah, I think I would expect to see Mark Wood, since he's now played 3 consecutive tests, miss out on one of the 2 one-day series in a month or so. That he would take some time out to recharge the batteries a bit.
Who are England playing in the one-days?
Quite possibly be in the 2020 ones.
In comes Broad again, 4th ball of the over. Digs that one in shorter. Oh, that went off the Q end of the bat. Didn't know where it was for a minute, Khawaja. Completely mistimed that one. Stokes pointing and smiling. Broad pursing his lips. Just the last couple of balls have begun to incite England's interest here. Wondering if something's happening. Dot ball.
What are they doing with the ball? Are they going to? No, I thought for a second they were going to ask the umpire to put it through the
Surely
rings
not
again.
already. Please, God, tell me they're not going to be handing it over to the cufflinks already. No, not yet.
They've done it once.
Become an unwelcome distraction of this summer amongst all the entertainment. Broad in again for the 5th ball of the over. More midway through the crease this time. That's flicked by Khawaja off. Really, it's a leg stump half volley. And Moeen gives up the chase. And Zach Crawley takes over and they've come back for 3. Khawaja on to 27.
So Australia going at 3.6 and over, and this is probably what the first innings should have been, right? Like not reckless, but also put the bad balls away, score when they can.
They got confused, I think, thinking all we need is a draw. We'll just we'll sit in for 2 days. But I think the modern Test match cricketer is incapable of doing that. Back in the 50s, I think it was a possibility because of the disciplines involved. But with so much one-day cricket, odd exception like Khawaja and Pujara in India, they're just not capable of doing that for days on end. And Labuschagne, got 9 off 81. And then was out for 9. Flicked off his hip by Khawaja. That's the end of the over. 56 for none. At the end of the 15th. Well on their way to that target of 384.
They are. Mike Taylor corrects me, says Kazakhstan was not a guess, Jason. It's a stat. So that is the answer. Warren says hello to us. He says morning all. So he must be in somewhere where it's still morning. And yes, the worry is that they've now got 56, so almost taking it down to chasing 325, and I think the stats are going in their favour quite a lot.
Yeah,
I think you're being a little pessimistic.
Yeah, I think so. It's target 384. I mean, how many teams actually score 384 in the 4th innings of a Test match? Very, very few, but it can be done. Moeen starts a new over. And that's defended out into the offside by Khawaja. Dot ball. We've got 2 men in short on the offside. Granted the Moeen style of delivery now, which, as Jason's pointed out, is just to check it a touch. And that's a nice shot played out to the man at point, which is Stuart Broad for dot ball.
I should remind people there's still only half an hour left for the GPL. So if you want to enter it, go to guerrillacricket.com, go to competitions.
Moeen in again. He's after a rather wayward first over. He's begun to find his line now. Khawaja defends that one stoutly. We've got Crawley and Duckett, the opening partnership, hovering on the offside. Worried to miss time one. Oof! He plays back to that, and Root puts his hands to his mouth at slip. It's rather like Steve Smith in a very different way. You think, well, he wouldn't want to miss those, but he very rarely does miss those. It's just his way of playing them.
I was also curious, what's been the biggest jackpot for JPL, maybe off this ball?
Moeen in again. Oh, gets a little bit of turn there. That's so full that it's easy for Khawaja to turn it off his hit, and he comes through for a single, moves on to 28.
I can certainly remember, £100 and something being a jackpot.
Okay.
I think there was 151 recently, which Mog won from memory. In comes Moeen again. Last ball of his 4th over. Tosses it up. And Warner advances down the wicket, gets a single down to the man at mid to long on. He moves on from 24 to 25. He'll keep the strike. So at the end of the over, let's see how we're doing for time. Probably going to get one more over between the 3 of us in. How are we doing, Jason?
Chris Acquire says, in honour of Kate Bush's birthday, I propose a change of heavy ball to them heavy people. That'd be great. Sending the balls to me, which is off her first album.
Very nice.
Message says, I've only just realised that as it was Stuart Broad who declared 21-22 Ashes void, he was retiring with only 587 valid Test wickets. Oh, that reminds me of the time that Aggers got boycott on air and said, no, your 100th 100 is not your 100th 100 because the ICC have reclassified the test against the rest of the world, and they wound him up for about 15 minutes and very carefully, gently laid the trap.
Very elaborate wind-up that one was. In comes Broad again for the start of his 5th over. It's just been a bit leg side so far, and that one's another example. Flicked by Warner without too much difficulty. They scurry through for a quick single, and he moves on to 25.
I thought the tweet after Messi Jazzes where Warren says, have you already talked about how narcissistic the timing of Broad's retirement is? I'm not sure that there's much narcissism at all. It's the end of the Ashes.
It's pragmatism, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. Well, the only alternative is to renounce it at the end of the day's play, and I for one don't begrudge him a little, guard of honour from the Australians this morning, and lots of clapping all around the ground and a few tears on the last day of his Ashes career. That's fine. In comes Stuart Broad, the man in question again. He manages to zero that one in on the middle and leg, but it's flicked off the pads by Khawaja, but straight to the man at mid-wicket, stop ball. That's fine with me. It's okay. All right, I mean, Warren did it, McGrath did it, Ambrose did it, Welsh did it. Why shouldn't Stuart Broad do it?
Yeah, I think the only thing he would have done is he would have checked with Jimmy Anderson first to see if he was intending to retire, and if he said no, which I imagine he did, and probably it was some expletive no, because he said he's not yet done with them. He still feels he has a lot to offer. Then he said, right. "Well, can I retire then? Will you?"
And Khawaja just reaching for that one a touch, but fluent enough. He plays it straight out to Ben Duckett, who's one of those 2 men short out in the covers there, dot ball. Don't know how you feel at it, but I feel that Stokes has been much more on top of field changes and being proactive, both from his predecessor Joe Root and actually compared to Pat Cummins during this series.
Yeah, very much so. Like, I think the fielding tactics is much more of a strength of Ben Stokes than Pat Cummins or Joe Root.
Well, Pat Cummins has been very, very defensive, almost from the off.
Which I don't think is a bad thing, but maybe dogmatically defensive.
Defended by Khawaja. Again, almost sort of plays those shots off one foot. It's quite hard to describe if you haven't seen it, but he sort of puts all his weight down on one leg and just uses the other leg as a sort of sailboard to go around it. But as ever with cricket, if it works for you, it works for you, and you can't criticise Khawaja's contribution to this series at all.
I can't criticise it because I often play off the back foot like that.
Well, you do? Right, okay. In the eye line, those 2 short in fieldsmen for Khawaja as Broad comes in again. Oh, and that's a different ball. That's thrown up, a bit shorter, bit floatier, and Khawaja was really bamboozled by
he
that
bowled
one.
the wobble seam ball, and it bit something. I think it bit the very edge of the bowler's footmarks at the far end, and just died. It did not have any pace at all.
It seemed to he rolled his fingers along the side of the ball, but not the side that it's more of a leg cutter than an off cutter. It's interesting delivery. Khawaja's smiling about it now, so is Broad. Last ball of Broad's over. Round the wicket, and again very full. Down to the man at mid-on, that's Moeen. Australia 59 for none at the end of the 17th. I think we're going to have a change of guard, and in comes Gary. Thanks very much, Adit. Thank you, Jason.
Yep, I'm not sure who else is with us. I think it might be Brian Barish. It is Brian Barish. So I will rejig the studio and hand over to you guys.
Well, hello.
Good morning, Gary.
Yes.
Morning,
hello,
Brian.
Forthy. Hello, Brian.
Hello, Gary. Hello. Oh, hi and bye, Forthy. Oh no, are you still with us?
I'm still summarising. I'm summarising to Gary's ball by ball. I am. What is it? Who is Morse's psychic again? Inspector Morse's psychic. Lewis. I'm Lewis to Gary's Morse.
Lewis. I've got a couple of observations. They're both parallels from football, actually.
Oh yes.
Which I'll come to in a moment.
Okay.
Here is Moeen, tosses this one up, defended a little off the inside edge by Warner. We've had the pleasure police out in force, haven't we, today, talking about narcissism and Broad's retirement. I think they'd rather every player retired like Kevin Keegan, in tears in a backstage toilet.
In the toilet in Wembley Stadium.
This is punched by Moeen out through extra cover, and I think that's is that the captain out there at long off doing the fielding? I think it is. A single is taken. Do you really want to deny the crowd their opportunity to salute a man with 600 Test match wickets?
Not at all.
It really is ridiculous how the pleasure police are policing our every move, as this ball has just punched a short extra and there is no run. My other observation drawn from football is that Australia have reminded me a little bit of the great Liverpool side of the late 70s and early 80s, and in a way European leg, as Moeen is in again, and this is just pushed to extra cover. That Liverpool side saw their first job would be to quieten the crowd and take the emotion out of the game, and that's pretty much what Warner and Khawaja have done. Warner on 26, Khawaja on 28, Australia 60 without loss. They've had 18 overs of old school cumulative batting here, and they've taken a lot of the emotion out of the day, and all the better for the Australian cause. We now have an umbrella field of a short mid-off, a short extra and a short cover, as Khawaja goes back in his Gary Balanced style and just punches this to the right arm of square leg, and they're through for a single. Moeen being milked a bit here. He has got the odd one to turn, but he's obviously incapacitated by his groin. He's not rotating as much over that front leg and driving through the crease as a spinner should. He's not bowled badly in this spell. Has none for 19, and this will be the end of his 5th over. But one feels,
considering he's harbouring an injury, I think he's bowled pretty well.
Short punch to short extra. It's the end of the over. Australia are 61 without loss, and we have your tweets.
We don't, because, well, let's see. I'm just doing a refresh, and no. Oh, hi. Knackle has cropped up. Actually responding to something that Chris DeQuire has said. This was from a while ago. I'm just reading it for something about. I'll come back to you then. Something about minute-by-minute coverage of the World Cup. That's it. We are otherwise caught up. I'll tell you, you want to be careful, Gary. You'll invoke the porn bot by saying stuff like that. I will reiterate what Jason was saying before, and that is get in on the GPL, because after it being knocked over by a joint effort yesterday by Andy and Warren, we already are at 26 entries. You've got 22 minutes to get in on it. The pot right now is 43 pounds, and I'm still filthy after losing by 1 run yesterday.
Here's Broad round the wickets, and this is defended by Khawaja. There is no run. Forthy, do you see my parallel there with Liverpool's all-winning Liverpool side?
Yeah, I do see the parallel, but I think Liverpool were at a slightly higher plane during that period than the current Australian team. Although Warner and Khawaja are very, very decent players, of course, but that was one of the all-time great teams, wasn't it? That Liverpool team. But yeah, I see the parallel. Brian doesn't.
You've got to take your hat off to Stuart Broad here. He's in again round the wicket, and this is very full. Yorker actually, and Khawaja just digs it out. There is no run. He seems to have developed a leg cutter for his very last appearance.
He's left his run late.
Yeah. I'm always amazed by that more bowlers don't bowl cutters. They're not that difficult a delivery to master, and they can be very useful on a pitch.
I think there's a big difference between the off cutter, which is relatively straightforward and a natural thing to bowl. Just run your fingers down the right hand side of the ball if you're a right-handed bowler, compared to a leg cutter, which is much more difficult ball.
It is not impossible though. As Khawaja
not impossible.
Gets a full ball, drives, but without any timing, and it's stopped there by the man at short extra, who's very, very much in the game when Khawaja is batting. Do you see the parallels with Gary Balance's approach? Hanging deep in the crease, left-handed, a lot of punches, a lot of squirts.
Yes.
Side of the wicket.
Although, conversely, whereas Liverpool are on a higher plane, I think Gary Barnes is on a much lower plane to Khawaja, certainly in this series. But yes, I see the parallel you're drawing.
He was outstanding
to start with,
his Test career. Then
but that
lost his way.
He did lose his way.
In more senses than one. Here's Broad, he has none for 15, and this is short down the leg side, and a tumbling stop by Johnny Bairstow. Johnny Bairstow came into the series injured, and I think if we're going to say that Moeen's made a great effort working through a couple of injuries, we also have to say that Johnny Bairstow has made a good effort working through some injuries, but by God, he makes wicket-keeping look difficult, even when it's relatively straightforward. For what is, after all, a difficult art. But
it's difficult art, but I mean, I think his put. Looking at Ben Stokes changing the bells again, it's quite funny.
Yeah.
The guy shouldn't really be walking, is his point.
Yeah.
There again, if he shouldn't really be walking, he shouldn't really be keeping wicket, will be the next point to make.
That's the other side of the coin, as Usman Khawaja shows us the forward defensive, and there is no run. Broad at 75 miles an hour there. I remember seeing him bowl a lot of medium pace in a series in West Indies about 4 or 5 years ago, and maybe a bit longer than that, and I thought he was finished. He probably had about 350 Test wickets then. But he's roared back, but he hasn't quite got the magic here today. In fact,
he hasn't.
I want to talk about both attacks in a moment. But,
I'm a little bit concerned about England here. Sure, Australia have got off to a solid start, but there's a slight lack of intent, weirdly enough, about England today.
Well, the field is very proactive, an umbrella both sides. That one was
not from Stokes.
Mid-off.
Yeah.
As it's the end of the over, it was a maiden, albeit not a particularly threatening one. And I'll just wonder if we have any more tweets, Brian.
We have one from Chris the Choir saying that wobble seam ball from Broad was 77 miles per hour versus 85 for the final ball. Were there ever two greats announcing their retirements together after the same game?
Yes. My feeling about both attacks is that it's just been a bit too much. They've each played 6 Test matches in 7-8 weeks, and they just look like a couple of fighters in the 11th round who are slugging punches at each other. Now, in one sense, not all of the bowlers have played all of the Test matches. Broad has, and Cummins has, but there's the mental side of it as well. You just have that feeling that Test cricket should not be routine, and these guys are sometimes going through the motions, and I don't mean that unkindly.
It's Joe Root time, yeah.
It is Joe Root round the wicket, and this is defended off the inside edge, no run.
I mean, I think the most obvious glaring example of that is when England ended one of those tours to Australia when they've been stuffed out of sight. By the time they're playing the Sydney Test, they're screaming, "Put me on a plane home." I don't think Australia have got to that level, but they've played 6 Tests, including the Indian one, in rapid succession here.
This is defended, no run.
And, they're only human. You can't keep turning up every day and turning it on to the same degree.
Yeah, and I remember many years ago, again, it was probably 7 footballers of Roots in again, and this turns out of the rough, and Johnny takes it behind the stumps. That they were saying, oh, well, they're well paid, and they're professionals, and they should be this, and they should be that. But I said, no matter how committed to your job, who's at their very peak day in, day out? Answer, nobody. Defended, there is no run. And we want Test cricket to be the best players at their very peak, and you can't do that with the schedule as compressed as it is. But still, we've got the 100 starting on Tuesday, as the adverts keep telling us.
So much to look forward to there.
A lot of dot balls here as Roots in and Warner comes down the track and defends. There is no run. Who was the Australian? Buchanan, wasn't it, who said after 17 dot balls something happens?
Oh, well, that would be very Buchanan.
Yeah.
That's a classic case of a coach who, my feeling is, had absolutely nothing, and if possible, took a little bit away from an amazing team.
As Root is in, tosses this one up, and it's slashed by Warner through the 3 men who are guarding the inside the circle, if you will, on the offside, and Ben Stokes takes up some strange positions as captain, as it's a wideish long off, or sort of deep mid-off. Runs round, they're through for 2. It breaks a series of dot balls. In fact, they're through for 3, I think. breaks
Joe
the series.
Root. Sorry, Barry.
Yeah.
Sorry, Barry. Are we through to the end of the over? Right. Okay.
I think we are.
Back over to Brian.
We are. Let's see. Hombre Nuevo says, I'd like to think that Broad announced yesterday for shits and giggles just to wind up Australia. There must have been a fair amount of their team grinding their teeth while forming the Guard of Honor. Nice work, B-Rod. I'm wondering if I have tweets disappearing here, which I would like to attribute to that billionaire who has no toys, so he's playing around with us. But
well,
I think we're caught up.
Yeah. If I've been on 15 minutes and nobody's found a criticism yet, there will be tweets appearing. Fourthly, we're going back to Jimmy.
I'm just being polite.
I mean, yeah, we've really got to think. I mean, Jimmy Anderson received a massive blow to his right arm, which left him reeling late last night. Now, if that's a normal human, that would come up like a balloon for me, and I would be barely able to move my right arm today. But no, here he is. He's going to put himself through, 15 overs of high-quality test match bowling. Ben Stokes can barely bowl, can't bowl. Moeen can't really bowl at all, but is still turning up. I think your analogy to the 11th round of a heavyweight boxing match is quite accurate, Gary.
Yeah, I think we can see it. Jimmy's lacked zip really all summer. It's hard to know why. Maybe he's just gone back to being, if you like, a normal bowler. Maybe we were just fortunate to see him bowling with such zip year in, year out for what really has been about the last 10 years, once he kind of worked out his run-up and his foot position and got rid of the biomechanics, what are they called? Biomechanics people telling him to stick both toes down the pitch. But he's just lacked that zip so far. He's in round the wickets to Khawaja, who just taps the ball on the head, but there's two men, one in front of the point and one back of the point, and the one back of the point stops it.
It's such very fine margins, isn't it? It's looking at his delivery movement, it looks identical to what we're used to. It's really hard to pinpoint quite why it hasn't happened for Jimmy this summer. But as you say, he's returned to the ranks of the mortals, and his pace is such that once he did lose just that edge of zip, he's fairly easily countered these days. But, maybe he'll come again. He's 41 now.
Yeah. Today, that's through to Johnny, and there is no run. Well, I recall Michael Holding, who, of course, could worry about the tiny things to do with the bowling action when you can run like he could and had a bowling action like he did. But he always used to say that the critical thing in bowling for him was to have a relaxed wrist. The wrist had to be relaxed in order to generate the pace, in order to hit the seam and that kind of stuff. And I just wonder if Jimmy is slightly anxious as this ball goes through to the keeper. It's one of, and that is making the wrist less relaxed. It's only speculation, but it's one of those things, and we're all men of a certain age, is that experience is one thing, but as you get older, because of that experience, you have so many more things in your head, so many more things can go wrong, there are so many more ways you can be anxious about things. And I would never go back to the front door having left the house when I was in my 20s, 30s. And now I do it every other time. I've left the cooker on.
Incipient OCD.
Yeah, as this ball is just run off the bat face to the man backward of point, and it is no run. But because
there's so many moving parts, aren't there, to a bowler? I remember Jason Gillespie coming over in 2005. He'd been a brilliant bowler the previous two tours to England, and there was something just not quite right. And I remember reading his comments afterwards, and he said, well, I actually went to the nets with a guy I trusted, and he pointed at that straight away. I can't even remember what the technical adjustment was now. But by that time, he was out of the side and effectively out of the Australian team. It's a tiny technical adjustment sometimes.
This ball is through to the keeper, Jimmy not finding his line from round the wicket here. Well, I remember my father, he used to really annoy him when commentators came out with, and pundits came out with the cliche that you don't become a bad player overnight. Because he says, oh, yes, you do, and then would reel off about 10 who did. And it's because the tiniest adjustments, the tiniest changes in your whatever sport you're playing, often it's to do with balance and timing, can just put everything out of kilter. And Jimmy's been out of kilter all summer. This is a full ball. There's an appeal there. Joe Root likes it. Kumar Dharmasima doesn't. It was well wide of the off stump, and maybe he jammed the ball into the crease, but Ben Stokes isn't interested, and we're more interested in your tweets.
You are. I have lost them. I'm sorry.
Just while you're looking for them, though, and I wasn't sure whether was Ben Stokes a little bit furious with Ben talking about something there. He looks like he's getting a bit of a head of steam up about various events.
Here we go. Mike Taylor.
No, hang on. Oh no, I think that's the bat hitting the ground there, isn't it? Rather than an edge.
Yeah. Sorry. The Gambler's Fallacy states that history of random events has no effect on the future of them. So it is wrong to think Australia chasing 384 since they already have 61. The target is now 323. And Messi says, I'm highly critical of... hang on. Go ahead.
This is punched by David Warner to the man at long off, who I think is Ben Stokes. And they're through for a single. Australia 64 without loss now. Both openers on 29.
Just finishing the thought. Messi saying, I'm highly critical of Gary's ability to inspire enough hate tweets to keep me occupied.
This ball is run off the outside edge, and I say run off the outside edge because I think that was more deliberate edge, the bat angle down.
I think it's almost run off the face, Gary, do you think?
Yeah. Well, I'm getting a slightly jumpy picture, so I'm not tired. I'll bow to your better.
It was certainly a controlled shot. Certainly a controlled shot, I would say.
Yeah. Khawaja gets 4 for his troubles, down to deep third man. And Australia go on. 68 without loss. Root round the wicket. And this is again played off the back foot by Khawaja, where he plays most of his stuff. It's going down to deep third man again. It's another 4. Dear me. Australia 72 without loss.
Yeah, this is reminiscent of I think it was that Katic and Watson stand at the over, which threatened to actually bring about the almost unbelievable when they were chasing 500, I think, in 2009.
Yeah, well, I was there, and I was getting very nervous before Flintoff's tremendous run out. That ball is, I think, through to the keeper.
Yeah, I think everyone was.
Yeah, because I did one of the things that I like to do, which is I added up everybody's averages from the position in which they were in. And if every batsman had made their average, then Australia would have got over the line. But,
and that was even more critical than that, because it was 1-1 in the last test, wasn't it?
And Flintoff brilliantly threw out Ponting from long on. That ball was, I think, taking the pad. I'm getting a bit of a jerky picture. But
it just went straight through, and it went off Johnny's pad, in fact.
Did it? Oh, Johnny.
He can laugh about it now.
Yeah. He won't be keeping in India, that's for sure. As he goes back to Khawaja, punches it to Moeen, who finds himself at short cover. I don't think I'd have a man who can't move very well to his either side at short cover, but there we are. It's the end of the over. Australia 72 without loss.
All right, let's see. We've got in India saying Joe Root is by far England's best off-spinner. The Pornbot saying Gary questions Anderson's wrist action.
Very good. Here's Anderson again, through to the keeper, no run.
That's a replay, Gary.
Is it? Sorry.
You've pulled a Tony. Messi saying the question, why is Mark Wood not bowling?
Good point.
From WG Rumble Pants. And Leia saying Warner bowling out with a ton to win the series would be quite funny and potentially probably lethal for Hendo. Oh well, omelets, eggs, etc.
Yes, good point. Well, we're back live now, and Jimmy is bowling, and it's round the wicket, and Warner defends the ball that was more towards leg stump. The television is picking out Mark Wood, who is on the field. One would have the idea that were he injured, you would have the fleet-footed grandson of Alan Elam, son of Mark Elam, on the oval turf.
And brother of Tommy Elam.
Yeah.
No relation to Jason Elam. The kicker for the Denver Broncos. The kicker for the Denver Broncos.
Denver Broncos, of course.
Round away comes Jimmy, and this is punched by Warner, but again, without timing, he almost yorked himself as he takes guard halfway down the pitch and comes forward.
I remember Mark Elam was briefly the answer to all our problems, wasn't he? He was the new Botham in 1997 and played at number 7 in that series, and he seemed to balance the side, and he was that didn't last long.
He wasn't a bad one-day player, but didn't quite have it as a Test match player. He was very much in the Gavin Hamilton class as a Test match player. As this ball is just run off the face, 2 points. There is no run. I posted at the Guardian Alan Elam's sensational run out in the 1971 Gillette Cup final, where he ran out John Sullivan off a shot from Clive Lloyd, because 1971 I just turned 8 as a Lancashire fan, and I remember it very well. It was a cathartic moment as Lancashire, the one-day kings, as they were called at that point, lost a wicket, and it was Alan Elam. You can look it up on YouTube. It's a really brilliant one-handed pickup, bullet throw over the stumps. Warner is in. Warner is letting the ball go through to Johnny. This is really pretty dull stuff from Jimmy Anderson.
You'll know this, Gary. Was it John Sullivan, or am I confusing him with someone else who was once given a Man of the Match award in one of those one-day finals, having scored 0?
That was Peter May giving the award to young Johnny Abrahams.
Johnny Abrahams, that's right. Yep.
Young Johnny Abrahams.
As opposed to Harold Abrahams.
Not Harold Abrahams, no.
As opposed to not Harold Abrahams. No, he's in Chariots of Fire, I think, Harold Abrahams. My picture is misbehaving a little, but I think that's gone through to...
It has.
It has, just left.
I'm back in the afternoon session. Yeah, I'm going to try and make the connection a little better, but weekends in Tooting are never good for internet. I don't know why. I'm in one of the most populated parts of one of the most populated cities in the Western world and the world's 6th biggest economy. Can you get internet to be reliable? Can you, Hal?
I saw Gary in Tooting a few weeks ago. It was very nice to see him, very briefly.
Here's Anderson again, wide on the crease round the wicket, and Warner comes forward and punches it to the man at short extra. Important position, that short extra. They seem to field about half the deliveries. It's the end of the over. I think it was a maiden, but an unthreatening one. Australia 72 without loss. Warner has 29. Khawaja has 37, and Brian has your tweets.
Tooting, that's the flatulence capital of England, right? Bag of Cans, afternoon guerrilla cricket, called Australia favourites at the start of the day, and I'm standing by it. Also, is Wood injured? That seems to be the question. Jake Rover says Mark Elam's test stats are nearly as good as Flintoff's. And very last call, we've got 2 minutes or so to get in on the GPL. Once again, the pot standing at 43 quid with 46 quid, which would mean we've had 32 entrants, I believe. That's good.
That's good.
Spanning the gambit from 212 all the way to 313. So we very well might see a second consecutive winner, which I think might be a rarity. The Bear might have something to say about that, but my goodness.
Here is Joe Root round the wicket, outside off stump, left alone.
Not for the first time this summer. I felt Joe Root looks more likely to get a wicket than anybody else right now.
Yeah, he's had a good a good series with bat and ball and fielding. This ball's very wide though, and Johnny takes it. I'm halfway through writing my report cards, which I hope will appear at the Guardian. If not, they'll just appear at 99.94.
He's somewhere between occasional and regular, isn't he? He's whatever that is, whatever that nether zone is.
He's a kind of 5.5 bowler.
Yeah.
This ball is punched a little short, and it's punched into the vacant leg side by Khawaja. Walks through the single.
Sorry, these highly talented batsmen. Tendulkar was another one. You couldn't help thinking if he'd have devoted bit more of his time to bowling, he could have been a decent all-rounder, actually. I'm sure he would have been a very good spin bowler, but of course his batting responsibilities precluded that.
Vaughan was decent spinner, as this ball is pushed by Warner into the leg side. Joe Root was fielding off its own bowling. And of course Michael Atherton was a very promising leg spinner.
Started out that way.
Back problem. Nasser Hussain was schoolboy cricketer of
when
the
he was
year
12,
as a leg spinner.
Yes, he was.
Essex schools. Cups are going on at the Oval. It's looking a bit gloomy in Tooting, but soon will be the lunch break, and Khawaja just milks route again, playing C against the spin, and it's I think Chris Wokes who does the fielding on the leg side. England get some energy into this play here after the interval.
Has this been the worst session for England of the summer?
Well, I think that there have been times when Travis Head and Stephen Smith have gotten away from them a little bit.
Oh yes, that was probably worse.
There's an appeal there, and Joel Wilson shakes his head. So I think that will be the session done. We're just seeing if Joel Wilson does the Bales thing, only for an umpire to do the Bales thing. Yes, it is. The session is done. Australia are 75 without loss. They need another 309.
It's spitting mid-rain.
Yeah, to achieve their goal of winning the series 3-1. A little bit of pitch came up with that delivery there, so that would give England some encouragement. But it's been a strange kind of session of cricket, I would suggest. There was all the emotion of Broad's farewell and Jimmy Anderson being serenaded with happy birthday to you and a guard of honour. Stuart Broad hit a 6, Jimmy Anderson got out, and then things have been very flat as the Australians have accumulated, largely without trouble, and that's largely because England haven't really found zip in their bowling, and their game changer, it used to be Ben Stokes as the game changer, he can't bowl that way anymore. Their game changer, Mark Wood, has been left to field in the deep. It's all a little puzzling for me.
Yeah, you've got to think that there must be something a little askew with Mark Wood. Surely to goodness he'd have been on before lunch.
Yeah, one thinks so. Well, I'm going to leave you with Brian with any last tweets for the session. I'm sure we'll be playing something, and then back after the luncheon interval with more from Guerrilla Cricket, but we have that's if, of course, the weather relents, because at the moment those big tarpaulins are coming on at the Oval. But Brian,
well, our Jeremy Hurricane Henderson in Perth, who somehow or another knows the weather, is saying expect some rain during the lunch break and afternoon, and harder rain after tea. Ooh. And then Mike Taylor says the point of the gambler's fallacy is that 384 is now a redundant footnote. England should now be getting concerned with a lead of only 300. 2 batters with their eye in, decent conditions, flattish pitch, and aging ball. They need wickets. And there is a cameo of the finger of my 3-year-old daughter who is trying to pick my nose. So I think the tea interval or the lunch interval has, in fact, come soon enough.
Well, we'll be back when play resumes, which may be in 40 minutes' time, more likely to be a little delayed, I suspect. But join us again, Guerrilla Cricket, for the 4th day of the 5th test. Stuart Broad's last as a test match player.
Bye, see you later.
Bye, friends.
Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Guerrilla Cricket.
Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson. And alongside me today for this really special podcast is fellow Guerrilla commentator Tony Bishop. And the biggest name ever to grace the Guerrilla airwaves, although Gladstone Small might have something to say about that. A man who has scored more than 27,000 runs in international cricket, captained his country to 48 wins and 77 matches at the helm, and presided over some of England's most painful moments down under. Yes, Adelaide 2006, I'm thinking of you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's none other than Ricky Ponting. Hi, Ricky. Great to have you with us. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. How are you?
I'm great, guys. How are you all doing?
Yeah, we're not doing too badly, although, of course, we're licking our wounds after what happened at the beginning of the week. Have you recovered from that first test yet? I mean, what an experience that was.
It's a very small world, mate. I mean, I've obviously in the Australian camp all week, and I'm working in a heavily English commentary box for the last week, and sat back for the first part of that game, sort of, or first 4.5 days of that game, really just taking little prods in the ribs right the way through that Test match, and right at the end of the game, the Aussie boys obviously did the right thing and got across the line. But when I say it's a small world, actually, the day after the game, actually played golf with Brendan McCullum, and we talked all things Birmingham, all things Test cricket, and it was great to catch up with him. Yeah.
Did he give you any insights as to what's likely to happen at Lord's?
I don't think anything's going to change too much. Listening to him, I think they're pretty clear on the way that they want to play their cricket. With him and Ben, since they've been together, what they've been able to do with English cricket, but more importantly, I think world cricket. With the amount of people that were sitting back and watching and talking about last week's game is brilliant, and I know that they are thinking about that. They're thinking about what people think about the Test game and how can we make the Test match game more appealing to a lot of people, and how do we get viewers involved. And I mean, the television numbers through the week last week were absolutely through the roof. Whether it was Sky's numbers, I know, were astronomical, and obviously we had some people out from Australia doing the Channel 9 coverage, and the numbers back in Australia were huge as well. So, the anticipation for this series was massive. The contrasting styles between the two teams was something that everyone's talked about for a long time, and then to see it actually unfold and see two different ways and two different methods sort of come together over 5 days in Birmingham was unbelievably good to watch.
Was there a part of you that was pleased to see the traditional Test approach win out over the newfangled approach of Stokes and McCullum?
Well, only because it was Australia that was playing that way.
But generally not.
If it had been anybody else playing that way against Australia, I wouldn't have been that happy to see it. But I mean, it's refreshing. It's definitely refreshing to see the way that they're going about their cricket, and also listening to a lot of the messaging that's coming out about the way that they want to play. It's also good. But I think what we might see, though, I mean, I think England were unsure and a little bit nervous as to how that style was going to go against Australia, and was it going to stand up, and do we need to tweak anything to try and beat this very good Australian team? And I think we will see both teams probably make some little tweaks to the way they play their cricket in the second Test at Lord's. So that's once again what's so intriguing about this series. I think the conditions will be different at Lord's than what we saw in Birmingham. England have probably got a few selection headaches they've got to work out as well. There's no way in the world that Moeen Ali can play again after what we saw with his finger. They'll probably talk about their keeper as well. Johnny Bairstow made some errors last week, but I've got a feeling that Brendan will want to keep him in the side because he offers so much with the bat. But England have probably got a few more questions to answer after Birmingham than the Australian team do.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, I just wanted to talk a little bit about Pat Cummins, because he's a player that well, certainly I, and I think the rest of us on Guerrilla Cricket, admire greatly. I mean, from the very start of his career when he burst onto the scene, and then the injury troubles that he has, and of course going back to the India tour, he had to go back from the India tour because he had his mother was very unwell. I mean, amazing that he could come out and perform like that. I mean, you probably know the guy quite well. I mean, what has he been going through?
Yeah, I know Pat really well. I actually handed him his baggy green cap as a 17-year-old in Johannesburg a number of years ago now. So, I played a bit of cricket with Pat. I've watched him develop as a player and as a leader certainly as a leader over the last couple of years now. I mean, things have been tough for him. Well, I think we quite often forget about what these guys go through. We see them on the field, we see them playing their cricket, we make judgments about them as people and cricketers when we don't really know what's actually happening in their personal life. So Pat's he's had a tough time. His mother passed away, and he had 3 months off cricket before the World Test Championship final, and I think I commentated that game, and I saw him bowling in that game. He looked like he was a long way off his best and a long way off where he needed to be. I think he bowled 10 no balls in that game, which is more than he's bowled in his last 10 Test matches combined. So it was obvious that he was lacking a bit of rhythm, but it didn't take long for him to get it back. I mean, everyone will remember his batting in the last innings of that Test match. But if you wind the clock back another day, he got 4 wickets in England's second innings as well. And as we know with Pat, they're always big wickets too. He gets the big players out, and they bowled England out for 270. And if they'd have gone on to get 300 plus, then it might have been a different result. So everyone should think about his all-round game, leadership, batting and bowling, and it'll go down as it'll go down in Ashes history as one of the great Test matches.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the time that we thought there's something special happening here was when he got rid of Ollie Pope. I mean, that was almost an unplayable delivery, wasn't it?
Yeah, and he's been working on that particular ball for a long time. I mean, people that haven't watched Pat bowl much would, you've probably not seen him swing the ball ever. He's more of a seam bowler, run and hit a line of length, and use his scrambled seam deliveries. But he has been working on that particular ball. He bowled it a couple of times in Australia a couple of years ago when India were out.
Right.
A big hooping in swinger, and he generally tries to bowl it as a Yorker, and he got it spot on to Pope the other day, and it was too good for him. So he's a very skillful individual, no doubt about that.
It was kind of odd because we hadn't seen much movement out there at all, had we? And then suddenly he just got hold of the ball and produced an absolute worldie from nowhere, it seemed.
Yeah, it was a bizarre game as far as conditions were concerned. I mean, Australia got those conditions. Was it late on night day 3? When cloudy and the lights came on and the ball started to move around a lot, and the interesting thing for me, which was a bit of a topic of debate in the commentary box late on day 5, was around England taking the new ball or not, because the old ball was hard to score with, but it was also less likely to get a wicket. When England did take that second new ball late on day 5, we thought that it would present some easier scoring opportunities, and it did. But we also felt that there would be a better chance of getting some wickets. But it actually didn't. It didn't swing at all. The brand new ball right through that Test match in Birmingham didn't move. It wasn't until it got to sort of 15 to 20 overs old and the lacquer came off where the ball started to swing a little bit. And England didn't have enough time in the game to get to that stage where it would start to swing.
Yeah, we've been saying that it doesn't seem to swing until a few overs have gone by. I suppose the other thing that was interesting about that was how, as you say, whether to take the new ball. And the fellow commentators were here. I wasn't on air at the time, but I was coming to the door and I was saying to people, "Don't take the new ball, don't take the new ball," because it looked to me as if, as you say, that lack of pace might have been what proved crucial. But it looks like, of course, then Joe Root stayed on, got that wicket of Alex Carey, and after that. Patrick Cummins hit a couple of sixes and everyone was laughing at me.
Yeah, I mean, the other part of that as well is when they did take the new ball, they opted not to give it to James Anderson, which was a little bit strange.
Do you think it was just because he'd just seen a little bit off colour in this Test? I mean, not quite the man that we know him to be?
Well, he said that as well, but if you watched him, I mean, it didn't look like he was that much off the mark. You're talking about England's leading ever Test wicket taker. And an Ashes Test match on the line. I know where I'm throwing the ball. I'm throwing the ball straight to him. I mean, if Glenn McGrath's in my side and he wasn't at his absolute best, I still know where I'm going. I'm giving it to him because I know he'll get the job done more often than not, regardless of how good a touch he's in.
So your advice to Ben Stokes would have been to turn to Jimmy Anderson.
Oh well, mate, hindsight's a wonderful thing. It might have been the same result but if you're just playing percentages, which I mean. As a captain, a lot of the time, you have to just play the percentages and think about what's the most likely scenario here. Like if you look at, I mean, you can answer this question yourself. If who's more likely to get you a Test match wicket, James Anderson or Ollie Robinson? I know which one I'm going to.
Yeah, very, very, very fair point. Now let's move on from the Test match. We'll probably return to it as we go through the interview. But let's talk about. Well, one of the reasons that we're here is because you've now got your own wine label, which we are proudly drinking and showing off to various people. Now, the first one that we've got here is the Mowbray Boy Pinot Noir. Tell us about your journey into wine, how you got into it, and how you've come to have your own wine label.
Well, firstly, you're making me very jealous. I'm sitting there watching you drinking wine. I'm sitting here with a big bottle of water beside me. This is not the way it's supposed to be.
This is on Gorilla, mate.
This is Gorilla, mate. Come on in, come and join us.
I was going to say, next time I'll do this in studio rather than...
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. Our journey into wine. Well, I mean, my wife and I are both avid wine drinkers, if you like. Through my playing career, I was lucky to travel, lots of different countries around the world. I'll rewind it. I was actually introduced to wine mainly through my wife. My background and upbringing in the northern suburbs of Tasmania, Launceston, on the, almost brought up on the wrong side of the tracks, if you like.
Yeah.
I wasn't sitting around the dinner table having a glass of Pinot with my dinner. That's for sure. It was very much a barbecue and a beer sort of upbringing that I had. But once played a lot of cricket for Australia. A lot of the more senior guys in the team would have a couple of beers at the end of the day's play, and then move on to a glass of wine. I met my wife, and she she was a wine drinker, and so early days when we were dating, I'd take her out for dinner and look on the wine list and try and find the most expensive bottle of wine and try and impress her. And me not knowing anything about it, to be a Margaret River Chardonnay or something, to be a couple of $100 that I'd have to fork out for dinner to try and impress her. But that's where it started. And through the years now, I've been retired 11 years, and we've been together for about 22 or 23 years. It's been a really fun journey to go on. As I said, the countries that we travel to, the regions we go to, sampling different wines from different areas, and then to start our own business nearly 4 years ago now has been an incredible thing to do together. That's the point with this. It's a passion project for both of us. We both love wine, but we're also very passionate about this brand, and people need to understand that it is us. It's Rihanna and I. We're the major shareholders in the business. It's not, we're not being paid to put our name on someone else's wine. This is our business, and we work on it every day, and we so far, as I said, nearly 4 years in, we've loved the journey.
Well, I was going to say, as soon as I knew that you had this wine, I was thinking, oh great, I've never heard about Tasmanian wine, generally speaking. We talk about the Australian areas that are known, the Hunter Valley, Barossa Valley, various places like that. But it's not a complete Tasmanian wine setup, but there are a couple of Tasmanian wines in that, and the Mowbray Boy, it's the first one that I'm holding up to the camera to show people. That's the first one we're talking about. Why did you feel that you wanted to represent where you were brought up? It's just something that you felt that's where you learnt your cricket, and that's the community that you were in?
Yeah, it was the first thing I said to our winemaker and my other business partner, David Krenich, is that I want to be able to tell story through the brand as well. I want to be able to tell stories about me, my life, my upbringing, obviously a bit about cricket, and tie all these stories in together. So being a very passionate Tasmanian, and I wanted to have those Tasmanian wines in the range. So we've got the 3 Tasmanian wines in the range now, the 2 Pinot Noirs and a Chardonnay, and we're about to. There's a Pinot Gris. It's about to be bottled as well that we'll include into the range, which will be sold exclusively in Tasmania. But the Mowbray Boy. Storytelling. If you asked anyone in Tasmania to describe me, the first thing they would say, "Oh, he's a Mowbray Boy." That Mowbray is my local cricket club. It's the suburb that I sort of spent my early teenage years in. And that's just how I'd be described. So, but as I said, the upbringing that I had, I don't think there'd be too many guys at the Mowbray Cricket Club that I grew up with that would ever have thought that I'd have my own wine range. Let's put it that way.
Will they be drinking it now, though? Have you converted them?
A couple, yeah. They're pretty hard to shift away from a BB can. Let's put it that way. No. It's the feedback we've had. And it's great that I've got that sort of support in my home state. A lot of people from Tasmania, I'm sure, even though we've got 9 or 10 different wines in the range, the Tasmanians are that parochial that they'd probably only buy the Tasmanian stuff and drink the Tasmanian stuff. So it's certainly been well received in my home state.
Talking of Tasmania, I visited there during the 2006-7 tour, and it was a lovely place to go. I really enjoyed it. I went to Hobart. I went out on the Southern Ocean, and it was superb. But with your roots there, have you ever felt that Tasmania has missed out in regards of being part of the Australian summer or Test summer? It always seems disappointing to me that there quite often isn't a Test. I know there was in the last Ashes, but quite often there hasn't been a Test there.
Well, yeah, there was in the last Ashes, but that was by default as well, remember, because they couldn't go to Perth. It was Perth.
That's right.
Game. So that was the only reason that game was moved from Perth down to Hobart. And it ended up being a night game too down there.
Yes.
So with a pink ball, which they'd never done before. Look, I do sometimes get a little bit disappointed that Tasmania hasn't been able to host more international games. But there are only so many games that can be played in Australia, and there's a lot of venues, and there's probably a few other venues in Australia that would say the same thing, that they feel like they're a bit starved. Canberra's probably another good example. We've got a terrific ground in Canberra, and I've been on the front foot for a number of years, and even when you talk about that Hobart Test match, I was very much on the front foot then. When it didn't look like it could be Perth, then I was on the front foot, basically demanding that it happen.
I imagine your opinion carried a fair bit of weight.
Oh, I'm not sure. It ended up being played there, so I guess it must have had something to do with it.
Okay, well, we're going to move on to what the Ashes is, which is the Pinnacle, and Tony's going to ask you some questions about the Pinnacle, McLaren, Vale, Shiraz.
Yep. I can tell you we've done a couple of wine tasting evenings with your wine, Ricky, and the Pinnacle's gone down particularly well, you might be pleased to know. Well, obviously, what a first Test match. Do you still get the same tingle from the commentary box, or is it just a different tingle when you're watching an Ashes game not playing?
No, there's a tingle, absolutely, but it is a slightly different tingle. I mean, what I was going through with the microphone in hand the last 20 minutes compared to the tingle that Pat Cummins would have been feeling when he was out in the mid, I think they're slightly different. But and I said that game was. There's so many eerie resemblances to the 2005 game that I played in, and we unfortunately lost by 2 runs. I mean, the first day of the 2005 game, England made 407. Yeah, have a guess how many runs were made on day 1 of this Test match? 407.
Yeah, it's extraordinary. Yeah,
England declared 393. Australia were none for 14. 407 day 1. How many did Australia require going into day 5?
It was 174, wasn't it? No, it was 174, I think.
Yeah, it would have come down to from 187 to 174, I think, yeah.
Yeah, but what does that equal if you add them all up? What were they chasing?
Hang on, who's interviewing who? He's plying us with his wine, and now he's asking us tricky questions.
Arithmetic is not our strong point, I think you'll find it, Gorilla, generally
I think there was one run difference of what Australia needed to chase last week than there was in 2005. It was an incredible game of Test match cricket with so many similarities. So, yeah, the tingle is definitely still there, although when it was getting tight, I felt like going and hiding out the back of the commentary box and just waiting for either the wickets to fall or the runs to be scored. But as it turned out, I did about an hour 15, I think, commentary stint. Normally our commentary stints are about 30 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
We did the same thing, actually.
Yeah, I think we did, absolutely. Yeah, it's just so engrossing, wasn't it?
I can tell you one of our fellow commentators was tingling, but that was probably because he was on his 10th class at Pinnacle when he was helping us call that last session.
Yeah. So I mean, Sky wanted me on for the end of the game. So they brought me in when Kerry got out 8 wickets down, thinking the game was going to be over. And here I am, an hour and a quarter later, still sitting there calling the winning run. So, no, look, I loved it. And the guys that I work with, you're calling with Nasser and Athers and those guys, two great broadcasters. So to be on at the end of a game like that, and I was on at the end of the Headingley game last year as well when Stokes got England across the line. So I've been able to call some really special moments in Test history.
Yeah. Do you think the way Ricky England are playing is genuinely different? Now, the reason I ask that is Test captain, you won, I think, 48 Tests out of 77. And I recall the late Rod Marsh once saying, if you can't score 300 in a day, you might as well go home. So there was that kind of aggressive desire to put runs on the board early that was baked into your teams. Have England just kind of accelerated that a bit, but essentially it's a similar principle?
Yeah, Rod Marsh told me that as a 15-year-old boy, straight out of year 10.
Yeah.
Out of Launceston over to the Cricket Academy in Adelaide, and the first chat we had as a group, he sat us all down as batters and said, "Right, boys, I can see where this game's going. If you're not good enough to score more than 300 runs in a day, then I don't want you here." So what we were trying to find, and I think, to be totally honest, I think this is where Test match batting has probably changed a little bit in the last little period of time. The year that I came through and the teams that I played in with Hayden and Gilchrist and Martin and these sort of guys, Michael Clark, Mike Hussey, guys that were naturally aggressive players. The batting philosophy, and certainly the way that I played, I was naturally an aggressive player, but that was the way that I was taught. It was, how do I score runs really quickly here without getting out? So you were always on the edge of taking risk. But how do I do that without getting out? Now, if I look back to the England team, if you look at the England team that came to Australia a couple of years ago with the guys that they had at the top of the order, it wasn't about scoring runs at all. It was about not getting out first, and then if I make some runs at the end of the day, then great. It's almost about taking every little bit of risk out of the equation, hanging around, wearing the bowlers down, picking up ones and twos and the occasional boundary and scoring runs that way. So it's been refreshing to watch England play, but I definitely think, Brendan, I know Brendan really well. I've known Brendan for 20, no, probably 30, nearly 30 years actually. And it's no surprise to me that they're playing that way. And our best teams, we probably scored it, close to 4 runs and over. This team scoring it close to 5 runs and over, which is remarkable in Test cricket.
Well, no, look, the Pinnacle McLaren Vale Shiraz, it's called the Pinnacle because it represents the Ashes and your fantastic association with the Ashes. You won more tests than you lost in the Ashes. Not so series. Does that still rankle, or is life just too short and there's too much else to look forward to?
You know what? I didn't even know that. I didn't know that I'd won more than I lost. I'd probably, I would have thought that I'd won more than I lost. But the thing that does rankle me a little bit is the fact that I was captain in 2005 and 2009 in the UK that we weren't able to win. That still burns a little bit. But at the end of the day, I know that I did everything that I could. I know the players obviously did everything that they could to try and win those couple of series. And as we all know, we talk about this current England team sort of reinvigorating Test cricket around the world. Well, I think that 2005 series, even though we lost, I think that reinvigorated the game. But yeah, I mean, I would have. At the end of the day, we all know as Australians and as English cricketers that your name and reputation is forged and created on what you do in Ashes cricket. And if I had have been able to win here as captain, then I'm sure my reputation in Ashes cricket would be a bit better than it is right now.
Well, we're going to stick on the Ashes, I think, because let's move on to another wine, which should be the Barossa Valley, another Shiraz, the 127.
Yeah, that's actually my favourite. That's my favourite wine in the range, actually, the Barossa one.
Well, maybe you can tell us a little bit why. I mean, you made an immediate Ashes impact. It was 97 at Headingley, I think. An innings win for Australia, a huge triumph for you with a century in your first Ashes test. But it was another friend of our show, Jason Gillespie, had torn through England in the first innings. Was Dizzy just unplayable, or did England have a real shocker against him?
I think, what did he get, 7 or 8 for, didn't he? 8 for
yeah, he did.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, he's, I think, one of the most underrated cricketers that's ever played the game, Jason. I say that all the time. I mean, I was lucky to play a lot with him, and that, he was young and fresh on the scene too. In 97, bowled fast, swung the ball, that Duke ball. He loved bowling with that Duke ball. Yeah, and that 127. I mean, that particular wine that you're talking about that's part of what we call our milestone range. So that's sort of a it's a step up from our sort of I'm not going to say entry level wine. None of them are entry level wines, but we're obviously a premium wine brand, and the Pinnacle Shiraz that you were talking about is that entry level sort of stuff on the bottom side, on the lower end of the premium range, and then we've got another step up, the milestone. So we've got the 127 there. My first Ashes 100 at Headingley, 127, first Ashes Test match. I thought it was appropriate to start there. When you think about milestones, I always think about the first time that you did something, whether it's your first test or your first 100 or whatever. So we landed on the 127 for that particular wine, and as I said, it's my favourite. I don't like saying it's my favourite because our winemaker's based in McLaren Vale, and this wine's actually from the Barossa. So, yeah, but it's definitely my favourite.
Well, we've been enjoying drinking it. That 127, by the way, you got a pretty decent lick as well. Going back to the discussion on the speed of getting runs on the board, it was only a shade over a run a ball from my recollection of things. Is that how you remember it?
Yeah, I don't actually. The tour after, I reckon, as well, 2001, I made 100 at Headingley as well. I think I got 140 odd in that game. I know that was pretty much a run ball 100 in the 2001 series. I'm not sure about 97, but as I said, that was the way that I was brought up to play. And I backed myself and I trusted myself, and my team wanted me to play that way. And when you play that way, you play well, you can set up games really quickly. So I was all about winning. It wasn't about how many runs I got or how many hundreds I got. It was about winning games, and that's the thing that I'm most proud of through my career is, you talk about that captaincy record, but I played 168 tests, and I think I won about 110 of them. So no one in the history of the game has won over 100 test matches, and I'm the only person that's done it. So that's what I'm most proud of.
Well, you said, by the way, on that, you had said you thought you'd played as well that day, which is your first Ashes test. I think it was your second overall test, but your first Ashes test. You said you played as well in that innings as you ever have done before or since. What was it? Can you sort of give us some more memories of what it was like in your first Ashes to take, walk into the crease, getting a ton, that's a heck of an introduction to Ashes cricket. Tell us a little bit more about some of the memories of that day.
Yeah, well, I was one of the spare batters on the tour. I didn't play the first two. I think heading there might have been the third test or the fourth test. Michael Bevan was in the side batting at 6. He'd been dismissed a few times in a very similar way against the short ball in the first few games. And I think England had sort of exposed a bit of a weakness in Bev's armour at the time. And I'd made 100 the week before. We played a county game down at Glamorgan actually, and I made a really good 100 down there. And then they decided to leave Bev away and give me a crack. And once I got that crack, then I wasn't going to let it go quickly, and I was going to make sure I went out and played my way. And I think it was second ball. I think I pulled or hooked Dean Headley for 6 or 4 second ball of my innings, and I was away. And then in a partnership with Matthew Elliott made 199. Remember in that game as well. He was a good mate of mine and a very, very good player. I think we put on close to. It must have been close to 300 after being about 4 for 40 or 4 for 50. So lots of great memories. I mean, the atmosphere that's created around an Ashes Test match, around these great venues in England, smaller capacity grounds, but they're as loud as anywhere in the world.
Well, Headingley sure has some history. That is for sure. And you selected the Barossa Shiraz to celebrate that first 100. Some of the fruit comes from a vineyard that's over 100 years old, which is pretty impressive. What else makes the wine special to mark your milestone? You said it was your favourite. Yeah, well, what we've tried to do, and you guys probably know a lot about Australian wines and probably enjoyed lots of Barossa Shirazes in your time. We have. Yeah. Bang on. Well, you'll have an understanding then of a Barossa Shiraz and what it's all about. How big and bold and heavy those Barossa Shirazes can be. And what we tried to do with this particular wine is make it. It was a more modern take on a Barossa Shiraz, if you like. So I didn't want it to be exactly the same as what you'd expect with a Barossa. We wanted it to be. It's a bit more between a McLaren Vale Shiraz and a big, heavy Barossa Shiraz. It's somewhere in the middle. So that was what we're trying to achieve. And I told Ben Riggs, our winemaker, that's what we wanted, and he absolutely nailed it. I think you'll agree that it's a lot softer on the palate. It is. Than a normal Barossa Shiraz, yeah. It did very well in our wine tasting evenings, I can tell you that too. Good. You're just making me more and more jealous. I'm staying at the Danubius. Can you make sure you send a few bottles around for me? Well, hang on. If you have to ask for your own wine, Ricky, then I think you have to have a word with your management company, mate. I'm going to have to. Yeah. But I know where you are because I know that very well. That hotel. Hendo, over to you, mate. Yeah, let's move on. And you've mentioned already about the fact that it was your wife that got you into wine, and I have to say I'm not a massive red wine fan, but I do like a rosé, and I am sitting here, and I've been sitting here all morning, well, not all morning, with a lovely Rihanna Fluoro Peninsula rosé. You're celebrating your wife. Why did you choose this particular wine to name after her? Look, I tell a few stories and a few jokes about this right the way through. And the joke goes that she basically said to me, if we're going to do this together, then you better make sure my name's on one of the bottles of the wine. So that's a very good idea. I think she was being very smart there, wasn't she? Yeah, no, that wasn't the plan at all. In fact, she was that scared of having her name on the bottle in case it wasn't that the rosé wasn't that well received by her friends. That really, we almost didn't do it. A lot of her friends are big rosé drinkers, and once again with that, I mean, I'm like you, mate. I'm not a huge rosé fan. I like most varieties, but rosé is not one that I would go to very often. But all the feedback we've had on that particular wine from people that are rosé drinkers has been particularly good. So you can tell by the colour. It's a bit bigger. It's not like a really light rosé. There's a bit more to it, a bit more about it, and that was what we wanted, and that's what we got. So it's been great, yeah. It's interesting when you first met her. She wasn't a cricket fan at all, was she? And she even clapped the wrong batsman coming onto the field, thinking it was you. Is that right? Yeah, my last test. I had my whole family over there in Perth, and it was late in the second inning. One day 4 it must have been. We were batting, and we lost a wicket late. 10, 15, 20 minutes to go in the day. I was padded up, ready to go in, as was Nathan Lyon as a night watchman, and Michael Clark pushed Nathan Lyon out the door, and as he's walking onto the ground, Rihanna stood up and clapped him onto the ground, thinking it was me. So, no, she wasn't a cricket fan, and to be honest,
she's a lot more of a cricket fan now since I've retired. But I'm in this coaching role with the Delhi Capitals and the IPL, and my kids just absolutely fallen in love with the Delhi Capitals and the IPL. They've adopted that team as their own. They love everything about it. So Rihanna's a lot more involved in the game now than ever before. I mean, the other story with her is when I retired, like the day after I retired, we're sitting back at home on the couch, and all the news reports are happening, and my career is sort of flashing up on the sports part of the news, and it's Ricky Ponting retires after 13,378 test runs, and she stops and she says, "Did you get 13,000 test runs?" And I'm like, "Yeah." She said, you were actually pretty good at that game, weren't you?" And then it flashes up again. He's distinguished one-day international career. 375 games, 13,000. And she said, "Did you get 13,000 one-day international runs as well?" So it wasn't until until I retired that she actually had any idea what I was doing at all.
But does it? I mean, I wonder whether. I mean, we often see commentators, especially and writers, will talk about a guy who's been around the cricket scene for a while, and then suddenly say, well, they got married and they've matured, and suddenly they're a different guy, or woman if it was the other way around. How important is it for an international cricketer to have a stable home life and a supportive family?
Oh, look, well, I only know one way. I only know that way. Yeah. I don't know what it would be like without that. I mean, it's a really strange life that you live and you lead as an international cricketer. You literally spend 10 or 11 months of every year out of your own home. That's the thing about cricket that's different than most other sports. I mean, you even think about the Australian summer. So if you live I live in Melbourne. If you live in Melbourne, the Australian summer starts in November, finishes in the end of February. If you live in Melbourne, you only play one game there for the summer. So you play the Boxing Day Test and maybe one day.
Yeah.
So the other 3 months you're actually somewhere else in Australia. You're not staying in your own home, and that's when you're in Australia. Let alone when you're away. And I guess it's actually probably getting worse now, to be honest. With more and more domestic T20 comps popping up all over the world, the players are spending less and less time at home. They're making a lot more money, but they're travelling a lot more and away from their family. But it's So when I was captain of the team, I basically demanded that wives and families were able to travel to any game that they wanted to.
Right.
And the one thing I loved seeing at the end of the Test match in Birmingham was the first thing I saw when I looked up at the change rooms. The families were in there 5 minutes after the game, and it was great to see.
Brilliant. We're going to move on to the Tasmanian Chardonnay. Let me find this on the floor beside me, and Tony's going to question you about this one.
Well, and the cricket as well.
Is that the one you've been drinking? You've been drinking that Chardonnay? I've noticed.
No, we didn't. We haven't had a chance to try this because it wasn't originally up, was it? Oh, you have.
Yeah,
tried
no,
it.
I've had some. I've had some.
All right.
It's full of citrus and stony fruits. And obviously, it's Tamar Valley, right? Am I right? It's a Tamar Valley Chardonnay.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So we're sourcing grapes from all over the state at the moment, actually. So that particular wine there was all from the northern part of the state, from the Tamar Valley. But the thing about Tasmania, with how premium the wine and the grapes are down there, it's getting harder and harder for us to get the volume that we want. So we're sort of having to pick up little parcels from lots of different growers now to get the amount that we need. Yeah.
Well, it's the 140 Tasmanian Chardonnay, and I know our focus is probably very much on the Ashes at the moment, but 140, of course, was your 2003 World Cup final score at the Wanderers versus India. Got that at a very decent strike rate as well. So tell us a little bit more as to why you've chosen this particular Tasmanian Chardonnay to celebrate that particular milestone.
Well, it was probably more why I chose that particular number for that particular wine rather than the other way around. It was, once again, the Tasmanian wines that we've got, that Chardonnay and another the 257 Pinot that sits in that milestone range. So and it sort of has to the quality of wine coming out of Tasmania now is just unbelievably good. The volumes, as I said, are really low, so therefore the price is always going to be a little bit higher. But this particular Chardonnay, I talk about the milestones and more special moments and cricketing moments in my life, and it's hard to go past the first Ashes 100, and it's hard to go past the 140 in that World Cup final. That was my first World Cup as captain. I'd only been captain for about 6 months actually before that World Cup started. Warnie God bless him, missed that World Cup because of a failed drug test. Jason Gillespie played one game, was ruled out of the tournament with a heel injury, Achilles injury. So straight away then, the two of the bigger trump cards I thought I had and points of difference I had going into the tournament were gone, and we had to rely on, Andy Bickle and Andrew Simons came into the side, and we know what Andrew Simons did first game against Pakistan, played one of the all-time great one-day international innings. So it's not. Whenever I think about that 140, it's not just necessarily what I did in that final. It was that entire World Cup that we went through the World Cup undefeated. We got 360 in the.
Well, welcome back. We're just about to resume on day 4 of the test, and we have a special guest, back by popular demand, taking his rightful place in the ball-by-ball chair. It's none other than Manny Cohen.
Well, good afternoon all, and lovely to be back after quite a break.
Quite a break, yeah.
Indeed. And
can you remember the last game you did?
Well, I definitely was in for the 2018 India series.
Right.
2019 Ashes, perhaps.
I don't think I did the 2019. Anyway, I break off Anderson in bowls, and it's played square into the offside, and there is no run, just one slip, and that probably indicates the docile nature of the pitch. Well, I suppose that's one slip more than Australia had for most of our innings, it must be said. But pitches, they've been odd this year, haven't they? Apart from, I suppose, Old Trafford, which I thought looked from afar like the best pitch there was. I mean, and Headingley.
Headingley was quite decent. Yeah,
but the others were
docile and
they
dead.
were
dead, benign, all those words.
Slightly wider on the crease, and Khawaja plays a little push drive to a shortish mid-off position, and Stokes is very much. I mean, these are the sort of fields you'd quite often see in the subcontinent when the ball's gone soft and ball's not going to carry through to the slips of the gully, so catches in front of the bat, and that's where he thinks he might get a wicket, and he may very well be right.
Yeah, well, we've got this reverse umbrella field, haven't we, with all the people in front of the wicket.
Anderson in bowls, and Khawaja eases forward, plays square into the offside, and there is no run. Oh, with this, has Moeen... I've missed the entire morning session, domestic chores, I'm afraid, got in the way. Has Moeen Ali been on the field all the time?
Yes.
He has.
Yes.
And does he look fit?
Well,
he's bowled. He got one to turn. He beat Khawaja with a good one. But otherwise, I mean, there's been a mixture, hasn't it? It's been a mixed bag of...
Well, that's his bowling.
I suppose it is, yeah.
To be fair, he always has been.
It just seems to be a little bit worse. When he does bowl a bad ball these days, it seems to be a worse ball than it used to be.
And he's bowled a bit within himself because he doesn't really want to put the full energy into his action, I think.
Yeah.
He must be on painkillers, presumably.
You'd have hoped so. Anderson in bowls, fuller ball, and it's stroked into the offside for a single. Stokes has his hands on his head. I'm not quite sure why. There was always a comfortable single there, unless they hesitated. They didn't, and but just seeing he has got lovely timing, Khawaja.
Yes.
And just has he got that effortless ease, and just opens the bat face just to engineer the ball into a gap. Stokes enjoyed that. He thought that was a quarter of a chance. Why is Woody off the field?
Well, he hasn't been off the field, but I mean, he hasn't bowled in the first 24 overs of the morning.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Anderson in bowls, very full and squeeze driven square into the offside by the ghastly Warner, and there is no run.
Well, I suppose one thing that will please you, Manny, is that this is probably the last you'll see of David Warner.
It most certainly is, and I'm sure there was much chat on the here about the goings on at Lord's on the Sunday. I should just like to point out that
it was nothing to do with you.
No, it wasn't even a case of mistaken identity. I wasn't there. A mate of mine did send me footage of what happened in there.
Right.
Yes, he did.
Tell us some more.
I will. Anderson in bowls, full, and driven by Warner. But one of the many covers fields, and there is no run. But I guess there was a lot of chatter about that, and I don't know what the view from here was about the whole incident.
It's difficult to say. I think we were all a little bit cross about what had happened. Well, some of us were. I felt that he'd put his bat back down in. He'd kind of checked around a little bit. You can argue that Carey just was letting it go anyway because he'd seen him do it before, but I think it was a little bit harsh. So I'm not surprised there were a few words said. I mean, it's just the outrage that it was MCC members getting a little bit irate.
Well, yeah, I mean, very interesting. Immediately after that, I mean, that evening, all the members, including me, got a letter from the headmaster.
Oh,
yes. Disgraceful.
Not the attitude we expect from members of the MCC in the long room.
Well, I emailed him back because there were various issues that I thought were just wrong about the whole thing. We've got Root bowling round the wicket to Khawaja, who plays off his back foot. He wants a single. It's not there. Root quickly towards mid-wicket to do the fielding, and there is no run. I mean, there were various issues. I mean, one is that, I mean, as I pointed out to what's his name, Mr. Lavender, who is the current headmaster, is that if you pay for your ticket or you pay your sub as a member, that gives you, as far as I'm concerned, a right to voice your opinion. And as long as you voice your opinion, Root in bowls. Played comfortably off the back foot to shortish mid off, and there's no run. And as long as you voice your opinion within reasonable bounds, you don't yell, you don't swear, you don't personally or physically abuse them, I don't see that there's anything wrong in that. Root in bowls, flighted, Khawaja strokes it off his back foot into a big gap square on the offside. He'll pick up a single as the headbanded Broad does the fielding.
Well, the implication was that possibly something racist was said to Usman Khawaja.
Well, when I saw the footage, I think look, you can't hear everything there, Hendo, but clearly as soon as they got into the long room, I don't know why I'm chuckling, but it did make me chuckle. They just got a whole load of grief. Wider on the crease, and he tries to cut and misses, and it's taken by Bairstow, which may surprise some who want pokes there, but he did take it quite neatly, and he cut over underneath the ball, actually. Thought a minute it was slightly too close for him to cut. Floated up and driven off the thick outside edge. Wood, who's now back on the field, having had an additional loo break, fields, and there is no run. Yeah, I mean, if you say, I'll wait till the end of the over for Root to bowl to Warner, who's on 30, Khawaja on 41, and Australia's 77 without loss. One ball to complete 26 overs. Root floats it up. Warner defends comfortably. It's half fielded towards the gully region. There's no run. End of the over, 77 without loss. Yeah, I mean, MCC clearly believe in the spirit of cricket. They have the spirit of cricket Cowdrey lecture every year, and that's front and centre stage. Now, you either believe in the spirit of cricket or you don't, and that's absolutely fine, but clearly they do. And if members also believe in that, I don't see anything wrong with a member going up to Cummings or saying to Cummings as they're walking through, Mr. Cummings, in my view, what you did out there was an absolute disgrace. If he says that, I think that's absolutely fine. Look, if he yells and screams at him, different matter altogether. And if Cummings doesn't like what he hears, tough.
Well, I go back to something I saw this morning, a little report on Wisden, and I thought I caught it last night as a couple of the Australians were going off. I'll come back to that after. We'll get behind on the tweets, but we'll try and catch up.
Yes, okay. Anderson bustles in and bowls, and that kept a little bit low, but Khawaja, who tends to play late and right under his eye line, defends from the crease up to mid-off, and there's no run.
There's some footage of them coming up in the Bedser stand, and apparently one English supporter shouts, "Boring!" at them, which is a reasonable comment, and Khawaja and Labuschagne kind of got involved in that. Now, I thought that Australians were a bit tougher than that, to be honest, to react to something like that.
Well, I mean, I did put out Anderson in bowls, and Khawaja gets rather tangled up here. He's trying to clip that off his hip. The ball just dribbled down onto his thigh pad, and for a moment he didn't quite know where it was, and he turned around just to make sure it wasn't going to dribble onto his stumps, but it didn't, and there is no run.
Well, if they get annoyed about that, then they might just getting a bit of the medicine that given to England on tour in Australia by Bay 13 for about the last 50 years.
Well, not just that. I imagine, there are always people shouting things out at cricket
of course
matches,
there
aren't
are.
there,
I mean, Anderson in bowls, Khawaja leaves outside off stump. And I mean, I was there on Thursday and Friday at the Lord's Test, not in the pub round the corner, in the tavern, and I can assure you, Endo, there were quite a number of very near the knuckle remarks made to many of the fielders who were on the boundary edge, because that's where Cummings stationed most of his fielders.
Well, that's true, yeah.
The proximity to the crowd.
The thing is, Australia's got a proud history of barracking.
Yeah, well, indeed, and you know, for them to be uber sensitive, like Anderson in bowls, it's stroked neatly by Khawaja, and he beats 1 and 2 fielders, threads it through. He's going to come back for a couple as it evades the 2 mid-offs. He stroked that nicely. He moves on to 43 from 94, and Australia continue their fairly untroubled progress.
We've had a what's it called, a super chat? Is it super chat? Yes.
Super chat, yeah.
People on YouTube can give us money, and they will get a special, as you can see there, Manny. See, disinterested hand jobber says, "Oh my God, hearken to this voice from the past," and he sent us $2 Australian for the privilege.
Oh, thank you so much. Anderson wider on the crease, and that's straight by Khawaja, but to cover, and there is no run. It's a very offside set field. It's almost like he's got like a football formation. It's
with a sweeper.
Yeah, exactly. A sort of 3-3-1 he's got on the offside, which gives you an indication of the docile nature of the pitch, and the fact that Anderson is going to bowl to basically off stump and outside, and try and bore Khawaja out, get him to make a mistake. Elbows jutting, he's in, he bowls, and Khawaja strokes the ball again straight to cover, and again there is no run.
Should we do some tweets?
We shall. Dave Wood says, "Money! All hail the return of the king." Message S says, "The last of Warner in the Ashes, Hendo, but he'll still be there to haunt you in the World Cup in India."
Oh, yeah, didn't think of that.
And Pirate Bradshaw talking about the Carey stumping
incident.
Says it all happened in the space of 2 seconds, and he doesn't agree with you, Manny. He says, "If any of you really think Carey was in the wrong, you're out of your minds."
No, I'm not saying whether he was in the right or the wrong. That's a different point. It's not whether it's right or wrong. It's that I'm saying that if you believe in the spirit of cricket, and I mean Stokes said afterwards that I wouldn't want to win like that. So if England had done it to Australia, one would have hoped Root in bowls, dug out by Warner into a big gap on the side, and he will jog through for a single 80 without loss. The point is this: if you either believe in the spirit of cricket or you don't. If Australia don't, fair enough, and they're perfectly in their rights not to call Bairstow back. But then, surely you have a right as a paying punter to say your piece and voice your opinion, as long as it's done within the parameters that I've laid out. Too short from Root, and it's stroked off his back foot for a comfortable single to the retiring Broad on the deep backward square offside boundary. For
I think Broad said it best, actually, when he said to Carey, "That's all that we've remembered for."
Well, yeah, but they may or they may not. I mean, but why shouldn't people be able to voice their opinion?
I mean, that's the.
I don't understand that. Down the wicket comes Warner initially, and then decides to retreat. That was tossed up, nicely bowled by Root. A little bit of flight, a little bit of width, trying to tempt Warner down the track, and he was tempted just for a nanosecond, but made his way back to his ground. But he did think of something quite violent there for a moment.
He did, didn't he?
Yes, he did. I think he thought that was going to go quite a long way.
When he saw his career in England completely going before his eyes.
Root in bowls, another flighted delivery, which you can see Warner's. He let it go, but he really does want to larr at that. Go on, toss it up again, Rooty.
Yeah, this is quite fun. Root's turned into a... Well, I don't think he's turned into... I think he's always been quite a clever bowler.
Root in bowls, and that's slightly quicker, straighter delivery, and Warner eases into a forward defensive shot, and there is no run. I agree. I mean, he's better than just an occasional bowler, isn't he, Hendo? I mean, he's got a little bit of variety. He turns the ball.
He's got a very nice swinging arm ball that we saw in the last test.
Root bowls a full bunger. Having built him up, well, there we are. He'll pick up a single to Captain Stokes, who's 3/4 of the way back to a long off, and Warner will pick up a 1 and will retain the strike. Any more?
Yep, Standard Statistician says, "Here's a statistical summary up to and including the first innings. England have scored 2,684 runs for 75 wickets at 36 runs a wicket, and Australia have scored 2,676 runs at 83 wickets at 32 runs a wicket. Statistically, England has been the 10% better team, but sadly there's no urn for the moral ashes.
But isn't that true of any sport, that it's actually about the key moments, isn't it? I mean,
I think that's right. And I think the discussion...
Unless it's an American sport, of course, where it's just a numbers game.
Well, who cares about American sports? Not I. But I think that is right. The key moments haven't been won, or not enough of them won by England. Anderson in bowls, and ball that's angled in towards Warner, and he plays defensively square into the offside, and there is no run. I thought the best comment made about the whole series was by McCullum, and he said that you don't know whether, given that England are trying to play a different brand of Test cricket, blah 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 blah, he said you don't know where the line is until you go beyond the line. And I think that is, I totally understand what he's saying. And did England go beyond the line a couple of times in this Test series, particularly at Lord's, and to a lesser extent at Edgbaston? Yes, Anderson in bowls, dab square into the offside, and there is no run. And those they may live to regret. I mean, I was there on the Thursday. There were, whatever it was, 190 for one. Lyon had gone in the fetlock. I mean, he's the controlling influence for Australia in the field, because he can tie up one end, go at 2.5 and over, let the seamers rotate from the other end, and even the captains as poor as Cummings can keep control that way. The minute he didn't, and then they went short. I mean, I'll break off as Anderson in bowls, and Warner comes studiously forward and plays it square into the offside, no run. And had England just said, right, okay, we're just going to duck this for 15, 16 overs. I mean, that was the last card Cummings had in his pack. You do that for 15, 16 overs. All your bowlers are knackered. Then what do you do?
Well, I think that perhaps cricketers have lost the ability, batters have lost the ability.
Hang on, we're not the BBC. You can say batsman.
I'll say whatever I like, but I'll say both. I'll say all. They've lost the ability to defend against short bowling.
Anderson in bowls, and Warner dabs it towards where Gully would have been, but there isn't one, and there is no run. Yeah, well, I think in certain instances that they definitely they just became giddy, gung ho, tried to take it on, but with the field back, whatever else. So the percentages weren't in their favour, and I just think that they got overexcited. I mean, I love what they're trying to do, and to be fair, I mean, it's been largely successful. But you go back to when Key appointed McCullum, he said, well, buckle up, it could be a bumpy ride. Warner comes down the track to Anderson and strokes the ball to mid-off, and there is no run.
Well, I mean, yes. I'm a sort of reluctant convert to Bazball, and I sort of still have reservations about it. And I think that the thing of going beyond the line kind of reared its head a little bit last night, when, having got themselves into a really strong position.
Agreed.
And put, potentially there was 440 to be put on the board.
And more, I thought.
And then they lose 4 wickets for 19, playing really fairly daft shots.
Yep, no, I don't disagree with that at all. I thought they should have been trying to bat till at least an hour into today's play, at least. He's in, he bowls, and Warner has guided that away down to the third man boundary for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah. And I think if England, I mean, I can see Australia winning this because they've got a lot of time. They're determined to throw back in England's faces this notion of the moral ashes, and so a 3-1 win would be, an emphatic response to that.
It would, but I'm a convert to Bazball, not least because, I mean, you only have to go back to the previous generation, Root in bowls, and Khawaja clips this off his toes to backward square leg, and there is no run. And the previous administration, where you got Smashy Miles Silverwood and Root, who basically was something of a reluctant captain, I mean, then you get rid of them and you put men in charge like Stokes, McCullum and Key, and it made a hell of a difference. Khawaja plays French cricket to that quite well. I watched it closely and just dabbed it out on the offside, but this pitch is absolutely dead. Still no Wood. He might be the point of difference. He's on the field, and I guess he can bowl. He hasn't been off for that long, has he?
Not that we've been aware of.
Root in again, and again Khawaja plays French cricket and just blocks the ball straight back to Root, and there is no run.
I suppose if you talk about going back to the behaviour of the long room, or I mean, even to suggest it's the whole of the long room is unfair.
Yes, yeah, I think that is unfair. Root in bowls, and it's defended by Khawaja again from the crease, and there is no run. No, I mean there were quite a number who were well, they're clearly booing, and as they walked through the long room, Root in bowls and Khawaja pulls. It was just about short enough to pull. He will pick up a single as the ball dribbles out to deep mid-wicket, where Brook fields 87 without loss.
Well, sure, it's disrespectful and lacking decorum. Those blessed to frequent the long room should have better manners. But
if you do, I'm, by all means, throw the book at them if they yelled, screamed, personal abuse or whatever. Absolutely, I've got absolutely no issue with that. Ball outside off stump. Warner plays no shot, and Bairstow sort of parries the ball as is his way. 87 without loss, we've had 30 gone. That's not the... by all means, I totally get that. If they've been abusive to them, chuck the book at them. But to have a view and you voice your opinion, what is wrong with that? I mean, as I wrote to the headmaster... email back to the headmaster, I said, what are you allowed to do? And total silence, are you allowed to do that? Are you allowed to turn your back on them? Are you allowed to slow hand clap them? Are you allowed to blow raspberries at them? You tell me, what are you? I mean, I don't, for example, I was there when Smith got his 100. Now, ever since Sandpaper Gate, I have never applauded Smith when he got to a 50 or 100. I don't boo because I think that's somewhat childish, but nor do I object to other people who do boo. But I don't. I mean, so are you going to turf members out who don't applaud when they get 50 or 100? Because otherwise I might as well send my membership straight back now, because I haven't applauded him for, well, ever since that. Anderson in bowls a ball that sort of keeps a little bit low, and Khawaja plays it watchfully square into the offside, no run.
Tico Bruno says there's only one urn. The moral ashes will be a box of Kleenex tissues. And Justin Larkin says, long room is a unique and privileged experience. As a Victorian, I'm more than happy to invite Bay 13 into close proximity to the English team as they enter the rooms. Yeah, well, there you go.
Oh, yeah, fine. I'd love to see that. Anderson in bowls, clipped off his hip by Khawaja. He'll pick up just a single out to deep square leg. I think that's Wokes who fields. Yes, it is. And one to the total 88 without loss.
If you go back, I'll come to you in a minute. If you go back to 94, 95 when I first followed an Ashes series, and I was standing at the back of Bay 13, and they were just hurling golf balls onto the pitch, onto the outfield at the English fielders. I mean, okay, you're going back a long way, and you may say things have changed since then, and possibly they have. I said certainly security at grounds is much stronger, isn't it?
Yeah.
But so.
But I think there's so much hypocrisy as well that goes on. I'll break off as Anderson in bowls, and Warner struck on the thigh pad as he tries to nudge it down towards Vine Lake, and there is no run. I mean, if you believe in the spirit of cricket and all that, blah, 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 blah. I noticed when I went to Lords that on one of the days I was there, a certain Mervyn Hughes was ringing the bell. And I thought to myself, well, isn't this deeply ironic? A man who epitomised the total lack of the spirit of cricket throughout his entire playing career by sledging in the most unholy language. Anderson bowls, and Warner goes up and over and towards long off. 1, 2, 3 bounces for one of these.
I don't think it's as clear cut as that, because I do tend to believe a little bit in the spirit of cricket, but I'm sure that I've fallen short in my own playing days. So there are times when I didn't walk.
Yeah, but look, Hendo, we've all done that, and sometimes in the heat of the moment, you get things wrong. And look, I'm largely with Atherton on this. Anderson in bowls, and Warner covers up in defence, and there is no run. It remains 92 without loss. But my point is that if you, as a club, believe in the spirit of cricket, and MCC do, why are you asking back to ring the bell, which it should be a privilege or something, whatever you think, if you think it is a privilege to ring the bell and make a big fuss of them, somebody who epitomises everything that is the total antithesis of the spirit of cricket, just because he's fat and old now. My word, he's bowled him a beamer where it slipped out of his hands, and he's managed to get that down to fine-ish third man for 4. Are they runs or were they leg buys?
I think they came off the bat, didn't it?
I think it's off the bat. I think you must be given.
But it must be a no ball.
Ball and a warning.
I'm sure that both of those will happen.
But Warner is grinning all over his face.
It is 4. Yeah, because he's still alive. I think he's.
He actually played that incredibly well.
He did. One can only assume it slipped, and it's gone at him at chest height. And he was initially coming forward, and then he threw his hands up and got it off a bit of glove and possibly bat down to third man, and I think there was an apology from Anderson, rightly so. 97 without loss. Anderson in bowls. Warner clips it into the onside. There was a bit of hesitation. They eventually go through for a single at the end of the over. 31 overs gone, 98 without loss.
Manny, as ever,
causing controversy.
He's causing a lot of different and disparate views to be called up. Firstly, our own Nestle boy says, "Bloody hell, it's Manny!" And then we have Jay Grover saying, "Mint, Manny! What's with the new slimline gorillas? I'm not sure I approve." There are slimline gorillas, but not many here today.
I think it's nice, though. You were talking about just because Merv Hughes is old and fat. I think people should be nice to old fat people. I say that as an old fat person.
I've got no problem with that at all, Hendo. I just think it's highly hypocritical.
It's not about his fatness. It's about his
his obscene behaviour on the pitch.
I don't think it's not actually that much different from the way the BBC loves and lauds John McEnroe these days.
Root in to start a new over. They're going to pick up a comfortable single as he dabs the ball out into the vacant mid-wicket region, 99 without loss. And I bring you news that the horse that is Wood is revving up, and it looks as though he might be having his first bowl today, which is... Might he have a niggle?
I think he must do.
Because otherwise you'd have gone to him before now, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I mean, you've had 31.1 overs, the opposite position 99 without loss. He is the point of difference, certainly in the seam bowling attack. Root in bowls, and it's blocked by Khawaja back towards the bowler, intercepted by the shortish middle, and there is no run.
Yeah, lots of opinions coming through on YouTube as well, mainly disagreeing with Manny.
Excellent. Root in bowls, wide on the crease, and Khawaja plays French cricket again and blocks it into the offside, no run.
Will Shaw says, "Lol," at comparisons between Bay 13 and the law room. Yeah, no, that is quite a nice juxtaposition, isn't it?
I'd like to introduce one to the other.
Almost like Colin Cowdrey versus Jeff Thompson.
Yeah. Root in bowls, and that did turn but out of the footmarks wide of off stump. Quite well taken by Bairstow, high above his shoulder, because that turned and bounced, but from wide of off stump on about a 5th or 6th stump line, Khawaja could leave it with some security. Slip in place as Root bowls, and Khawaja easily blocks that. Just needs to drag his length back maybe a foot from that to make it more difficult for him to play the forward defensive shot. He might then find the edge, but would it then carry to first slip? First slip is drawn too short and guided away by Khawaja, but to short third man. I think that's Wood who does the fielding, and there's no run. Rather missed out there. And we do bring you news. Do we have a jingle for this, man?
Certainly do. I'll do it right now.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy. Of course. Except for just one thing. What? He thinks that he's a horse. Right. What?
It is.
some tweets.
Yep. Leah says, I think the Blowers impersonator needs to work on his act. I'll give you an answer. It's not an impersonation.
It's all him. Go on.
Ross McD says, referring to the current discussion, Aussies complaining about hostile crowds is the height of hypocrisy.
Well, it is a little odd, isn't it? It must be said. And I just don't get this concept of why professional sportsmen should be allowed to live in this hermetically sealed bubble.
I do like this. Dave Wood says, I think it was Howard Wilkinson who said, if you go to watch Sinatra and he doesn't sing the songs you want, you don't tell him what he should sing, you just don't clap.
Yep.
I mean, that's a viewpoint, and it's one that I adopt when Smith gets runs. It'll be Warner to face Wood, and he clips his first ball off his hip out to deep backward square leg for a single.
87.
Yeah, it's 87 miles an hour, but I mean that is his first ball, and 100 up for Australia, 100 without loss, 32.1 overs gone.
It's a long way to go. I was being mocked on Twitter, on YouTube yesterday for suggesting that England were giving their wickets away last night. I just think it's different. You've got a docile pitch. You've got 2 days to bat. It's completely different from what you've had in the past. And when you look at the past and say 26 matches have gone by without anyone chasing 300 down to win at the Oval, it doesn't mean it can't happen.
Without question, and particularly with modern attitudes, Wood around the wicket bowls, and that's got the thick outside edge from Khawaja, but he plays it late, and he plays it into a gap, and he plays it down to third man for one of these. And Khawaja gets to 50 off 110.
Another good knock from him. He's really been fantastic for Australia. In
an old-fashioned type of opener's way.
Indeed.
Yeah.
You know you lift me with your 50.
What he does do well is he does play late, as we see the ghastly Labuschagne applauded by hitting the window with his one hand. Next ball's just back of a length and defended by Khawaja, and there's no run.
It's quite interesting, isn't it? I mean, how two guys who were not exactly written off, but Crawley and Khawaja from either side before the series have actually come as good as anyone, really.
Yeah, they have, and I'm delighted that England have continued picking Crawley, because there were a lot of naysayers.
And you're a Kent man, of course.
Well, no, I'm not really. I'm not. I mean, I've just was many moons ago. I was I was at university. I'm not sure I did much study there. And in bowls a bouncer, and Khawaja ducks underneath it comfortably, and there is no run. But in the absence of a Gooch or a Boycott or a Cook, I mean, who else? I mean, what he does bring you, Crawley, is he brings you an ability to score and score quickly. Is he fallible? Yeah, of course he is, as his average would tell you. But he can change a game.
I was a big fan of him at the outset, when some people weren't, and then I gradually sort of got drawn into this sort of critical side, because he was doing the same thing over and over again. Wood
in bowls full, and Khawaja defends watchfully, and there is no run. That was 88 mph, so maybe he's just cranking up just a little bit. He's certainly got the ability, as we know, to be the quickest bowler on either side. He's bowled, I think he's hit 95, 96 in this series on occasions.
I suppose if he is carrying the tiniest niggle, you don't want him to bowl the 95 mile an hour ball first ball, do you?
But he often bowls his fastest balls in the third or fourth over of his 4 over spell.
Yeah, you wanted to build up a little bit, don't you?
Yeah, particularly because, I mean, he's not in the first flush of youth anymore as well, is he? He's in and he bowls, and Khawaja defends, hopping into a backward defensive shot. It's the end of Mark Wood's first over. It's 104 without loss.
Now we should be having a change. We should be having Messi Jez should be coming along. Sorry, Manny should be going to summarising, and Forthy should be here. Is Forthy there? Yes, they are arriving. So I'll stay here and I'll do some jingles. But if you could sort out the camera for us, Jason, and Manny will. No, you can stay there, but you're fine. But we'll be doing summary. Forthy, over to you.
Thank you. So we've sort of constructed a 5-man attack here, but there's only 4 men behind the microphone. Well, it's actually 3 men behind the microphone. So, hello, Manny. I'm not sure we've been on together before.
I'm sure we haven't. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. It's Joe Root in for the start of his 8th over. He's getting through a lot of work here. Goes wide of the crease, and that's left well alone by David Warner. Things beginning to look just a touch ominous for England here.
Possibly so, but it'll.
And that one, Warner comes down the wickets with attacking intent, manages to get it past that short man on the offside, and they come through for a single. He moves on to 48.
I think that more pressure could have been applied had England. I'm with Hendo on this. I thought they frittered away some wickets unnecessarily late yesterday.
Root in again, throws that one up, and that's gone through everyone, and that's another poor piece of glovemanship from Johnny Bairstow, I'm afraid. It's gone straight through his legs, and that will be, I assume it's going to be 4 byes.
He's given it his runs, I think.
He's given it his runs, that's peculiar. Let's have a look at this one again.
No,
surely not. That just went straight through everything. The bat hit the ground.
It certainly
did. I was
did.
confused by that. But Khawaja, now on 54, does his sort of one-legged defensive shot that's stood him in such good stead throughout the series, dot ball. And that stayed very low, that one, which is some defence for Bairstow. Root in again, he gets through his overs very rapidly, gets a nice bit of shape and turn on that one, but Khawaja sees it all the way and leaves it well alone. It started out quite wide of off stump. Last ball of Root's over. And on this occasion, goes a little wider of the crease as the ball that keeps coming into him, but Khawaja seeing it like a football at the moment. Plays it down to the man at point. He keeps the strike. He's on to 55, and at the end of the 34th, Australia are 110 without lost. Messi.
Pirate Badger says, give it a rest. If England believed in the nebulous spirit of cricket, you'd have all been rushing to hand the World Cup to New Zealand after that Ben Stokes incident.
No.
Warren says, has Wood decided not to bowl in respect of Broad's retirement? Well, he is now. These two now beat Kadich and Watson's record for the highest opening partnership by Australia in a 4th innings at the Oval. Mike Taylor, he also says...
Just break off for a moment there, Messi, as Wood comes in again, fires it in, but straight onto Khawaja's hips, and he just flicks them off and comes through for a single. And then move on to 111. So Nelson, whether that's going to apply here, I'm not sure.
So we have a weather warning too. Mike says that the Met Office radar says it's going to be apocalyptic from 2:30 on. Well, sorry.
Okay.
Woeful, he says. There is certainly a good deal of rain coming. Grubby says if the MCC banned any fast bowler who used a bit of language on the pitch, none of them would ever be allowed in.
Well, that's absolutely the case. We don't want to emasculate the game, do we? Mark Wood at the start of his run-up, and defended by David Warner. Can't find the gap. So Khawaja and Crawley have drawn level on runs for the series. Looks like Khawaja is going to take it as the leading run scorer. Do you think that's a justifiable reflection of his performance, Manny, during the series?
Yeah, I mean, he's when you consider in previous Ashes series over here, he struggled, and he's clearly a better player now than he was 4-6 years ago. And I think he's learned from his experiences. He plays the ball very late, and he's an old-fashioned type opener, isn't he?
He is indeed. The benefit of experience, as is shown by this other man at the crease at the moment, David Warner, using all his experience in various ways. He defends that one off the back foot, just goes down to Stuart Broad, dot ball. And do you, so Manny, if David Warner gets a 50 or 100, do you likewise not applaud him either?
Correct, I don't. But I'm awaiting my email from the headmaster. I may be being turfed out of the club by not applauding. I
There's no compulsion. When you go through the turnstiles in the morning, it doesn't say you must applaud at these particular junctures of play.
Well, who knows?
You want.
Who knows in current society? Maybe you have to.
I think the headmaster said you can't go up to his face and call him a cheat.
Wood in again, round the wickets. Digs it in. Oh, it's gone high up in the air, but he's managed to get... Oh, that's a nice bit of fielding there. Superb. It looked like for all money it was going to go for 4, but Harry Brooks executed an excellent stop on the boundary. They'll have a look at it again. The crowd are exceptionally impressed by that. So he's stopped the 4, but Warner's got the 2, which takes him through for 50. And he's sitting on his hands, but that's David Warner's 36th Test 50 in the 109 matches. And he's doing a great job along with Khawaja for his country here.
Don't stop just cause you got to 50. Don't stop, treat it as a start. You can use this to get a better score. The first 50's done, the first 50's done. Ooh,
I think that's probably the end of the jingle. Oh, no. Now it is. And next ball just played by David Warner into the onside dot ball. So this is going to be the last ball of Wood's over.
I quite like this from Wood because it's different. I mean, he's quite happy to... He's clearly the quickest bowler England have got, and he's quite happy to dig a few in short to try and ruffle them up and try something different.
Why do we think we had to wait till Australia scored 85 for his debut in this innings?
I don't know. I didn't see a ball bowled in the morning session, so can't comment. Hendo?
Well, Mark Butcher was postulating that he was waiting till the ball was reversed.
Yeah, I thought I heard that at lunch as well, yeah.
Okay, that's an interesting one. I don't think there's been a lot of reverse swing in this match. That is, he's certainly not getting any there. That goes straight through, guided down to the man at point. No run from Warner. Khawaja will be on strike. Australia 113 without loss at the end of the 35th. Messi.
Yeah, I think there's been very little...
Bot says,
Sorry.
The Pawn Bot says, MCC standing for many a complete Bradman. Muttley Von Erich says, nobody likes that guy who drunkenly shouts at the band what songs to play. Nobody. Warren says, Wood has a damaged right foreleg. And Leanne Canson, adopted Sandgrover, says, as I am both new to cricket and neither English nor Aussie, I'm probably as close to neutral as anyone listening. And I can tell you fairly objectively that any yammering from either side about the spirit of cricket seems totally disingenuous. I like that comment.
Nice summary. Joe Root, he's drifted onto leg stump. Big swish of the bat there from Khawaja, but the ball just trickles behind him, no run.
You can only assume that Moeen Ali must be suffering a bit because if Root is getting this extended spell, he is England's second spinner. So
well, they're really hobbling to the finish line in this series, aren't they? Here.
Well, it's because not least because of the ridiculous timetable.
Yeah, exactly. Moeen Ali can't bowl. Mark Wood looks like he's got a niggle. We've got a Joe Root, who's very much a sort of an occasional plus bowler, is into his 9th over now, I believe. Comes around the wickets, plonks it down. I mean, he's not a bad bowler, you know, Jerry. He does, of course, that's a dot ball. He does bowl the occasional 4 ball, but yeah, most spinners do. And it's jolly lucky, actually, for England that they have got Joe Root to call on. He's more than a decent spin bowler. Goes wider on the crease. Oh, and that one's been cut away very nicely by Khawaja, wide of the man at gully for one of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
So here's a question for you and Manny. At what stage does Ben Stokes get to the stage of saying, bugger it, I don't care if my leg falls off, I'm going to bowl after all?
Well, it's only, there's still 270 away.
Yeah.
So there's a little way to go yet. That's but a little short from Root, and Khawaja cuts it out into the offside, and they come through for a single. So I think not yet is the short answer.
I think a year ago he might well have been into the attack already. I think it's like any injury like that. I think it's getting progressively worse. and that is evident by the fact that he's bowling less and less.
Exactly right. Talk of an operation, because there's quite a long gap after this series before the next one, which is India. Root in again for the 5th ball of the over. Cut in sort of trademark manner by Warner, aggressively down to the boundary for one of these.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Thank you very much. Excellent finger work from Hendo there, actually, on the jingles. I'm getting very beautiful stuff, getting very, very clear signals. Love it. Root putting a lot of purchase on the ball here. He's had a slightly sort of frustrated, slightly stroked, angry look the last couple of tests. And slog sweep from Warner, and he's got hold of it. But not absolutely middled it, but it's gone for another one of these, and this is a counter-attack now.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
That was a poor shot from Warner. He got giddy there, came down the track, didn't get there, and he's just heaved that across the line. He could easily have holed out to mid-wicket. He didn't. But in answer to your question about the reverse swing, I think because this summer's been considerably wetter than last summer, the outfields have been quite lush, haven't they? And I just don't think that's been conducive of getting the ball roughed up on one side.
He's certainly not getting any. At the end of the 36th, Australia 126 for no wicket. How about socials and tweets, Messi?
Raffles the Gentleman Thug says, of course those byes were given as runs. Blind Joel Wilson, the well-known blues singer, was umpire at the time. Neymar Button says it's 6:15 in LA, waking up to this crap. Come on, England. Pirate Badger says, yes, Forthy, none of you believe in the spirit of cricket. It's just a convenient cudgel to be deployed hypocritically to England's advantage. This not coming from Australian, I should add. I don't mind you all being partisan, but I prefer honest partisanship rather than dishonest partisanship. That's the view from Ireland. Eddie X with us. Hello, Adam. Wonderful to hear the dulcet tones of Manny again, although I can't believe he's got Hendo in as a runner on the jingles machine.
I
we
can.
Allowed runners still?
I can.
Well, on the well-known win predictor, England are still holding out there, 50%, Australia on 42%. The draws come up just a touch. That one's hit the shoulder, I think, as he ducks into it, of Khawaja from Mark Woods. He starts his 3rd over. Doesn't look, it can't be too much fun being hit by Mark Wood on the shoulder. And he does look as if he's just taken a few moments to compose himself there.
Didn't get up much, did it?
In fact, he's looking at his helmet. I thought it hit him on the shoulder.
I thought he did hit him on the shoulder as well. Maybe it cannoned off his shoulder onto the lid as well. But he's wisely taking a bit of time to probably get a new lid.
Was I showing? I was a bit alarmed to discover I was showing dishonest partisanship. I think I'd done that. But anyway.
He's actually got hit on the back of the helmet, exactly where Hughes got hit, and one assumes he's got the extra protection there as well.
Yeah, it's a nasty moment, that, isn't it? I think Mark Wood's pretty concerned. Just checking with him.
Do you think Khawaja can actually understand what Mark Wood said? I don't think, unless he came with subtitles, I don't think he's got a clue what he said.
Is his accent that broad?
It's ridiculous, particularly when he gets excited.
I lived up in Geordie land for a year and a half. I absolutely loved it, and they are, please Shay Alert, the most friendly people in the world, but sometimes it can be a little bit tricky to decode.
Anyway, there's a break going on. I'm sure he is getting a new lid.
New lid, everyone's looking at the ball. What a surprise.
Yeah, but I do agree with our contributor who queried Joel Wilson's ability as an umpire. He ain't the best, is he?
Well, he's had 5 overturns this match so far, which is pretty amazing.
Yeah.
5 overturned in this match? Jeez.
I think so. I'll just have a check. DRS. Successful.
You're very quiet, Messi.
Sorry, I moved the mic by mistake. 4 decisions overturned and 4 upheld on umpire's call and 3 unsuccessful. So yeah, it's not a great rate, is it?
No, it isn't. And you wonder why when there seemingly are better there are better umpires out there, and you wonder quite how he keeps his place on the panel, because he's been poor, substandard for a while.
He definitely is. He's got the photos. He has got the photos somewhere.
I mean, he's a running joke, isn't he? You sometimes get this, but presumably when they look at all the stats, they say, "No, you're doing a good job, mate. Carry on."
Maybe he's the world's nicest guy. That's why he keeps his place in the side.
I think he is. I think that is the general verdict.
We've all played with cricketers like that. Oh, he's a good bloke.
Yeah.
Let's pick him.
I think he's a little sensitive about those dark glasses he wears. He claims, yes, indeed, they are light sensitive. Well, they are looking in the big box of balls. They've come up with another one. So I remember this happening 2 or 3 tests ago, and suddenly it was the 3rd test, I think, and Mitch Marsh suddenly started swinging it round hoops with the new ball. So let's see whether that might work the oracle for him.
Yeah, possibly so. Sorry, Hendo.
They're going to replace the ball. There's never been this fox before. This is breaking the force.
I'd quite like the job that David Mills got. I mean, I'm not sure you need to be an ex-first-class cricketer to take out a box of balls, but presumably they're quite well paid, and the rest of the time he sits in the pav, eating and drinking and watching the racing and reading his paper, and occasionally he has to waddle out with a box of balls. I mean, do you need to have played first-class cricket to do that? I'm not sure you do.
Nice work if you can get it. Is he the 4th or the 5th umpire?
He's the reserve umpire.
But surely he's the 4th, because isn't there a 3rd who's doing something else, just waiting there just in case?
A 3rd umpire's doing
the 3rd umpire is the TV umpire.
Yeah, the TV. And Milne presumably is 4th.
Yes.
Well, I was introduced
after the
to the
TV
concept.
umpire.
I was introduced to the concept of the 5th umpire during the last test. I've no idea what he does.
Well, there's also a match referee, of course.
Yeah.
There's also likely to be qualified.
Who's usually related to at least one of the players on the side, if his name's Broad.
How could you suggest that?
Well, I love the fact that that Chris Broad became a match referee, given how he used to behave on a pitch, smashing his stumps down. And
that was in Pakistan that time, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. Well, he also, I'm pretty sure he refused, when he was given out LBW, he refused to go. And Gooch had to walk down the wicket to him and said, no, you've been given out, Broady. Yeah, it's not a debate, mate. You've got to go.
I always think, I mean, sure, if you're in a dressing room with someone like Kevin Peters and you think, oh God, have I got to go on tour for the next 3 or 4 months with this guy? But at least you can go and talk to other guys in the team. Whereas if there's 2 or 3 of the umpires going round from match to match to match, you can't stand the other guy. It must be a pretty awful existence, I should think.
Yeah. Oh dear. A couple of tweets. Mike Taylor says Khawaja has played 1 more innings than Crawley, whose average is 53.33. Usman needs 109 to equal Zach's average. Bagger Can says, no reflection on your excellent commentary, but I'm switching off. I can't bear to hear this entirely predictable Australian walk in the park. Can't see any way back from England. That's a very early dummy spit, I'd say.
Early, considering they still need to score another 260 runs, which is usually regarded as a difficult chase. That one's second ball of Woods over, in case you've forgotten that we're still bowling Woods over. And it's clipped by Khawaja, and they've come through for a rapid 2, and Khawaja moves through to 63.
No, it is. A couple of wickets, it does alter the equation, and maybe starting might be more difficult, particularly if the light's a bit iffy, which, looking out the window, it is.
Well, I suffer Hendo's affliction. I believe if Australia lose 1 wicket, we'll lose 5 for 20. So,
Well, I think that's generic to all supporters of all teams, isn't it? Apart from, unless you're Bear, when he always looks on the bright side. Wood around the wicket again. Ooh, he squares him up a bit there, Khawaja. But he manages to get a thick outside edge past the slips, down for one of these.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Hendo, do you have a view on the field that Stokes has set?
Well,
I believe you do.
Everyone else out there knows that I hate the lack of a third man to pace bowlers. It drives me mad when they get easy runs like that.
That's Hendo's view.
And where's your third man coming from?
Without being able to see the whole field at the moment, it's difficult to say.
Mid-wicket. Okay, so Khawaja holding over his bat. We're still just in the fourth ball of this rather long Wood over. He's coming over the wicket now. And I thought Hendo was about to lose his mind there as it was again guided down into the third man area, but this time it's straight to the man.
Had he only got that a little bit finer, we could have seen an implosion to my right.
A conniption. England still holding out there at 50%, Australia at 42%, which, considering that it would be the highest ever run chase at the Oval, is pretty good going from them.
I'd like to be the guy doing the win biz. He's just making up numbers, isn't it?
The man with the balls, the man making up win biz. These are just jobs for the boys. In comes Mark Wood. Goes a little wider in the crease, digs in the bouncer. Successfully negotiated and ducked under by Khawaja at the end of the 30. Oh,
the ball to go.
There was one ball to go. Trying to rush through these things. It was a dot ball.
Speaking of Hendo losing his mind, the wonderful Jeff Perkins sent us an entire rock opera called South Lundific, the Unmusical, today, which included a track called Hendo is Going Insane, which was actually a really good track.
Happened a long time ago.
Last ball of this rather, well, it's extremely lengthy Mark Wood over. And he squared him up and got a thick outside edge, but it's gone wide of the man down to the third man area, where there is no third man. And they've come through to 2 runs. And at the end of the 37th over, Australia have moved through to 134, Warner on 58, Khawaja on 69, Messi.
I think... sorry, Messi.
Sorry. Leah says, I'm German born and bred, and I don't care about the spirit of the game in this series as long as there is carnage and broken fucking arms. The Pawn Pot says, Hendo fingering a machine, I'm a little envious. Paul Grabby says, go to Gorilla Cricket and get hold of some Ponting wine. I recommend the Mowbray Boy Pinot Noir with a 15% discount. Thank you for that reminder. Matt L says WinViz seems out of kilter with bookie. England 7-4, Australia 13-8 on draw 12-1 from the bookies.
Well, the bookies, yeah, I think that's far more reflective of where it should be. But at least you think with I was going to say Wood bowling, he's not bowling anymore because he's run off to go for a wee. But at least he's making a couple of things happen and finding an edge or two.
Messi, I do think there were a couple of super chats that went through. I don't know if you saw them.
Oh, sorry. No, I didn't. Good call. So we have a super chat from Jahan, who says, Australia batting under lights and cloudy skies as per the standard this series, but the ball hasn't done a lot today. Are England worried or have enough? Thank you for your $5, Jahan.
There might have been one before that as well. I don't know. Did I miss it?
That was from Mog, the $2, when he was inspired by hearing Manny.
Change of bowling.
That's about all I'm worth.
He's on Instagram, and he's a Twitter fan. On the Ashes tour, not Ben Stokes, but he'll have to do.
First ball guided into the covers. I think that's a dot ball there, straight into Jimmy Anderson's capacious hands. Warner remains on 58. Well, Chris Woakes' economy rate is good so far. He's only went for 5 runs in his first 4 overs. And I suppose in traditional style, one might think of beginning to bowl a little dry and waiting for something to happen, perhaps. That's, of course, not traditionally how the Bazball philosophy works. We shall see. Maybe a short barrage soon. In comes Woakes again. That's full, but quite wide, left well alone by Warner. A short pitched barrage, do you think, guys, or not?
Well, if they're going to do that, I mean, surely he's more likely to come from Wood, but I mean, he's bowled his, what, how many has he bowled in this spell? 3?
3, yeah.
And then he's run off, so maybe for some more repairs. I mean, that's your best option, surely, because he's the quickest.
And the only other option they've got really is either Stokes to come on or to a little bit from Broady, I suppose.
Be Harry
They
Brooks,
haven't
I
got
assume.
long till it rains anyhow. It's gonna
You're
piss
probably
down.
right there, yes. Wokes in again, defended off the back foot by Warner, out into the covers, no run.
But
yes, the short barrage has worked twice in this series, once for England and once for Australia, rather bizarrely.
Yeah, rather better for Australia than England, I would argue. But I don't know if you've had a conversation about the sort of future of Test cricket. I break off.
Wokes in again, and that one's pushed well wide of Warner, who leaves it well alone. He's not to be tempted dot ball.
I do think it's a point well made by both Stokes and, to a lesser extent, McCullum, to say, not that they're the saviours of Test cricket, but by playing an attacking brand, they may stave off the death of Test cricket. And because otherwise, I think in a few years' time, it's probably only going to be played by England, Australia, and India, and that's the threat, isn't it, of franchise cricket, I guess.
Yes, well, we may be heading that way anyway. With
we
some
may
sort
be.
of a second tier system. Who knows what that might look like? That one's more on leg stump, and it's flicked off his legs by Warner, down towards long leg, where Harry Brook, with his distinctive gait, comes in, and it's a leg bye.
I mean, if you're a fan of West Indies cricket, I mean, you've been seeing your Test side decimated for the last 10, 15 years, haven't you? I mean, and I mean their displays at home against India have been particularly sad, haven't they?
Very sad. So we've got one ball of our time left together. Woke's last ball, and then I'll be handing over to a new commentary team. I don't know for how long. And I'm looking to Russ in the Mooney Ponds to my right, who'll be picking up the cudgels. But the groundsmen are hovering. There's threat of rain, but we shall see.
Well,
in comes
it's also
Wokes.
drinks break.
Okay. In comes Wokes. That's Fuller, defended by Khawaja. He remains on 69. The score and the 135 of that loss after 38 overs. I shall bid you farewell for now and hand you over to the new team.
Well, while everyone's getting into position, I shall play you a jingle. It's one of the last opportunities we'll get this summer to tell you how you can help us out on Patreon. That secures the longer-term future of Guerrilla Cricket. Just have a listen to this. Alternative cricket commentary, bringing you laughs, bringing you jingles, bringing you joy. We are Gorillas. We need your Patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket.
I'll just do a couple of tweets until you're ready. There is a drinks break. Warren says, "You're right, Pitt." Waiting for Mess's Geordie accent. Neymar Butland says it's the Geordie brogue mixed with nays and winnies that makes it tough. That's Wood's accent. Dave Wood says being the fourth umpire is akin to being third choice keeper in football. Spicy Golden Duck has disappeared on me all of a sudden. Says, I'm afraid the rain has just arrived here in Twickenham. It will probably reach the Oval in about 15 minutes. And that was 7 minutes ago. Yeah, it looks like it's about to piss down. And Neymar Butland says, I'm not a fan of automation taking jobs, but couldn't the balls be brought on by one of those four-wheel robots that delivers your pizza when you are too pissed to get it for yourself? Oh dear. And Matley says, I love a good rock opera. Could I be hooked up with this? Well, we'll see what we can do about getting you into that one. And Leah says, Jimmy needs to bowl more beamers. I want at least one retired dead on the Aussie scorecard. That's a bit harsh, Leah. I'll leave it to you now, Jason. Paul Grubby Howarth is the next one from 2 minutes ago.
Yep,
bye-bye.
Thank you. Well, I don't know how long this session is going to be, so I'll just keep reading some socials for a moment. Grubby says, Stokes for the short stuff, please, by which I don't mean he should go for Duckett. No, Duckett is short stuff, but he's quite broad, but not that broad.
Well, can I intervene, Jason? Because live pictures from SE11 show that the tarpaulin is coming on and the players are going off. It's raining a tiny bit here in Tooting, which is about 5 miles away, but the sky is actually quite bright. I think it's going to be one of those days when we're on and off a little
On-off
bit.
day. Yep. Well.
Yeah.
So
We ought to give
Manny's
the score.
about to go off and walk the dog, and of course he's going to get very wet now whilst he's doing that.
He might, but London can have its microclimate. So many times you go across the Thames, as I used to do, riding a pedal bike, and it would be raining on half of the bridge and not raining on the other half. So things can change. Australia are a 135. That's a Lara score. No, it's a 153 was a Lara score. They are 135.
135 is a Stoke score.
Yeah, 135. Yeah, a Stoke score without loss. So they have 199 to get now, which all of a sudden seems rather more proximate than the 384. No, I've got that wrong, haven't I?
It's 250 something. 250
something. So it's still distant, but more proximate, obviously, than when they started, as England have looked a little bit bland, a little bit ordinary, a little bit toothless as they are reaching the denouement of this compressed 5-test series. Both Australian batsmen have batted very well. They've ridden the emotion of the first hour's play. They've looked comfortable against a ball which is turning out of both the rough and off the pitch. But England need to make something happen. 249 runs away from an Ashes victory in the series, as opposed to a retention. So we'll just cut across to Dame Edna's birthplace in Mooney Ponds for Russell, for any views you have on the match as it stands.
I think you summarised it very well there, Gary. The good thing for Australia is they've been scoring relatively quickly, which obviously is not a thing they managed to do in the first innings. And I think that has kept England on their toes. And England's obviously, if they're 3 bowlers short almost, or at least partially hobbled, it hasn't looked like an attack that's likely to take any breakthroughs anytime soon.
Have you got any explanation for why Australia were so passive in that first innings? I mean, there's a sense in which I think on this side of the globe, we think it was almost a kind of contrariness that just because you score fast, we're going to score slow. But it couldn't have been that. But it just seems so un-Australian. In fact, for 4 days really, I've never seen an Australian side so passive with the bat and so passive with the ball. But the proof of the pudding is in the eating. They're still in with a chance of winning this match and winning the series 3-1, which somehow isn't supported by the narrative as we've had it explained to us over the last few weeks. But, look in the scorebook is what you usually say when presented with alternative facts. And look in the scorebook, 249 needed for a 3-1 series win.
I don't think it succeeded in the first innings. I think it got them into trouble because they got the new ball before they barely got 200 on the thing. In large part, it was the way Labuschagne was playing. I think England bowled quite well. I think they kept them on their toes. It was moving around just enough. Perhaps there's a nervousness. I think they've got in Australia's heads a little bit with the bowling as well. As I said earlier, that Lord's test where they bowled short at them for a long period seemed to break something in the Australian in the way they went about. They weren't quite sure, and they've been hesitant ever since, I think, in some ways.
Yeah. I mean, again, on this side of the globe, it may not be the same on the other side of the globe. The feeling is that a change come over the Australians when there was the controversial stumping of Johnny Bairstow, and that whipped the crowd up, and the Australians went into their shell to a certain extent.
It certainly whipped the crowd up. I think it also whipped up the England players as well. I think they were energised from that point onwards, pretty much, whereas they've been a bit lethargic, having still played well in the first 2 tests, but not quite got the results that their good play might have deserved.
But
Wood made a big difference as well in the third and the fourth test. Yeah. He's looked less penetrative, certainly in this innings.
Well, it's not common that Wood plays 3 tests in a row. I mean, I think we are really stretching his ability to play consecutive tests by making him play a 3rd test in a row. And if it wasn't a match where England could at least draw the series, I don't think you'd have played.
Maybe not. I mean, what surprised me with the Australian approach in this test is that, and anybody who's heard me on Guerrilla Cricket where I was castigating Joe Root's captaincy and the approach under Root, is that I'm all for blocking the good balls, but it irritates me when half volleys are just pushed back to the bowler. And we saw Australia really doing quite a bit of that. Marnus was the main person who one could lay that charge at their door, but Khawaja blocks quite a lot of half volleys as well, and it just seemed un-Australian to me. It seemed a very strange way of going about business, but the proof of the pudding is in the eating. They have 10 wickets to get 249 runs on what is a very placid batting track. I don't know what WinViz says, but I've got Australia about 55-45 favourites now. What would you say, gentlemen?
I don't think it's as high as that, because WinViz has been gradually slowing up, but it seems to follow the on-field events rather than predict them. So I think it's probably around about 40% for Australia and 60% still for England.
WinViz to me might as well roll a roulette wheel for all I care and all the trust I put in it. But it's a conversation starter. What do you guys think? I'd say I've got Australia 55-45 more likely to win from here. I'd be interested in your view, Jason, and your view, Russell.
I'd say 50-50 at this point. And that would be normal, I think, for a chase of around 250. You never quite know what the conditions will be like tomorrow. It might be slightly overcast and perfect conditions for Broad to have one last hurrah. I'm not confident we'll get any more play today, which might also factor into both the time they have to chase it and the way they have to go about it.
Oh, I'm pretty sure we'll get more play today. I am.
Yeah, and I think that
about
session
12,000 miles closer than you are, so it does give me a little bit of an advantage.
I've been looking at the full projection on the rain radar, and there's a lot of green, which is never a good sign.
Yeah,
when it's
it remains to be seen. But Jason, what's your view? I'd be 50-50 if England had a full complement of bowlers, but I think being pretty much short of Moeen and Joe Root's part-time spin inevitably being shown up a little bit, even though he's bowled well in the series. What's your view?
I think it's probably still. It's very dependent. It's going to be a crucial session whenever they do get back onto the pitch, because the conditions will have changed. Australia will have to get back in again. It'll be an opportunity to disrupt their innings and their flow, and England will have to take advantage of that, I think, if they're going to get some momentum back into their side. I agree that Moeen's loss was disappointing. He's not necessarily, given his form of bowling in the series, a deal breaker. I think the loss of Wood potentially is much more important. And Wokes, I think, is the other one who needs to come to the party. He's been Wood's partner in doing most of the damage in the last two tests. I think Broad and Anderson have looked fairly anodyne so far. Whilst being economic, I think Australia got this plan somewhat to play Anderson out.
Well, that's what they've done for a lot of the series. His economy rates have been low, but his threat rate and his strike rate hence has been high. So that has been the approach. I want to ask a kind of staple of the rain delay on a cricket broadcast when you have an authentic Australian in the wild available to us, which is, how is it going down the series? Dare one say down under, Russell?
It's a good question. I'm not sure that it has quite the same impact down here because it's in the middle of the night and than it does. The Australian summers are obviously on ubiquitous in Australia, and cricket's very much a talking point, but it's less so. the main time I got a lot of chat around cricket in Australia was when Bairstow was run out in Lords, and everyone wanted to talk about it, even though they didn't see it, don't know what they're talking about. So that's always a pleasure at work. The other issue, of course, in Australia right now is the Women's World Cup's being played here. So there's quite a lot of air being taken out of the sporting by everyone being obsessed with that, quite rightly too.
Yeah. It is, nevertheless, I think the last test Australia will play abroad, except for 5, in the next 3 years, which seems almost unbelievable. But as I caught the end of Manny talking earlier about the future of Test cricket, saying it may just be a kind of boys' club between England, Australia and India. I think New Zealand will definitely continue to play Test cricket, but I am more worried than I have been for quite some time, not least because of the omniscient threat of Saudi money coming into T20 leagues and franchise.
Has Australia ever toured Bangladesh?
Well, no, I mean, but
yes.
they
might have toured once, but I think pretty much every Test series since then has been either converted into a one-day series, possibly at Bangladesh's request. It has to be said.
But this is a blanket.
I'm not sure they've toured since Jason Gillespie made a double 100 there. I might be wrong. There is one in between because they lost one.
They had the Top End tour, which was around about the same time. But
I mean, Australia didn't tour New Zealand for about 30 years, and then didn't tour for quite a bit in between times. It's not unusual for Australia to show a certain disdain for touring some of the so-called smaller nations, but
that's not entirely true, Gary. They toured New Zealand a lot. They just toured with the B-side and didn't count it as Test matches.
Right, fair enough.
They didn't think they were up to their standard. So, look, I've said for a long time, Gary, as you know, I'm a big fan of associate cricket, that unless we get more teams playing Test cricket and take it seriously, that it will kill Test cricket, and that you cannot have a situation where for most nations in the world, the most important event is a T20 World Cup, and that for most players in the world, the most important and source of income is a T20 domestic league and a T20 World Cup. So either they need to sort the product out, the ICC, and by product I mean it's a professional sport and it's supposed to have, earn money, or they'll let Test cricket die. And it's not a problem for England and Australia. Well, it is, because they're the ones kind of having their own little. We just play each other every 2 years, and who cares what else happens? But
I take a different view. I understand that view, but I think there's an equal threat to Test cricket if associate nations play Test cricket without a first-class infrastructure. And we're seeing, West Indies number 3, I think, has 1 first-class century against India, and to nobody's surprise, West Indies are rolled over in 2 days.
But I think
remember, they don't have to play. They don't have to play the best teams in the world, though. The problem in Test cricket is that we don't have enough games between the lower tier nations who are competitive against each other, and we don't have a structure that allows them to actually play a competitive thing that would allow them, when they're being competitive and when they're good sides like New Zealand, for example, in the last few years.
And that comes down to some extent to financing from the ICC, where Death of a Gentleman was nearly 9 years old now, and that was the original idea about the ICC centralising its funding and revenue into the 3 major test-playing nations, and that was rightly there was a pushback on that, but it seems to be coming again now in the most recent round of revenue distribution, where again the ICC have given whilst not all the money to India, Australia and England, the vast majority of the retained revenue is gone to those 3 countries, and there's little money for other teams to develop or to support development.
Well, I'll just come back to that in a moment, but I do think your point is a good one, Russell, that the associate nations, or the nations who would be uncompetitive playing tests against the bigger names, or at least uncompetitive now, should play each other more often. But I still think you've got to have a first-class infrastructure. You've got to have at least 3-day cricket being played, I don't know, 10 matches a season in order to develop the skills, the mental side of the game, to play Test cricket. And I just want to say one point about Jason's as well before you come back, Russell, which is I'm not absolutely certain about this, but I'm pretty sure that all associate nations have more money now than they've ever had before in their game. It's not equitable, and there's certainly an argument that could go from equity about how the retained money is distributed. But it's a bit like saying there's nobody watching Test cricket. There are more people watching Test cricket now than at any point in its entire history, for most of that time by factors of 10 and 100. It's just that sometimes the grounds, when it pans across the crowds, then they're alas, the seats are empty. But I think we've just got to bear some of these things in mind. There is a lot of money in cricket, even a lot of money in associate cricket. Of course, there's some dreadful records in some countries about that money's use, certainly sort of 20 years ago and so on. But it's not that there is no money. It's that
there's no money to run a first-class comp.
Well, they choose
and it's
not
a chicken
to.
and egg
They
thing.
choose not to. There is a chicken and egg thing, but they choose not to.
Because why would you? Because the ICC has made it very, very clear to all of the nations, including some of the Test nations, Ireland, Zimbabwe, and Afghanistan, that they don't want them to play Test cricket. They want them to play T20 cricket.
Where have they done that? Where have they said you can't play Test cricket?
They don't say they don't want. Well, in the first class, they've destroyed the first class Intercontinental Cup at associate level. So that was the first sign that they didn't want them to play first class cricket. But for Ireland and Zimbabwe and Afghanistan, they're not included in the Test Championship. So they're slim pickings. So why would they focus on something? Ireland made it quite clear during the test they played against England that their focus would be on World Cup qualification, which they didn't succeed in, and not that Test match.
But that's their choice. That's their choice.
Well, yes, but it's the structure of the competition.
But it's also predicated on the support they would get from the ICC to follow that route.
If your offer is you get one test against England every 5 or 6 years and you get the odd test.
You've just said, and I agree with you. Well, it's to stop the Netherlands playing Ireland in a 3-match series.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be counted as a test match, and they'd lose tons of heaps. Well, Netherlands isn't a full member.
Well,
so
sorry, why not Zimbabwe against
sure, but
Afghanistan?
Because they'd lose an enormous amount of money, and there's
Why would they lose? Why would they lose an enormous amount of money? How much does it cost to play a test match?
About 500,000, 600. No, it's
Where's the money
300,000 typically for a 1 day.
Well, one day is different. How much does it cost to put a cricket match on? I mean, are they
for all of the
players
ICC equipment,
£50,000?
DRS, all of those things? Yeah,
They don't have to have DRS. They don't have to.
No,
have
they
it.
absolutely do because it's an ICC regulation.
It's not because it's not World Test Championship.
It's very clear, but Gary, I look at this a lot. All the associates will tell you it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars to put on matches.
I'm amazed.
And test matches are even more than that, and they make nothing from their TV broadcasts.
I don't doubt that they won't make much money.
Well, they won't make no money.
My contention is why should it cost such an enormous amount of money to put on a non-World Test Championship test match? There's little stewarding because there's not going to be much in the way of crowds. Jason, did you go to Ireland for the test match there?
Did I go? No, I didn't.
Yeah,
I wished I could. I just started a new job.
I just
literally
wonder
could not take time.
How much infrastructure was required? Because you can. These things should be able to be managed bilaterally. It should be possible to say that these are the contracts we're going to have for the players, and players should be remunerated accordingly. But if we can't afford DRS, the county championship goes on without DRS. I think some one-day internationals go on without DRS. There was no DRS at T20 finals day, despite there being 25,000 people there a couple of weeks ago in England. These things aren't necessary, and if the rule says they are, change the rule because the rule is not working. I just think we get bound up with a kind of hemmed in to structures that are often dictated by those in power, and those out of power should, if they cannot change the structures because they haven't got the clout to do so, they should say that this is what we're going to do. The ICC is not the same kind of body as the World Anti-Doping Agency and so on. It's a loose, Gideon Haigh was very good on this in Wisden a few years ago. It's a loose kind of confederation of self-governing bodies. The self-governing bodies can do things bilaterally and have in the past and will in the future. Sorry,
they can, yes, but the issue, I mean, the fundamental issue is those nations can't afford to pay their players the going rate for the market rate for those players versus what they could get in any other league around the world, and those players want to be paid a quite reasonable amount, and that the cost of running a match is not insignificant because you've got to pay for flights and all of those sorts of stuff to get those things around, and how do you market a match that's not part of a championship? How do you market the product that we have for Test cricket hasn't changed since 1877 essentially, and for years and years and years we've said, we need a world championship. Well, we've got one, but it's not very good. And
we know what the players think of the World Test Championship. You just need to look at the over rates. They don't care. Certainly in this country, I don't think anybody cares, and I don't think you can have a World Test Championship as some vehicle for inclusivity if you're only going to get 2 teams that reach the final every 2 years, because that's almost always going to be India, Australia, or England plus 1.
I agree, and
so it's actually a red herring. The World Test Championship, as far as most nations are, just doesn't matter.
And that's right, and it's a poor product. In fact,
it is,
Test cricket itself is a fantastic, as a game, is fantastic, but as a structured, competition in which you're trying to build a narrative about why you should care, it's a terrible product. It's probably the worst.
Well, it requires a series
to
have a narrative. That's the thing, and a one-off game
Correct.
is neither here nor there.
And 3 nations in the world can justify having a series that people care about, and the rest of them are losing money when they play Test cricket.
Coming back to the money, Message S has very helpfully been badgering away on the ESPN Quick Info website and has pulled up the proposed finance model for 2024-27 for the ICC, and it does make very interesting reading, where the full members get 88% of the revenue, the associate members get 12%, but the disparities amongst the test playing nations, the full members, are still quite large. I mean, India get 38%, and I think the next highest is England with just under 7%. Australia got 6.25%. So, but the numbers are not small, because I mean, for example, Ireland, despite only receiving 3%, would get £18 million annually.
I wonder what sport in Ireland gets more money than that from their governing body.
That's over 4 years, correct?
Yeah, look, I
that's
don't
annual,
deny the disparity.
That's the annual earnings in millions, not the overall earnings in total.
Yeah, I don't deny the disparity. I just think that we need to be, those of us who believe in Test cricket need to accept that Test cricket has been dying since 1877 when the first Test was played,
and being revived by changes at intermittent periods.
Yeah, and it needs innovation, and it needs innovation all the way through its structure. The problem is that there is a money spinner of T20. Test cricket will never compete with T20 in terms of the money spinning that it can make for players, for media, for television companies, for everything else. So the question is not, oh dear, what do we do about poor Test cricket? T20 is going to eat it. It's how do we change Test cricket to make sure that all Test playing nations, and one hopes more nations who want to play Test cricket, can be given the opportunity to do so.
Would you say
in
that,
the light of this new regime?
Would you say that Bazball is one way forward to try and change Test cricket to be more attractive, and therefore
Bazball is a solution looking for a problem that doesn't exist, which is how do you make the Ashes, or how do you make English Test cricket more popular? English Test cricket's popularity is not a huge issue. The Blazers will always say it is, because they're full of people whose jobs depend on upward graphs, and 5% becoming 10%, becoming 15%. The front pages of the newspapers today were full of Stuart Broad's retirement. cricket is a big thing in this country. We charge astronomical prices for tickets. We still sell out grounds. It's still a big part of culture. It's not as big a part of culture as it used to be, say 20, 30 years ago, but you could say that about almost everything because of changes to economies, changes to people's lifestyles and other stuff. But we should stop talking about the crisis of English Test cricket because it's barely there, except for the people whose jobs depend on the ever upward graphs, and start talking about what we can do with this fantastic product that we have called Test cricket, and how can we find a way whereby it is relevant and successful at the top, but equally relevant and successful at the bottom, because one size does not fit all. Russell?
I agree with that strongly, Gary. The other thing I'd note, though, is, and this is very important, T20 is not in competition with Test cricket in the sense of a market competition. There's no market for there's no market for cricket, whether you've got these two competing products and two companies are trying to sell them and they're bouncing off each other. It's all the same company that owns it. It's all the cricket boards across the world, and the BCCI basically runs the IPL. Despite they have three of the board members. If cricket boards wanted to play Test cricket, and were willing to accept a fairly minor reduction in the total amount of money they got in favour of having it, that's not a problem. It should never be considered a problem. And we should stop pretending that T20 is some competitive monster that's going to take over the whole world, because it's not. It's a choice by administrators to play T20 over Test cricket.
I have some sympathy with that view. I think what worries me is it's a competition for the players. Test cricket has to be the best versus the best, or nearly the best versus the best. And
I agree.
If Bolt and Co are giving up at 31, or maybe he's a little older than that, but if he's given up 2-3 years of a glittering Test career to play T20 cricket, and others are coming through and they're saying, well, I just want to be a franchise player because I can make millions and secure my future and the future of my families, then I think the slow death of Test cricket will come about, because it needs a certain quality of player, as the West Indies are showing against India, just to be competitive, never mind to make it a worthwhile exercise.
That's true, but they're putting them in competition with each other. They don't need to do that. Like, FIFA doesn't run the World Cup when the leagues are on, because if they did, they'd know that the leagues would win. They're the ones paying the bills.
But FIFA are a governing body. The ICC are not, as far as I understand
but that's a choice of the full members as well.
It is. Look, I agree with you. Jason?
Yep, I'm agreeing with that. I'm just trying to see if there's any other comments on Twitter and YouTube.
Is anybody listening?
Oh, God, you could have listened to 5 years of my Associate Cricket podcast. You want to listen to me?
Rich Turner says, I'm with Gary Naylor. You shouldn't cost six figures to stage an associate nation test match. Which I would agree with as well. No, somehow there's always money for inconsequential T20 leagues. Yes, I think the best way they could move things forward possibly was to make the staging of matches more economically viable. Whether that's by reducing some of the things that you offer as part of that.
It's also paying the players, though, Jason. Remember, this is the bit Gary was talking about.
So is wages the primary cost, or is the infrastructure the primary cost? That's the question.
There's a significant cost to running a match, and especially around all the things you need. But as Gary noted, if you want the players to be there, you have to pay them too. And if they're being told to compete between a T20 league that's going to pay them and a first-class game that no one's watching, I know which one they choose.
And in terms of the revenue, and particularly for Ireland, Pirate Bradshaw comes back to us and says, off the top of my head, is in order: Irish rugby football, 90 million euros per annum; GAA, which is Gaelic football, 65 million euros per annum; FA Ireland, 50 million euros per annum. Cricket Ireland has been hovering at 10 million per annum for the past few years. About 4.5 million of this is commercial revenue rather than the ICC. So, yeah, in terms of other competitive sports, it's not in the top tier in Ireland.
No, but it's from that schedule, which is what I was really thinking about. you're always going to have football, and rugby is enormous in Ireland, and it's also, of course, cross border. It's a United Ireland team. In that list, and what I would have guessed is that cricket receives more funding in Ireland than, for example, any Olympic sport. And surely, that is worthy of noting. I haven't done any homework for this, and it's not something that I am usually all that interested in, because there are people far, far more informed than I am. I get annoyed when I hear that it can't be done because it's too expensive. We've heard this about so many things so often. I also worry about when people say, there aren't enough people to make it worthwhile, and the crowds and so on. I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. And Jason, you'll know this. County cricket, they say, one man and a dog turns up, there's no interest in it, it's fallen out of the media, it's not reported in the papers, and all this kind of stuff. And yet, once they started the live streams, they found that there were tens of thousands, and across a season, millions of people who would listen to radio broadcasts online, and would listen and would watch YouTube live and YouTube highlights. And they found, without doing really any marketing at all, that this most moribund, this backwater of sport in the UK, county cricket, where the old jokes about what time are you starting, well, what time could you get here, were almost literally being said, found that there are actually thousands upon thousands of people who are interested, but you've got to bring them the product, you've got to bring them the opportunity. And
the opportunity there is remote viewing or remote listening.
It's remote viewing, yeah.
Rather
why
than
is that,
being at
why
the
is
ground.
Why is that deemed to be wrong? That's one of the things I said earlier. There are more people watching cricket now than have watched cricket at any point in my lifetime. And if we go back 20 years, I think it's probably by a factor of 5, 10, whatever it is, when you think of the Asian diaspora, and you think of people watching online around the world. We've got something here that is both valuable and fragile, and if we keep looking at the fragility and don't look at the value, then of course it will break. Russell?
No, I 100% agree. But in order to do that, it needs leadership, and it doesn't exist.
Yes, I think a lack of leadership is probably endemic in most areas of life in the 21st century.
Well, I think leadership is the key issue, because I think I can
is.
think of no other sport that's played across a wide, differing set of nations where its governing body has not an expansionist view, but perhaps even a contractionist view. And I'll be very interested if and when we get T20 cricket accepted by the Olympics, how it changes people's ideas of it, and whether countries will start to take it seriously and get funding put in place to support it that's not ICC funding.
And I remember in the early days of T20 when it was being mooted, I think probably wasn't in time for the Beijing Olympics in 2008, but certainly I think 2012, and they said that if China takes cricket seriously because they think there's a gold medal available, T20 cricket, then watch this space. But that never really came through. I mean, there are Olympic demonstration sports and Olympic sports, and they don't always take off, but it might be a game changer, and it certainly would be a game changer because the Indian diaspora don't have any gold medals to shout for in the Olympics, or likely gold medals, more than was the case 20 years ago, but still not commensurate with the size of the nation and the size of the diaspora.
What it will do for a lot of, and this is not necessarily that associate tier that you know about, but those lower ones below that, where at the moment they're living off $10,000-$20,000 from the ICC or something, and then whatever they can find. Every Olympic sport in a lot of nations gets like your bare minimum of a couple $100,000. So that gives them a huge boost. It means they can invest in grounds and things like that don't exist, pitches. that's where you'll see the biggest benefit from Olympics. That's not necessarily going to flow through anytime soon to better performance and lots will feel, but it will over a 20-year period if you can keep it in the Olympics.
I think that's right. Look, it's raining quite hard now. I've got to revise my view, Russell. You did have rather better information than me looking out the window 5 miles away.
I've had some.
We might get on. I'm trying to work out what time. It says we'll get on at 2 a.m. in Australia. What time is it now? That's about an hour. Oh, sorry, it might clear up around that time. It's about an hour and a half from now.
Yeah. Well, maybe
it might take another hour to get on after that.
Maybe we should just look if there's any tweets come in provoked by our typically forthright discussion at Guerrilla Cricket. That we're not here to massage views. We're here to state it as we see it, and it's been an absolute delight to have that opportunity with yourself, Jason, and you, Russell. Any tweets?
Yes, we have. And now for something completely different, we've had from Nestle Boy. Anyone else watching the Cats playing behind Russ? Instead of dice cricket in the break, can we just have the live feed from the cat shelter? I've said for some time that no, putting the cats on to play with fluffy toys or whatever else instead of us wittering on at the breaks would be a good answer.
Ironically, whenever Phil the Cat Tufnell comes on the BBC, I turn it off, but there you go.
What about Bob the Cat Bevan?
Oh, don't.
And Chris the Choir says, to answer my own question from this morning, I remember when two greats retired together. Warner McGrath.
Yeah.
And apparently it was also Langer's final test as well.
It was.
Didn't Steve Waugh retire the test before?
I think
no,
it was
Martin retired
Langer.
2 tests before that. Martin retired after the Adelaide test. But he did it in a different way to Broad. He just basically said, yeah, I'm done. I'm not even playing the rest of the series.
Steve Waugh had a Frank Sinatra-like farewell
tour.
He
did. He had
waving the red handkerchief at every ground.
His was very long.
Yeah.
Yeah, and England afforded him a chance to score a final ton in front of his own hometown.
Yeah,
did they
on
not?
one leg, I think. Yeah. Anything else on tweets before we cut?
I was going to look on YouTube very quickly.
Go on.
Harris says county cricket players are better paid, better wages than some countries. See South Africa, New Zealand, and West Indies in terms of those players choosing to play domestic cricket rather than for their national sides.
Yeah.
Easy Ollie says they just want the sports as an attraction to their country. M King, I think, gives us the big earners in Australia. It says 1 AFL Aussie rules, 2 NRL Rugby League, 3 soccer, 4 cricket, 5 rugby union. All as an afterthought or footnote. Don't know whether Russ agrees with that.
I suspect swimming gets a fair bit of money. They've just been mashing everybody in the World Championships.
Yeah, but it's not a big spectator sport and certainly not a league that plays week to week. Netball will get a little bit.
He's put netball in a separate message immediately afterwards.
Yeah, basketball gets a little. The NBL is actually doing relatively well these days. It's kind of a little bit of a feeder league to the NBA. There's a lot of sport going on in Australia. I think tennis would probably come up there as well, obviously with the Australian Open.
Yeah. Well, that's probably put us up to date pretty much on all platforms. Do we just want to cut now to...
Well, I think we just need to thank listeners, especially if they've indulged us over the last half-hour discussion. We hope you found it interesting. I certainly did. But we'll, as ever at Guerrilla, we'll keep an eye on the skies and indeed on the radar, and we'll be back if there's any play.
Yep. And we'll talk to you when we're in a position to do something about commentary.
Yeah. Cheers, gentlemen.
But until then, we're going to go back briefly to the Ponting podcast that we're trailing at lunch, and I shall find something else to put on for following that.
World Cup undefeated. We got 360 in the final against India, and were able to put them to bed pretty quickly when McGrath got Sachin out in the first over when they were chasing, and that was pretty much game over. So
well, you smacked 8 sixes in that innings, as I recall. You also shared a 234-run partnership with Damien Martin. So hopefully, of all people that should share a glass of the 140 with you, it should be him. Has he had a chance to sample it?
Most of the guys made. As soon as this wine label was launched, I haven't heard from a lot of the guys for 6 months, and then all I got was their name and address and where I had to send it to as soon as it was launched. So yeah, Marto. I mean, I was best man at Damien Martin's wedding. You know, we're great mates. The thing to remember about that partnership as well with Marto is that I brought him back into the team for the final. He broke his finger about 2 weeks before that with a fielding drill. Broke his right index finger really badly, and he'd missed a few games. And I met him the night before we finished training. I went to him the night before the game because I don't think anyone expected him to play, and I was desperate for him to play because he's a big game player. And I went with him and sat with him, and I said to the coach, I said, look, I'm going to sit down with Marto. I'm going to look him in the eye. I'm going to ask him one really simple question. If he blinks at all or doesn't give me the answer that I want, then he's not playing. And I sat with him and looked him in the eye and said, mate, are you 100% right to go? And he looked at me and said, pick me, mate, I'm fine. So I picked him. He got 80 odd not out. If you watch the replays of that innings, the whole innings, you look at his bottom hand on the bat, his right index finger was off the handle pretty much that whole innings. But he got 84 in that. I think it was 84 in that partnership, and he was amazing.
And he has tasted the 140, so we're glad to hear that.
Yeah,
it was at the time the highest innings in a World Cup final, a record that only lasted 4 years, but at least it was another Aussie who broke it 4 years later, wasn't it? Wasn't it Adam Gilchrist?
Gilly in Barbados a couple of years later, and when I talk about Marto having a broken finger, Gilly actually did that. Remember, with a squash ball in his glove that no one knew about. He struggled right through the World Cup. He was hitting the ball poorly. His bottom hand grip was getting too tight. He couldn't keep control of the bat face, and he didn't tell anybody at all. He didn't practice with it. Didn't do anything. He puts a squash ball in the bottom of his bottom hand glove, so he couldn't grip the bat as tight with his bottom hand. And he goes out and gets 149. He brings up his 100 and he puts his arms up and raises his bat to the change rooms, and then he starts going like this.
Oh, right. Did you get some film of that?
So I'm saying to the 12th man, oh, boys, Gilly needs gloves. Gilly needs gloves. It wasn't that at all. He had a squash ball in the glove and no one knew it.
I think, was that when you got run out by Andrew Simons, didn't you? Was that game?
Wasn't happy about that, actually.
No, I suspect you probably weren't, but at least the win kind of made up for that, I guess.
Farcical win in the end as well. Remember, we finished in the dark. It was crazy finish to a World Cup final.
Well, we should move on. Hendo's leading us to the close of play now.
We are close of play literally. I mean, I think
I've got this, and you guys are sitting there with that.
Yeah. Are you telling me that's not vodka?
A little bit early yet. I'll wait till I finish with you guys, and then that can start later now.
Okay, fair enough. The close of play. And I think your autobiography was called At the Close of Play, wasn't it? It's an incredible book which I've read over the last few months, and I have to say it's the most incredible. The detail in it is tremendous. I haven't seen in a lot of other cricket autobiographies. But let's talk about the close of play. The close of play is a Langhorne Creek Cabernet Sauvignon 2020. And just to sort of make it interesting, can you remember at which close of play you felt most satisfied or elated, or just generally chuffed?
That's a very good question. I mean, as I said, I was lucky to play in a lot of Test match wins. A couple of winning World Cups. Probably that 2003 World Cup change room at the end, sitting back there when you've got a World Cup trophy in your arms and you've got your mates with you, and obviously one of those mates that was with me there is not with us anymore. Warney started that tour with us, is not with us, and Andrew Simons, is not with us now either. So that probably makes moments like that little bit more special. And then the other one you mentioned earlier was that amazing Adelaide 2006 Test, which, I'm not sure if you can be any more excited and happy with the way a Test match went than that one. And I'll tell you the reason why, because you think back to 05, We obviously lost in England. The knives were out for us, really. The knives were out for some of our more senior guys. You know, they're too old. You know, McGrath and Gilly and Hayden. You know, they're past their best. Langer. These guys, you know, the hunger's not there anymore. And you know, we got back to Australia. We had a world famous now, basically SAS bush camp that we all went out for 3 or 4 days. No one knew where we were. We had a backpack and a pair of track pants and a t-shirt for about 4 days, and that was all we had. The boys got brought pretty bare, and emotions came out on that tour. And we went obviously won really well in Brisbane. First game, we go to Adelaide, England bat first and get 500, whatever they got. And the moment that England got 500 it was almost like everyone had forgotten about the first test in Brisbane. It was like, here we go, England they're gonna steamroll this team again. And I remember after. Actually, it might have been after day 2, actually, because England would have batted most of the first 2 days. Got the boys together in the nets out the back, and I said, look, I'm sick and tired of hearing all this shit from the media about how good they are and how good we're not. And I said, each and every one of you now, if you play to the best of your ability for the next 3 days, if we play perfect Test match cricket for the next 3 days, we'll win this game. I'm telling you now. And we must have started our batting, because I said, I put my hand up and said, and I'll lead the way. I'll lead the way this morning. JL and I will lead the way. We'll do our absolute best. You boys come on the journey with us, and we'll win the game. And we batted. We got 500 and something as well. And we know what happened from there. England got bowled out for whatever it was, 140, 150 when they went on the absolute defensive late day 4, early day 5. We had a session to get about 140, 150, and we got them. And you know that you just can't play a better Test match than that.
Well, I have to say that I was following that tour, and that was the worst day of my cricketing life as a spectator. Just to make you feel more cheerful, I had to go to Kangaroo Island the next day just to get over it.
That's a great spot, actually. Kangaroo Island.
It is a great spot. Fantastic. Let's just do a few rapid, random questions to mark the close of play before we wind down. Just wondering.
Just go back to that close. It's the biggest. For me, the biggest sleeper in our range, because when Ben Riggs, our winemaker, said to me, he said, look, we're going to do a cab sav out of Langhorne Creek. And I'm like, why Langhorne Creek? Why aren't we doing, Coonawarra or McLaren Vale? Or why are we going? He said, trust me, this is the most underrated Cabernet cab sav region in the world, let alone in Australia. And I'm like, well, he's been doing it for 40 years. It's probably not for me to argue with him. And he made that's been a brilliant wine. That's been entered in, I think it's 8 different international wine shows, and it's won gold medal in every one. It actually never missed a gold medal in any show that it's been in. So it's been incredibly good for us.
Well, it's another one that's gone down very well in our wine evenings, I can tell you, at cricket clubs. Something to do with is it the cool maritime climate of the Langhorne Creek, I think, plays a part in that, and the Lake Doctor coming off Lake Alexandria, from what Ben was writing anyway.
Yeah, that's what Ben's put on the back of the bottle for sure. Yeah,
he knows. Well, I was actually reading it off the tasting notes, but yeah, it's probably on the back of the bottle as well. Yeah.
So that's where it's not for me to argue with him. Same thing with the Tasmanian Chardonnay. Actually, the Tasmanian Chardonnay, both my wife and I are sort of heavy, big, heavy, oaky Chardonnay drinkers, and that's actually quite hard to produce out of Tasmania. So when that first Chardonnay, that's actually the second, that one you've got there, that's our second crack at the Tasmanian Chardonnay. The first one that came out was sent to us in that green bottle, as you can see. My wife poured a glass of it, and she looked at it and she says, that's not going to work for me. That's not what we're after. It's way too light. That's not a Chardonnay. And I rang Ben straight away and said, mate, the boss is not that happy with this. And he said, look, go and stick it in the cellar, leave it in the cellar for six months, go and get it and open it then. He said, I'll guarantee you it'll be completely different in 6 months, because it was such a young wine that he said it's just got to go away for us. So we actually held off launching that wine for about 6 or 8 months, and then by the time we got it to market, it had changed massively.
Let's just you mentioned that it was how good it was to be in the box with Michael Atherton and Nasser Hussain. So that you kind of preempted that one of our questions was who's great to commentate with. Who's less great to commentate with? Are you willing to tell us some of the secrets of the commentary box?
Oh, I don't think there's no one less great to commentate with. I mean, we all have our strengths and weaknesses, and I'm as well. I don't do any of the lead commentating roles. I'm not sure if you guys have ever picked up on that, but it's always Nas or Athers or Mel Jones or someone like that. The more, I mean, I say the more experienced commentators. I've probably been doing it for a while now, but I don't necessarily enjoy the league stuff. I don't like talking a lot, and when you're in the league, you have to talk a lot. So I'd rather sit in the expert chair and sit back and analyse, what's happening. Give myself a few minutes between things that I say to think about what's just happened or what's about to happen, or analyse or critique, technique and what's happening in the game. So I tell one funny thing. I turned up to the ground on day 5. And I did the lunch break on day 4 with Kevin Peterson, and he was talking about how good Joe Root was and how dominant he was, and England were on top of the game, and I just and that completely without even thinking about it, I said, oh yeah, okay, yeah, good. Joe's out. He got 40. Let's move on, sort of thing. And it got like the way that social media took it. It was like it was the biggest shutdown of anyone in the history of commentary. I basically just. But it wasn't like that at all. Kevin and I are great mates, and I stayed with him all week. We stayed out at the Belfry all last week and take off after every day's play. He drove me back to London after the game the other night. But the way it came across and the way you can sort of trim things up to suit what you like in the media, it made it look like it was a pretty personal thing, but it was far from it.
Yeah, I think you were described as the sharpest tongue in the commentary box when you said that to which is quite entertaining. Talking of humorous things that go on who's the funniest player that you've played with? Funniest player you've played with?
Probably Simo.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like just a great bloke to have around. I mean, once again, I said God bless Warnie before. I mean, God bless Simo as well. I mean, I had a lot to do with getting him back into the team on that 2003 tour. John Buchanan and I had to work overtime with the selectors to actually pick him on that tour as one of the 15. We thought he'd be an extra, probably wouldn't play many games, and then we had a few blokes injured at the start, and he came in and we gave him some pretty clear direction of what we wanted him to do and how we wanted him to play, and he went away and did it. Like he was. You said I've got the sharpest tongue in the commentary box. Well, Simo probably wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, but but if you gave him some pretty simple and clear direction, he'd go and do it for you, or he'd bloody near die trying to do it for you, and that's why we loved him so much. And I T20 cricket, one day cricket, Test cricket. If I can pick a team, then Andrew Simons is in my team every day of the week.
Brilliant, great to know. It's just a left field one for you. I mean, the fact that you've been talking to Brendan McCullum and you've been, was it you said play golf with him the other day? If England ever asked, would you coach them?
I actually got asked before Brendan took the job. There you go.
Did you? Oh wow! You've just given us a fantastic story.
What a scoop!
Thank you very much. Scoop from Ponto. Thank you very much, or Punter, shall I say?
Yeah. I'm not sure if anyone. You might be the first guys that ever found that out, but I did take some calls from Robert Key as soon as he took over that job. I got some calls from him. I'm just not ready for a full-time international coaching job where I'm at in my life. I'm really content with what I'm doing with the commentary work I do with Channel 7 in Australia. That's sort of most of the summer months. My IPL coaching is about 3 months away in India, sort of April, May, June. And having travelled as much as I have while I was playing with young kids now, I just don't want to be away as much as I was before. And even talking to Brendan yesterday, he's been away about a month now. His family are actually arriving today, so they haven't been here the whole time that he's been coach of England. So that's difficult when you've got kids that are in school. Moving them around in and out. That's not what I wanted to do, and I'm happy doing what I'm doing now.
But on a technical level, would you have any objection to coaching England? Because you're so you would. Because I think there was also talk about Justin Langer, I think, as well around the time of Brendan's appointment.
Yeah, look, I love coaching. I mean, cricket's in my blood. It's it's what I talk about. It's what I've done. And I love coaching, but I don't think I could coach another international team.
Brilliant. Oh, that's really interesting to say. I was going to say, would you take on another team? Now, we've had up in front of us the Women's Ashes that has just started this morning. Final question, really, for you. Are you going to take any of this series in? Are you going to get a chance to see the women and how they're progressing?
Yeah, we definitely will. I mean, we've been talking about it a lot through the Ashes coverage last week. It's obviously a huge series for women's cricket. I think it's it's vitally important that these two teams, these two women's teams, put on a great show over the next few weeks. And what Brendan's trying to do with the England team is trying to grow the Test game, and it's also vitally important that at every opportunity we try and grow the women's game in different countries as well. I mean, we need a strong India, we need a strong Pakistan, we need the West Indies to keep getting better. New Zealand they've always been a strong women's team, but there's more and more talk about more women's Test cricket, which I'd absolutely love to see, but it's getting the teams to the point where they're going to be good enough to play Test match cricket, and the only way they can do that is by promoting it more, and I think these two teams here have got a great opportunity to promote the game well this week.
Australia 50 for 1, just in case you were wondering what's going on at the moment. Finally, then, after winning the toss and batting, as Tony has alluded to, we're taking some of your wine out to these Ashes tasting evenings to help raise money for grassroots cricket clubs. £600 was raised for Winchmore Hill Cricket Club last week. How do you feel your wine is bringing through the next generation of England cricketers? How afraid are you?
Look, that's great. It's, to be, the two passions in my life, right? Wine and cricket. A bit of Aussie rules footy, some golf, and some greyhound racing. That's about my life. But to be able to bring the wine into different markets and different countries is really exciting for us. I mean, we've also always known that the UK was potentially a really good opportunity for us. Obviously, India is the other market that we're breaking into and doing some really good things over there with, India becoming probably a lot more
your
westernised.
own store at Delhi Airport.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. Duty free. Yeah. So no, it's terrific to that. If cricket clubs and are buying my wine and that's helping youngsters and families out through the UK, then that's fantastic.
Brilliant. Have you got a final Ashes prediction? We're 1-0 Australia at the moment. Where do you see it going from here?
Yeah, I said at the start I thought it'd be 3-2 to Australia. I can't see there's going to be any draws. I mean, without that loss of 40 overs on day 3 last week and about the same on day 5, that would have been a 4-day game as well last week. So I can't see too many. Without bad weather, I can't see too many going into 5 days or any draws. And I just think that Australia's, just with their experience, I think they're probably better balanced. I think their bowling attack is probably going to stand up better through these 5 tests than what the England one will. I think the England bowling attack, I think Wood will come back in. I think Wood will come in for the Lord's game. So one of the others has got to. Well, actually, in fact, I don't think they won't play a spinner. I think they'll play 4 quicks here.
Yeah.
5 quicks it'll be with Stokes, and I think Joe Root will end up being the spinner for him here. But if we get flat wickets like we had in Birmingham, then I can't see this English attack getting 20 wickets every game to win. So their batting's good, their batting's strong, they're bold, they're fearless, they're playing well. But I just think Australia's overall balance, experience, and depth they'll just pip England, I reckon.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. You're great. Your time. We just have one more favour to ask before you go. Would you, Tony, take it over?
Well, first of all, I think what we should do is remind everybody, and it'll be rolling along the screen or very obvious as well when this recording goes out. But if you would like to try any of the fantastic wines or buy any of the fantastic wines from the Ponting range, you can get them at a 15% discount courtesy of Guerrilla Cricket and courtesy of Ricky, of course. It's www.pontingwines.com.au/Guerrilla Cricket, www.pontingwines.com.au/Guerrilla Cricket. Ashes 2023 will be the code you need to get that fantastic discount. The Ashes 23 is all lower case. Ricky, we do have one last request for you. Next cricket club up for us for our Ashes wine tasting evenings, when we're actually doing an Ashes quiz linked to, we have a morning session, evening session, afternoon session, condensed into an evening to try different wines alongside yours. It's my local club. It's Claygate Cricket Club. I would be chuffed to bits if you could just do a little message for Claygate Cricket Club, just to say, wishing them well for their Ashes wine tasting and for the rest of the season from yourself. It would be awesome. Claygate Cricket Club it is. Over to you.
Hi everyone at the Claygate Cricket Club.
Claygate, that's it.
Claygate Cricket Club. Ricky Ponting here. Just wishing you all the best for the upcoming Ponting Wines tasting event you've got coming up at your club. Unfortunately for you English guy, that you lost the first test, and I'm pretty sure you're going to lose the second one as well. But all the best with that. Enjoy the wine tasting. I'm sure you'll enjoy what Ponting wines can bring to you in that bottle. And all the best for the remaining test matches in the summer. Have a good one, guys. Cheers.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks, Ricky. You've been a great
Awesome.
sport today. We've loved chatting to you. It's been great fun. Hope you've enjoyed it as well. Come and see us at Gorilla Cricket in Sydenham, SE26 London. If you ever get the chance, we'd love to have you.
I just wrote that code down as well. I'm after this 15% discount.
He's been after us for giving his profit away.
Absolutely. Brilliant. Thanks very much for your time. We've really enjoyed it. Cheers now.
Thanks.
Ricky, awesome. Thank you so much, mate.
Thanks.
Bye, guys.
Cheers.
See ya.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Guerrilla cricket.
Revolutionary cricket commentary.
Who is that weirdo?
Greg Matthews, Alan Knott.
Who's that weirdo?
Neil Tino, Neil McKenzie.
Who's that weirdo?
Dwayne Leverock, Shane Freed.
Who's that weirdo?
Chris Harris, Kevin O'Brien.
Who's that weirdo?
Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Gorilla Cricket and the 4th episode of our big fat pod quiz. Who's that weirdo? It's a test of skill, knowledge and overactive imaginations, separating the live cricketers from the dead cricketers and those who aren't cricketers at all but sound like they might be. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and today's edition could be our most competitive yet. We welcome back, after her dismantling of Grubby 78 in their meeting 2 weeks ago, everyone's favourite county cricket matterer and natterer, it's Annie Chave!
Yay!
Yay! Tell us that you've got a new edition out, haven't you?
I've got a new edition out, edition number 13, which is unlucky for some, and it's a new look magazine. I've got some youth to design it for me. A youth.
Have you seen it, Bumble? Oh, I've given it away. I was going to say, she's got it out today because she's up against cricket royalty. The man who's probably the most famous voice in the business, the man who's been player, coach, manager, umpire, eventually commentator. Ladies and gentlemen, it's only Bumble himself. Hello, Bumble. Welcome to Gorilla Cricket.
Yeah, I should never have done this in the first place. As soon as I knew it was Annie Chave that I'm up against, I know that I'm going to get the silver medal here. It's...
Now listen, Bumble. Surely, when you were manager and coach of the England team, you didn't go into the dressing room and say, "Look, we're going to come second here. I need more positivity from you."
No, I'm a realist. I know exactly where I stand here. I will be doing my best, as they always say.
Right.
You're
okay.
setting me up for a fall, Bumble, I tell you.
Yeah, it's reverse psychology, isn't it?
Reverse psychology, is it? How can I compete? But I'll play the game.
She is remarkable. She is in so many ways. Anyway, what do you think, Bumble? What's your thoughts on the Test match and what's been going on in Pakistan? I did see that you've been a little bit under the weather, but did you manage to get to see much of the Test?
No, I don't have Sky now.
Oh, really? Why would that be?
Yeah, well, I've been obviously I follow it, and I listen to Aggers a little bit, and Simon Mann, and it's quite remarkable. And the latest stuff that's come out from our captain, he said he might even declare before they've had a bat.
He might. I'm a bit worried that the fog is going to be so bad that he'll declare and no one will know.
We were up there. I've been to Multan, and I know that it can get foggy, and so they will lose some time.
Yeah, in the mornings and the evenings, it looks like the first hour's going to be a bit tricky, doesn't it?
Oh, well, that's good. Maybe I can stay in bed.
Yeah, stay in bed a little bit longer. That would that'd be fine, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
What do you make, Bumble, of Joe Root batting left-handed? That's stealing your thunder a little bit, isn't it?
Well,
You're quite good at that.
This morning, I've seen Jimmy Anderson bowling left-handed.
Really?
Yeah, Jimmy Anderson has bowled very acceptable left-arm spin this morning.
Wow. Do you think he's been taught by Jofra Archer? Because I remember seeing Jofra Archer was doing a bit of left-arm spin a couple of years ago as well. And he might be less injury-prone if he bowled that as well.
The way I think that Jimmy has sort of kicked it on to Jofra.
Ah, right. Oh, really? Okay. So Jimmy was he was the man who came up with the left-arm spin, and he's coaching Jofra in the subtle arts. You were a left-arm spinner, weren't you? So I mean, you might have some input there.
Yeah, and I perfected that. You know how they call them the shooter and the zooter and the this and the that. I had the gazonner.
Gazonner?
The gazonner. It's the one that goes on and doesn't spin.
Oh yes, the gazonner with the arm. That one.
That's the one. That's the only ball. I didn't ball anything else. Just the gazonner.
Not the gazunder, which is something else entirely.
Goes underneath. Burrows under the pitch.
I don't think you can go under the stumps.
Anyway, moving on, I should sort of introduce the other member of the team that's here today, and that is, of course, Tony Bishop.
Hello.
He's alongside me. He's going to be giving us all sorts of info. He's the Osmond to my Armstrong. He's the yin to my yang, and he's my driver to the studio.
Not as rich.
And here he is.
Or indeed as interesting.
Anyway, and he's not as interesting as any of them. Anyway, I will give everyone out there a quick read through of the rules because I forget them halfway through anyway. So don't worry about it. If you get things wrong, we'll just laugh about it, and no one will be any the better. We'll claim that it was meant. Basically, contestants toss to start with and can elect a battlefield. Then the host, that's me, gives contestant A a name and a nationality, and contestant A has to decide whether they are a live cricketer, a dead cricketer, or not a cricketer at all. In which case, they have to say, "Who's that weirdo?" They get it right, and it is a live or dead cricketer. Contestant A then has to guess their current age or age at death for a bonus point, which they get if they are within 3 years. If they get it on the nose, they get 4 bonus points. If contestant A is wrong, the question is passed over to their opponent, who goes through the same process. If it is a weirdo, i.e. not a cricketer, age is not required, but you can take a wild guess at the source of their notoriety. It could be a musician, a poet, a businessman, businesswoman, weird record breaker, comedian, politician, etc., etc. So I'm going to toss, and I'm going to let our guest, special guest of the day, Bumble, shout. I'm going to throw it up into the studio air. I'm going to drop it completely, and you can say your tails.
Heads.
Heads. It's tails. Would you believe? Honestly, love. So Annie.
Always go tails, Bumble. Come on.
Yeah, I should have done, shouldn't you?
I always make heads. I always called heads when I was captain. Yeah.
Well, there you go. It's tails. So Annie, you can just choose whether to bat or bowl.
I'm going to go bowl.
You're going to bowl. So the first named person is going to go to you, Bumble. Are you ready? Are you steeled for it? It's like Jeff Thompson just coming up and going wang. Terry Burrows, England, live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Terry Burrows.
Terry Burrows, who's that weirdo?
You know him, don't you? You're absolutely right. You've got points already. Oh, damn it.
Oh, no.
Clever for us. Is Bumble. And you can have another guess for a bonus point. What does he do, Terry Burrows?
Was he No, I'm going to say a crown green bowler.
Oh, it's a good guess. But I'm not going to give you an extra point because it's not. He's actually the fastest window cleaner at the National Championships in Blackpool in 2009. Tell us a little bit more, Tony, about Terry Burrows.
Well, yes, I've been at great pains to make a few notes about him. He is, as you rightly say, the fastest window cleaner that he won in Blackpool 2009. Held in Blackpool, of course, to commemorate the 80th anniversary of George Formby's When I'm Cleaning Windows. It takes Terry, known as Terry Turbo Burrows, less than 10 seconds to clean more than 6,000 square inches of glass.
Wow.
He's a martial arts specialist. He's in the Guinness Book of Records. He's also been a karate and a boxer, specialist and a boxer, which he attributes his speed to. He's been on a show with Usain Bolt, where he once said a couple of years ago on a television show, I met the fastest man and I'm the fastest hands. We could rob a bank together.
Hey.
Interesting thought. He's still going strong. He's 66 years old. He's from Romford. You can check out his website, which is www.fastestwindowcleaner.com. And he issues you a challenge. Can you beat me? Come and have a go if you're squeegee enough.
Does he do it well, though? I mean, I could clean a window that quickly.
Could you?
Well, surely anyone could.
I think we're
couldn't
going
they?
to
But just wipe across it.
Coordination, due to his martial arts skills, is what he attributes his speed to.
Well, there you go. Bumble is in the lead. He's 2-0 up.
Oh.
We move to Annie for the second name. Now, this is an interesting one. Oh, sorry. Go on, Bumble.
If he's from Blackpool, I know Blackpool, you need to be a boxer and a karate expert.
Yeah, well, I mean, they don't tell you that when they go there on Strictly, do they? They make out it's a really lovely place. But
well, it is marvellous for everybody that lives in Blackpool.
Absolutely. He says, yes, disappearing off
He's
the edge of the tree.
good, but he won it in Blackpool.
But there you go. So
he's an Essex lad.
He's obviously going to be a bit violent. Okay, Annie, moving on. Your first name today is Hendrik Witbooi of Namibia. Is he a live cricketer, a dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Hendrik Witbooi of Namibia.
It's a good name, isn't it?
It's a great name. It's a fabulous name.
I'm going to go for Who's That Weirdo?
Oh, you've done it again! I can't believe it. It's an amazing start to this week's competition. He is a weirdo. He's not really a weirdo. He's a very admirable character. Do you want to guess what he might do?
He works in social services.
Well, in a sense, I suppose that's right, isn't it, Tony? Going back a bit.
Oh, I'll let you make the decision on that one. It's on the very edges of acceptability.
Okay. Well, you tell us what
PRS Eden would be twitching and not too sure about that.
Tell us all about Hendrik.
You'd have to review that one, Joel. Right. He is, as you rightly say, Namibian. He was the first African political activist to take up arms against German imperialists. His face is on banknotes in Namibia. He was born in Pella, Northern Cape, and died near Belgrass in 1905, killed in battle indeed with the Germans. Oh. He was the chief of the Khoisan people, a sub-tribe of the Khohoi, and he led the people, the Nama people, during the revolts against German colonial rule. His diary and complete correspondence has survived and become known as the Hendrik Witbooi Papers, and it's stored in the National Archives of Namibia.
Yeah, I knew that.
You knew. I knew. I mean, I'm sorry. It was just the way it fell, wasn't it, Bumble? You would have got that without any problems.
Oh, nailed it.
Nailed it completely. Well, we're going to come back to you for number 3. It's all going incredibly smoothly this week, which is unusual. Anyway, how about this one? Gogumal Kissenchand, India. Live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo?
Say it again.
Gogumal Kissenchand. I mean, I hope I've got the pronunciation right, but I could be mistaken. Gogumal Kissenchand, India. Dead cricketer, live cricketer. Who's that weirdo?
He's a dead cricketer.
You're absolutely right. You're storming away with this, Bumble. What on earth is going on? I can only imagine you've actually played against him. Do you want to tell how old he was when he died? Have another guess for a bonus point.
He was 58.
No, I'm afraid you're well off the mark there. He was 72 when he died in 1997. Tell us all about Gogumal Kissenchand, Tony.
Well, he was a diminutive right-hand bat from Karachi in Sindh. He died in Baroda in Gujarat. His chief claim to fame, however, he had a very modest record in just 5 test matches for India, 4 of them against Australia, and he only averaged 9. However, despite that modest record, his chief claim to fame in international cricket is that he is the bowler off whom Don Bradman got the all-important single to reach his 100th first-class 100 in 1947.
Wow.
48.
That's a great claim to fame. Are you sure, Bumble, that you perhaps didn't play against him in a warm-up game in India? I think you probably did.
I just had the name somewhere, and I thought, well, he's not recent, so I think he's dead, sadly.
Sadly, he's dead, yeah. He's 25 years dead this year, I'm afraid to say. Any more about Gogumal, or is that more or less?
That's pretty much it. He averaged 9 in his 5 tests, 4 against Australia. He got 44 in Sydney. That did help India on their way to the draw. It's the only draw they got in that series. They lost all the rest.
Okay, so we move back to Annie. Now, Emma Slater, England. Live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Emma Slater, England.
Emma Slater, that's a really nondescript name. You know, it could be anything, anywhere. I'm going to say, who's that weirdo?
You're absolutely right. Oh my goodness me, this is incredible stuff from you two. Absolutely brilliant. Emma Slater is indeed.
You haven't given me a chance.
Well, I'm going to ask you who you think Emma Slater might be. What did she do? What is her claim to fame?
I think she's a piano teacher.
Piano teacher? Well, that's plucked out of obscurity. I think that's a pretty good guess. No, she's not actually a piano teacher. She is the 2-time world gravy wrestling champion. Sure,
of course.
Knew that. I'd find that hard to believe. Tony, tell us a little bit more about Emma Slater.
Well, yeah, it didn't quite strike the wrong chord with that one, Annie, I'm afraid to say. The competition, she's won it since 2007. The World Gravy Wrestling Championships have been held in the village of Stacksteads at the Rosenfold Carvery. She has indeed won it twice in a series of knockout rounds. Men take on men, women take on women, wrestling for 2 grueling minutes in a thickly padded pool filled with cold gravy.
I want to see
The
it.
judges pick a winner. Judges pick a winner for each bout. Their decision is based, of course, on wrestling ability, but more importantly, the quality of their fancy dress and the outrageousness of their antics. Winners are anointed, of course, by having a bucket of gravy poured over their heads. Now, our Emma is from Oldham.
Yeah.
Ice Station Zebra. 36 now she is. She won the competition last against Roxy Afzal, who competes under the name of the Oxo Fox.
I'm surprised, Bumble, you haven't been asked to do the judging for that, seeing as it's in that neck of the woods. Have you never been asked to do the World Gravy Wrestling Championships?
I've been in the pub. I know the.
Oh, you know the
Well,
pub? There you go.
It must be. I'll tell you what. It must be serious stuff, because in the most recent event, Sky Penty, aka Wanda Gravy, she won it despite having dislocated her arm in a fierce bout against the Oxo Fox. And the referee, who I think is also the landlord of the pub, a chap called Stephen Claxton, had to put her arm back in place, and she carried on and went on to win.
Oh my good. I prefer to eat gravy personally, although probably not after someone's been wrestling in it.
I'll give you a quiz question.
Go on then. Yeah, go on. Quiz within a quiz.
This is Stacksteads. Okay.
Yeah.
Which Lancashire bat opened the batting with Everton Weeks and went on to become England manager and came from Stacksteads?
Ooh, a Lancastrian.
I'll put that over to you because you're a lot older than me, Tony.
Well, thank you for that.
3 or 4 years older than me.
Lancashire. Do you know what? I don't know. If we're talking about that age group, Worrell Weeks, Walcott, etc. Don't know.
I don't know the answer.
You've got me.
Have to tell us. You're going to have to tell us.
Who was it?
Bob Bennett.
Bob Bennett. Oh, okay.
Right. Okay. I was. We talked about Bob Barber last week, weren't we? In something or other.
No, we were likening him to Liam Livingstone.
That's right. Right. Bob Barber, indeed. Right. So the scores on the doors at the moment are Bumble 4, Annie 4. It couldn't be tighter. It's almost as exciting as our Melbourne standoff last week. But we move on, and we move on now to Bumble, and we ask him, Brett Geeves, Australia, live cricketer, dead cricketer. Who's that with? Brett Geeves.
G-E-V-E-S.
E-E-V-E-S.
Jeeves.
Or Jeeves even. Yeah, it could be Jeeves, couldn't it?
Yeah. Jeevo. Yeah, Jeevo.
Oh, you remember Jeevo? Oh, Jeevo. Good mate.
He is a present cricketer.
You're absolutely unbelievable, Bumble. What is it? Are you sure you haven't got someone prodding you from behind a couple of times? I know, man, you might like that.
I think that's a different show entirely.
There's no stopping him at the moment. Brett Geeves is indeed a live cricketer. Do you want to guess about how old he might be at this particular stage? For both points? Oh, I didn't see that. I saw your mouth move, but I didn't hear.
22.
No, you're nowhere near, I'm afraid to say. He's about twice that age. Well, nearly. He's actually 40. What do we know about Brett Geeves, Tony?
What do we know about Brett Geeves? Well, he's from Claremont in Tasmania. His nickname is Banger, a bit like Marcus Trescothick, isn't it, Annie? Wasn't he called
Yeah, he's Banger.
Banger, indeed. He's played for Australia, Tasmania, and a couple of games, indeed, for Delhi Daredevils latterly. Right-arm fast medium bowler, right-handed batsman, briefly part of Australia's short-form setup. A back injury, sadly, at 29, forced him into retirement. In his 2 ODIs against Bangkok and South Africa, Bangkok, what am I saying? Bangladesh and South Africa, Bangladesh. Bangladesh, just South Africa. 2008-2009 took 3 wickets at 26. Had a best bowling of 2 for 11 versus Bangladesh in Darwin. In his only T20 international, took 2 for 35 against South Africa at the Wanderers. He got Herschel Gibbs and A.B. de Villiers, though, quite cheaply, but Australia still lost.
Good names to get, eh?
Yeah,
good.
There you
Good
go.
batsman to get. Okay, so Bumble moves into a 6-4 lead with just one
this is
more
just wrong.
name before we take a break. And we're at the break. What we have, Bumble, you may not know about this, is we have social justice warrior stroke right-arm seam bowler Chris Woke, who writes a regular column for us. He's going to be talking about things that have been upsetting him this week. So we'll have a little break. It doesn't mean you actually get a break. It's just like we do it and then we fill it in if you get my meaning. Anyway, moving on to Annie, and she's going to look to draw level. How about this one, Annie? Arthur Fielder, England. Live cricketer, dead cricketer. Who's that weirdo? Arthur Fielder.
Well, he's been made to sound like a cricketer because of Fielder. It's
Does
made to sound old because of Arthur.
Exactly.
So he's either an old cricketer, or I think he's who's that weirdo?
No, you're wrong. You fall behind. Into the interval we go with Bumble in the lead. He is not a weirdo.
You can throw it to Bumble now.
Yes, I've got to pass it across.
No, don't give it to him.
Dead cricketer or live cricketer? That's all that's left for a bonus point. Arthur Fielder.
Dear Arthur is a dead cricketer.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. So another point to Bumble. He goes to 7-4 in the league. He is a dead cricketer. He died.
Age?
What age did he die at?
He died at 74.
Oh, I'm going to give you 3 more points. My goodness me, you are running away. Sorry, 2 more points. Running away with this because you're very close. He was 72 when he died in 1949. Tony, before we go to Chris Woke, tell us more about Arthur Fielder.
Well, yeah, it is a wonderful piece of nominative determinism. You're absolutely right. He was a fast bowler for Kent and England before the First World War. Was born in Tunbridge in 1877, the year, of course, of the first ever test. He was the first player to get 10 first-class wickets in an innings, which he got in the Gentlemen and Players match at Lord's, took all 10. The feat it was accomplished in 1906, although the Gentlemen won the game despite that. In his first-class matches that season, he took 186 wickets at 20 apiece and did much towards enabling Kent for the first time to carry off the championship. He had 2 tours of Australia for England under Bell and Warner in 1907 and then Arthur Jones. And he did pretty well on that second tour. 6 for 82 and 3 for 88 at the SCG, 2 for 77 and 1 for 74 at the MCG, 4 for 80 at Adelaide, 4 for 54 and 4 for 91 at the MCG again. In all, he got Victor Trumper and Monty Noble 3 times each in that series, although Australia still won it.
Monty Noble,
3-1.
Trumper, legendary names.
And Bumble knew him, obviously.
Bumble, he's you can't put Arthur Fielder past Bumble. I was glad that you got that one, Annie, because I think he would have sopped that up. As it is, we go into the break as Chris Woke comes out of the pub in Solihull to say a few words, and with the score at 8-4, Bumble is leading. We shall now hear from Chris Woke. Just a little theme tune before we get there.
Craig Matthews, Alan Knott. Who's that weirdo? Neil Sidhu, Neil Mackenzie. Who's that weirdo? Wayne Leverock, Shannon Freed. Who's that weirdo? Chris Harris, Kevin O'Brien. Who's that weirdo?
Sorry I'm late. Yeah, a bloody train strike. Those red union layabout benefit fraud bastards. Right, when does this stuff get switched on? What? The rolling? Don't you dare broadcast any of that shit. I've a reputation to uphold.
Holding seam up, knocking prejudice down. The phone went the other day. It was the editor of the Smaximum. You filed your copy yet, Wokey? Typical oppressive capitalist. Not even a polite hello to soften the blow of the latest unreasonable request. Unfortunately, Smack's Ed is just the tip of the iceberg. It's a well-known fact that social justice cricket correspondents are scandalously overworked these days. Look at me. In the last fortnight, I've been expected to deliver
Not only an entire piece on the Interplanetary Solar System Cup, but also an audio recording outlining my forced inclusion programme. It might not seem this way, people, but every single word is an excruciating drain on the resource bank of my genius. What's more, all these different formats make it doubly exhausting. My woke load is simply unmanageable. One of the specky grey beardy dinosaurs at Gorilla was depressingly unsympathetic. In my day, cricket writers would regularly knock out 1,000-word articles every day at week and still have the strength for a couple of features at weekends. You didn't see those lads rushing off to matron with a sore wrist. Lads? Matron? This is the everyday sexism we've come to expect from this mob, sadly. Well, this wage slave has had enough. It's time to make a stand. From now on, I shall be operating a one-day woke. This means that within any given 14-day period, I shall insist on 13 days of rest, all expenses paid trip to the spa at Leamington, and 3 meals per day at Birmingham's organic food village, Leaky Blinders. That will leave me fully fit and firing for one day a fortnight to craft world-class content for you, the deserving cricketing public. Busting, eh? This sort of action is the only way to get employers to sit up and take notice. If they do not heed our message, they risk burning people out. And that will only add to the climate change emergency we're all facing. Remember, as England's men found out under Mike Atherton, one out, all out. Until next woke, comrades, ta-ra, me ducks!
Greg Matthews, Alan Knott. Who's that weirdo? Abdul Sidhu, Neil Mackenzie. Who's that weirdo? Wayne Leverock, Shannon Freed. Who's that weirdo? Chris Harris, Kevin O'Brien. Who's that weirdo?
Thanks very much, Chris Woke. He's always got his finger on the pulse, and I think you should all follow him. He's also available to be read in our weekly news and views letter, The Smaximum, which is available to Patreons, patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket, if you'd like to support the work that Gorilla Cricket does. We are back, and Bumble is 8-4 in the lead. It's going better than you could imagine, isn't it, Bumble?
Delirious, are you?
You've moved rooms, by the way. You look like you've moved rooms, have you?
Yeah, no, I've just moved hands. This time we're going to sleep, so I'm holding it very primitive. It's an iPhone, which I'm holding in my left hand.
Oh, is it? Oh, it's a very good picture on an iPhone, I have to say. It's absolutely brilliant. Although I probably shouldn't. No, other sort of phones are available, I should say that, shouldn't I? Really? Right, moving on. It's Bumble's turn, and the first after the interval is the great name of Ronald Saggers, Australia. Dead cricketer, live cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Ronald Saggers.
Who's the weirdo?
No, you're wrong. Yes, answer for Annie to come back into the game. Dead cricketer or live cricketer? Annie?
Live cricketer.
No bonus point for you, I'm afraid to say. You're all totally wrong. He's a dead cricketer. Everyone knows Ronald Saggers is dead. What's the matter with you two? I can't even pass it over for anyone to have a guess how old.
Yeah, he can only just have died, surely.
Well, it depends it depends whether you think 1987 is fairly recent. Yes. I'd like to think that, but unfortunately it isn't. Ronald Saggers is a dead Australian cricketer. He died aged 69 in 1987, and Tony's got more information about him.
I may be, what's his name? Richard Osman, but I don't think Alexander Armstrong ever punches the air with quite such glee and delight at guests getting things wrong. But then we go. He is indeed, sadly, alas, a dead cricketer. He died at the age of 69 in 1987. Did Ronald Saggers. He was born in Sydenham.
What, at Sydenham?
Sydenham, New South Wales.
Not
Sydenham, New South Wales.
We are, of course.
Though he died in Sydney, he is no relation to Martin Saggers. Played for Australia and New South Wales as a wicketkeeper and batsman. Quite tall for a wicketkeeper he was. Very useful right-handed bat. He scored 1,888 runs with an average of 23.89. His one century being his 104 not out against Essex in 1948, when the Australians put on 721 in one day.
Sorry, was that 1948?
In 19.
That was the Invincibles, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
That was the Invincibles.
6 tests in all. He averaged 10 and a high score of 14, which he got versus South Africa in Johannesburg, and Australia, which was in 1949, and Australia won that by and innings. He was understudy a lot to Don Talon, somewhat restricted his opportunities, as Bumble will no doubt
You know a bit about Don Talon?
Yeah, I'm Don Talon on the centenary test, so that would be what, 1976.
Wasn't it?
Australia. Don Talon, he had a brother as well. There were two of them, Talon.
Right. Two Talon. Hey, you're having me on there. You're talking about Birds of Prey now, aren't you?
No, he was a real character as well. I mean, a proper Australian larrikin character, Don Talon, and he had his brother. We'll have to look it up.
We'll have to look it up. We'll do that at the end of the show. Moving on then, unfortunately for Annie, she failed to take advantage of Bumble's failure in that particular instance. We move on and we say to Annie, Rafiqul Alam, Bangladesh, live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Rafiqul Alam. Have you got all your county cricket matters above your head?
I have.
Alphabetical order.
Yeah. No, they're in issue order.
They all start with C, don't they?
They all start with C.
There's a lot of C's.
Yes, there are indeed. Rafiqul Alam.
Right. Well, we haven't had one of these for a while, so I'm going to go. Who's that weirdo?
Absolutely wrong.
I just haven't got it this time.
No, well, to be honest, Grubby was just terrible. It wasn't that you were that great. Rafiqul Alam, live cricketer or dead cricketer, Bumble?
He's very much alive.
He is. You're absolutely right. And how old do you think he is?
He is 27.
No, he's nowhere near 27. He is alive, but he's actually 65. Rafiqul Alam of Bang. I thought, the way you said with such confidence, I thought you actually knew him and you'd played against him for a moment.
Oh, that's a lamb.
Oh, that's a lamb.
Nice try.
It's so easy to get your alams mixed up, isn't it? It really is.
Yeah.
Tell us more about the live cricketer, Rafiqul Alam, Tony.
Rafiqul Alam, yes. He's 65, as you rightly say. He was born in 1957 in Dhaka as a right-hand bat. He's also been a match referee and a national selector for Bangladesh, renowned for his aggressive batting and all-round qualities. He first played for them in 1980. He represented them in 2 ODIs versus Pakistan and Sri Lanka in 1986. In the first versus Pakistan, he made 14 of 43 balls. Was caught Ramiz Raja, bowled Wasim Akram. Versus in
There's another actor.
There you go. In the second versus Sri Lanka in Kandy, he only made 10 of 20 balls. Bangladesh lost both games. But a man of Lancashire, of course, got him out.
There you go. Rafiqul Alam, a Bangladeshi live cricketer, aged 65. Moving back to Bumble, we only have 4 names to go. It's really hotting up. Bumble has 8. Annie has 4.
He had 8 before.
I know, but he didn't get the last one right.
Oh, no, that's true.
Yeah, that's why I didn't give him any extra points.
Oh, okay.
I was going to, but, now this is an interesting one. Anakali Akasha of Sri Lanka. Anakali Akasha, Sri Lanka, Bumble.
Who's that weirdo?
Oh, you're just instinctive. You're just purely instinctive. It's that speed with which you played Lillian Thompson. You're absolutely right. She is a weirdo. She's a she as well. And what do you think? What do you think she does? What do you think she does, or did? Ideas?
Sri Lanka.
Anakali Akasha. Anakali Akasha.
I think she's a musician.
Ooh, you're quite close, but not close enough for a bonus point, because that would just be cruel.
Half a point, how generous are you feeling?
Half a point, well, I want to keep...
No, he's winning too much.
He's winning by too many.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to go do away with the extra point there. Anakali Akasha is an actress and former Miss Sri Lanka, is that right?
That is absolutely right. She's born in 1987. She is that. Film actress, model, singer. Did you say singer, though?
You did say
yeah.
singer. Oh, right. I'm going to give you
in that case, have your full point.
You have a point. Yeah.
TV host and politician. She was crowned Miss Sri Lanka in 2000.
Give her a point. Him a point. She does so many things. She could have named anything.
Well, it doesn't say sort of plumber, electrician, general handy person here. But,
she might even be a cricketer on the sly.
She could have been, yeah. But she was crowned Miss Sri Lanka in 2004, represented Sri Lanka at Miss World in 2004 beauty pageant. She's also worked as a brand ambassador and fundraiser. She's got her own YouTube channel if you want to go and check her out.
Okay.
It's Anakali Live. You can find her on YouTube.
She's not a window cleaner.
She's not a window cleaner.
A window cleaner.
Although you might want to clean your windows to have a look out and see what she's up to.
She probably wrestles with gravy though.
She probably does. Oh my
Who
goodness!
would give them a chance?
Everyone does that sort of thing. It's like bog snorkeling, isn't it? Right, moving on. We have 3 names remaining. The first one for Annie. You're gonna have to get some
I'm
bonus.
gonna have to get it.
You're really gonna have to go here, Annie. Gajanand Singh, United States, live cricketer, dead cricketer. Who's Gajanand Singh. Oh, well.
Stop it.
He's teasing you now. He's teasing you.
Live cricketer.
Yes, you're right.
Yes.
I think he's done himself down there, Bumble. I think he's given that away a little bit. Gajanand Singh, US, is a live cricketer. And what age do you think Gajanand Singh might currently be, Annie?
31.
Oh, you're so close. I'm going to give you an extra point because it makes it more fun. They're actually 35, and that's only. We always say if you're 3 away, we give you a point. But you did 4 away. We're going to be kind to you because that's the way we are. That's the way we roll here on Guerrilla Cricket. Gajanand Singh is indeed a live cricketer, age 35. Tell us what you know about him, Tony.
Well, he's from Berbice in Guyana. He's a left-hand bat, left-arm medium bowler. He plays, as you rightly said, for the USA, but he's played for Guyana, Amazon Warriors, and did play for the West Indies under-19s as well. He hasn't really made much of an impression in first-class cricket. He averages 25 in just 10 matches that he played. But his his most valuable performance came against in the presumably the CPR. Against Trinidad and Trinbago Knight Riders when he made a quick fire. I'll get it out in a minute. Quick fire 39 to steer his team to a decent score of 159.
There you go, Gajanand Singh. That's all you need to know about Gajanand Singh. He may make a comeback. Of course, there's going to be Major League Cricket, isn't there, in the US fairly soon? So we'll see how whether he gets a gig in that. Back to Bumble, who's trying all the mind tricks that he knows, that are honed after years and years in the top echelons of the game. I'm going to turn to you, Bumble, with you leading 11-7, the final round of names. Glennis Page, New Zealand, live cricketer, dead cricketer. Who's that weirdo?
Can I just before we do that, can I just go through the rules again? It say right at the beginning that if you get the age and you're within 3, you did. I thought you did. Yeah.
So I've actually sort of stretched those rules because there is a term and condition that says the host is allowed to update during the match, basically.
Bit of VAT. Just put a bit
VAT on
Not
VAR. Not VAR.
Called again.
Gajanand Singh, that was. So Glennis Page, New Zealand, live cricketer, dead cricketer. Who's that weirdo?
Glennis Page, just a nice name, Glennis Page.
A lovely name, it really is.
I know the New Zealand cricketers. I've met quite a number of retired cricketers.
Ooh. Oh, this is tense. Oh, I'm almost dropping dead with excitement. Go on.
Who's weirdo?
You're wrong. You went the wrong way, Bumble. You threw it into your head, but you didn't get the right answer from deep in the brain. Glennis Page, is she a dead cricketer or a live cricketer? Annie, this is important. A bonus point for you on the line. Dead cricketer or live cricketer? Oh, Glennis Page, New Zealand.
Glennis, Bumble knows some of the old retired ones.
He knows some Glennises.
But maybe not a really old one. I don't know how far back, but I'm going to go for dead.
You're absolutely right. You've got a bonus point. Well done, Annie. You're coming up on the stand side. She died, I can tell you, a while ago. And for an extra bonus point, how old do you think she was when she died?
It was really sad. She was only 49.
I think I said she was only 14 for a moment, which would have been really tragic. She wasn't only 49. She was 72 when she...
well, I was still really sad.
Yeah, it was really sad.
Yeah.
She got this mortal coil in 2012. And Tony's got some news and information about her.
Well, I can tell you, she was born in 1940 in Auckland. She played for Auckland women and New Zealand women. Very useful slow left armour. Played just 2 ODIs. She made her debut against Trinidad and Tobago women in the 1973 Women's World Cup, which of course was played in the UK. That game was played in Clarence Park in St Albans.
Really?
Which, as Bumble, I'm sure, will immediately tell you, is where St Albans City in the National League South play. Because I've been and watched Watford there many times in pre-season friendlies. And it was also New Zealand, that first game was also New Zealand women's inaugural ODI. She made 5 with the bat, but took a very impressive 6 for 20.
Wow.
Rolling the Trinidad and Tobago women for just 61 all out to win handsomely. They all went off. They won the cup that year, of course, the World Cup, under the captaincy of Enid Bakewell. They got a century, but it was the captaincy of Rachel Hayhoe Flint. They won the cup, I think, at Edgbaston, and they all went off to meet Edward Heath, the Prime Minister.
Oh dear.
She still does, Glennis, she still holds the best bowling figures by a player on debut in a women's ODI, and is the only bowler to take a 6-wicket haul on a women's ODI debut.
There you go, Glennis Page. She's very much not a weirdo. She's a dead cricketer. And that makes for a fascinating final name that we are going to give to Annie. Now, let me look at the scores. Bumble has 8, 9, 10, 11 points. Annie, reigning champ, has 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 points. So not only are you going to need to get this right, Annie, you're going to need to get some subsidiaries right as well. So this is absolutely crucial for you.
And if I do, it'll be a tie.
And if you do it, because super over. We'll have to find another name. I don't think we've made contingency plans for that.
I have got a couple of spare names.
I've got a couple of spare names, so it goes that far. Well, I almost feel like trying to fix it for that, but I won't. Anyway, the final name of today's Who's That Weirdo is Warwick Turner, Australia. Live cricketer, dead cricketer, or Who's That Weirdo? Warwick Turner. Warwick Turner.
Definitely Who's That Weirdo.
You're absolutely right. You've got 2 points. Oh my God! You're within 1 point of Bumble. Poor old Bumble. He can't believe it. His head is in his hands, because all you need to do now is tell us what you think Warwick Turner of Australia does. Now think deeply about the kind of mischievous things we get up to here on Who's That Weirdo. You're going to have to sort of run it through.
So it's going to be something really obscure, basically.
Possibly comment. I couldn't possibly comment. I can hear the sledging from Bumble at this very moment, trying to mess with your mind.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think? What do you think Warwick Turner did or does?
Pornography.
Oh, well, in a sense, pornography, because he's involved with food porn. I think you have to say food porn, because he is. I don't know. Actually, I should send this over to Bumble, shouldn't I? Because you've got that wrong. Bumble, do you want to have a guess about who Warwick Turner is?
He's in food.
Yep. Yeah. Good. Well, good. Very good. You're absolutely right. How far in food is he?
He's a very famous restaurateur.
Oh, if only he were. I'm afraid you don't get an extra point for that. It means you're going to probably come out on top. We're going to have to add it up in a minute. But Tony, tell us what Warwick Turner did or does.
I absolutely can tell you that. His main claim to fame was achieved in 2011 when he captured the World Black Pudding Championship title in Ramsbottom in Lancashire. He was, however, the second ever Australian winner. Jim Riley had been the first in 2001. Around 700 contestants compete to dislodge the highest number of Yorkshire puddings from a specially designed plinth on a 20-foot ledge by throwing 3 black puddings, and those are in fact supplied by Chadwick's of Bury.
That's right.
I'm sorry, it does sound like...
Do you know Chadwick's of Bury? You know Chadwick's of Bury?
Yeah, definitely. Bury. It is one of the best markets in the world.
It is.
Oh, right. Excellent.
Yeah.
The ultimate Lancashire delicacy, Chadwick's original black puddings, is a Bury institution opened in 1929 and now run by Mary and Tony in Bury Market.
Yeah.
Bury Market. There's good local knowledge, Bumble.
Cannot beat a black pudding. Absolutely magnificent.
No, they are all handmade, of course. Seasoning, according to either Mary or Tony, is the key, but the recipe is a closely guarded secret. For the best results, you either briefly boil, then split open and cover with mustard, or pan fry, preferably in bacon fat.
Do you make your own black puddings, Bumble?
No, I get them. Sometimes I get Chadwick's, but everybody around here would be selling very black puddings. It is fantastic. I mean, you can't beat a black pudding. It's fitness food. It's health food.
Do you think that was why? Do you think that was why England took their own chef out to Pakistan to ensure that they had black puddings on the menu?
Black puddings out, they'd have been all right.
I think they would have done. And maybe that's what it was. Maybe it's like, I was going to say that was what made them sick the day before. Maybe that's what sort of impelled them on to compel them to victory, I suppose.
I'll tell you what, I'd really like to go to this competition one year.
Go on then. Tell us more.
Competitors have 3 turns in an attempt to knock down as many Yorkshire puddings as possible. They're arranged in a pile of a dozen, and they have to throw underarm from a purpose-built stand called an ocky. The competition dates back to the 1980s, and clearly it celebrates Rose's rivalry between Yorkshire and Lancashire. Warwick Turner himself comes from Australia's Gold Coast. He dislodged 8 Yorkshire puddings from that ledge.
Black puddings, you know.
And one, sorry, yes. What did I call them?
Yorkshire puddings.
No.
Get your puddings right.
No, I was. You throw the Yorkshire puddings, or the other way around. No, you show the black puddings to dislodge the Yorkshire puddings.
Oh.
Anyway, he won 100 quid for his trouble. There were windy conditions and showers, which rather hampered his throwing. But nonetheless, he definitely achieved it. More than 1,000 spectators supported the event, including an appearance by the Hairy Bikers, Dave Myers and Stephen King, who also took part and were in with a decent chance of winning it at one point. The latest event, I can tell you, was won in 2021 by Andrew Ferrier. Sadly, though, I don't know anything about him.
Well, there you go. If you want to know any more about Andrew Ferrier, Black Pudding Champion, World Black Pudding Champion 2021, you'll have to go to Google yourself and find out.
I think I should get a point, because it was fairly pornographic.
Yeah, well, it was, wasn't it? It was kind of food porn. If I give you a point, I'm going to have to go and do an...
No, it's okay.
I'm not...
You gave me a point extra anyway. So.
You've had your chance. You've had your chance. You've been dethroned as Queen of Who's That Weirdo, I'm afraid. And the new champion of Who's That Weirdo is none other than the voice of cricket himself, Bumble. How do you feel about it? How do you feel about Bumble? I mean, you didn't expect it, but you must be delighted.
It's emotional. I mean, I've never. Let me gather myself just for a second. But more importantly, I'm absolutely thrilled to have won. And do I book my own flights, or do you book it?
Well,
so I take it it's a fortnight in Barbados.
Yeah,
we could have a word with Gladstone.
Well,
give you a discount.
We'll mention them. We'll see if Gladstone will get you on a flight. Barbados.
Black Opal. If Gladstone's involved with Black Opal, isn't it?
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
That's right. And he's Jamie Smith is his oppo. Right. Yeah, looking forward to it. I'll probably want to stay at Westmoreland if you can get me in at Westmoreland, or at the other one where it's a very nice golf course.
Is that the West Coast or the South Coast? Which do you prefer?
It's called the Platinum Course. At Sandy Lane.
I do apologise.
For a fortnight. I'll pick my dates. Let me pick my dates.
Yeah.
And I'll just send you the bill.
Okay. Yeah, we'll do that, and we'll ignore it.
I think you were hoping I was going to win.
Strike, that's the problem.
Yeah, it won't reach it because there's a postal strike on, I'm afraid. But anyway, that is it from today's Who's That Weirdo. It's been another nail-biting, extraordinary competition between Annie Chave and Bumble, the voice of cricket. And Bumble has come out 11-10 winner. I'm wondering, Bumble, is there anything else in cricket now that you want to do? I mean, now that you've been on Guerrilla Cricket and won Who's That Weirdo, in addition to all the other roles you've had in cricket, what could possibly be next?
Commentating with a bit of luck.
Oh, you can come on, you can commentate with us if you like, anytime. You're absolutely. It's an open invitation. You can bring your own beer, and a black pudding if you like.
Well, I brew my own beer for a start.
Oh, do you?
And it's one of them beers that you need like a safety net behind you. It's 6.5%.
Way.
Ooh, that would be dangerous in the middle of the night.
Don't give that to the England team in Pakistan at the moment.
Absolutely not.
They won't need any more encouragement.
They don't need more encouragement. It's absolutely true. It's been absolutely great fun having you on, Bumble. Thank you so much for giving your time and joining us here with Annie Chave today. We are incredibly grateful. And absolutely seriously, we'd open. You know, we don't pay very well, as you know. You can get a pastry and a beer, but if you ever want to join us on Guerrilla Cricket, you are so welcome. I can't even say how welcome you are. So thank you so much for being a good sport and joining us today. Thanks, Bumble.
I've loved it. It's been terrific. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Cheers. Bad luck.
Cheers, Don.
Bye.
Cheers now.
Bye-bye. Cheers.
Craig Matthews, Alan Knott. Who's that weirdo? Abdul Sidhu, Neil Mackenzie. Who's that weirdo? Dwayne Leverock, Shannon Freedy. Who's that weirdo? Chris Harris, Kevin O'Brien. Who's that weirdo? Craig Matthews, Alan Knott. Who's that weirdo? Abdul Sidhu, Neil Mackenzie. Who's that weirdo? Dwayne Leverock, Shannon Freedy. Who's that weirdo? Chris Harris, Kevin O'Brien. Who's that weirdo?
Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Gorilla Cricket, and after a break of about a month for Christmas, we're back with episode 5 of Who's That Weirdo, a test of skill, knowledge and overactive imaginations that separates the live cricketers from the dead cricketers and those who aren't cricketers at all but sound as though they ought to be. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and today's edition matches occasional gorilla Kit Harris, the finest Richie Benno impersonator it's been my fortune to meet, but more importantly now, assistant editor of Wisden Cricketers Almanac, against the award-winning author, Guardian writer, and possibly Michael Atherton's biggest fan, Emma John, who've been trying to get on for a while, and finally she has relented. Emma, welcome to Gorilla Cricket and Who's That Weirdo? How on earth did Kit manage to persuade you to come onto this orgy of chaos?
Well, he definitely didn't say that I'd be announced as Michael Atherton's biggest fan.
Are you not Michael Atherton's biggest fan? I thought that was...
No, I am. I'm a huge fan. I'm a huge fan. I just, it's definitely one of those things that, you know, now feels like it's become such a parody of itself that I.
Are you trying to disown Michael Atherton?
I get nervous about hearing it.
Is there a scale to measure it by?
Well, exactly.
That'd be the interesting
To
thing.
be honest, I know that I'm not his biggest fan because I've met Miles Jupp, so
Miles Jupp, well, we've met Miles Jupp, not recently.
Miles Jupp is an even bigger Mike Atherton fan.
Really? Okay, well, we'll have to get Miles on this.
He's got kind of, you know, he's one of those people who remembers a lot of facts and stats, and he's got all the Athers knowledge in his head, to be honest, way more than I have, and I blooming wrote a book about, you know, that involved the man, and I'm terrible at that stuff, but Miles really knows his stuff.
Right, well, Miles will be our next target. He doesn't know it yet, but he will. If he's listening to this now, he will now know that we're after him. Now, your book, which you just sort of alluded to, was following on a memoir of teenage obsession and terrible cricket, and we can all relate to terrible cricket. When you said terrible cricket, was that terrible cricket from England in the early 90s? Is that what you were really referring to?
Oh, yes. Well, I didn't play cricket at all, so it wasn't my terrible cricket.
It wasn't your terrible cricket.
No, my terrible cricket has only recently started, because I literally never played until last season. I joined Stoke Newington Cricket Club, who are just up the road from me. But no, when I was a teenager, it was just before all the This Girl Can and, you know, all those kind of campaigns to get women into cricket. And even though I was absolutely obsessed with the game, nobody would let me play it.
That's really sad. I mean, you probably know Annie Chave, who comes on our program quite a lot. And she had a similar situation, didn't she, when she was young? That she was trying to play for a boys' team and they wouldn't let her play. As far as I remember, that was the.
Well, mine was mostly my school. I mean, I didn't even know any teams or clubs, but and certainly the one that was local to me was the Luton one was and possibly still is all male, but yeah, the school that I played, you know, the school that I went to was all girls, but there was a boys' school next door. And once I was really in love with cricket, I asked them, you know, oh, could we, you know, we used to do the classic thing of in the summer it was like tennis or rounders. That was what we got to play. In winter it was lacrosse and netball, that was your options. In the summer it was tennis and rounders, and or kind of athletics, which was always really embarrassing, because that had also the worst outfits. And so I really wanted them to kind of, you know, maybe show us how to play cricket in the amazing facilities that the boys' school next door had.
Right.
And we were told no. And then eventually, when I did finally persuade them in sixth form, you know, we got one session, and the boys and the male teachers just laughed at us because obviously we didn't know what we were doing. So it was the most dispiriting cricket experience you can imagine, and certainly not one that any girl who went to, you know, who turned up to play in England today would find, I think.
No, things seem to be improving greatly in that respect, don't they? I don't know really what's happening at clubs. I'm not that
I'm not that sort of involved with clubs anymore, so I don't know whether it's really growing as much as people are saying. Anyway, have you got anything else in the pipeline regarding writing, books, or ideas that you're planning?
Oh my goodness, that's always the worst question. I'm sure it's lovely for people who do have things that they can immediately answer, but for those of us who kind of maybe aren't as organised, I mean, I bobble along, having vague ideas, and then trying to work out if they will work. And I'm definitely in the bobbling phase.
It's always a good phase to be in, the bobbling. Do you not think, Tony? But let's move on. That's an introduction for Emma. Let's talk about Kit, who he's just become an author.
Bobbling would be a very good name for a bluegrass artist, though.
Oh, true, it would, yes. Kit, if you're still there, are you still there?
I am still here.
He's still here. He is still there. You have just published your first book, I believe, which is called The Queen at Cricket. Tell us the idea behind this. Is this every game that the Queen has ever witnessed?
Yes, that's right. And along with, as it turned out, all the occasions when she held receptions for cricketers or really got involved with cricketers at all, according to the official records. And now, in fact, the idea came to me only after she had died. I found myself sort of casually wondering, how many cricket matches did she actually go to? And because I know she didn't go to very many football matches.
Right.
If you were the Queen, what would your cricketing experiences have been?
Mm-hmm.
We can all say, if we've been to test matches, we can all remember exactly which tests we've been to or which days or what happened on those days. So I decided it would be really fun to reconstruct the Queen's cricketing memories as a watcher. So that's what it is. It's a chronological journey through all the games that the Queen saw, live and in person, from 1947, when she first went with her father, to 2017, which was her last appearance at a test match at Lord's.
How difficult was it to track down those games? I mean, did you not have to sort of delve deep into old newspapers to find a mention of the Queen having been there on a particular day? Or was it through your access to back issues of the Wisden Almanac?
Well, as blessed and beautiful as the almanac is, it wasn't terrifically helpful in finding the information, because Wisden is, of course, far more focused on the cricket than whether the Queen turns up.
Right.
And the MCC provided a list, which it said was partial. In fact, Emma herself managed to get that for me.
Brilliant.
So then when I started investigating in the British Library, going through past newspapers, quickly established that the MCC's list was definitely partial. So, yes, got to work with the newspaper archives, digging up things like Surrey at Guildford, the Queen turning up too late for the game to still be on, so the cricketers all traipsed out again and had a county beer match, bun fight as they called it in the 50s. So, yes, it's a reconstruction of her cricketing journey.
You worked on that pretty quickly then. If you didn't do it until after she'd started on it, until after she died, and it came out in December, that's pretty swift work.
It is pretty swift work, and yes, I don't think many writers are used to working exceptionally hard for prolonged periods of time. But yes, it was quite a sweat to get it out, and lucky really that it having to write it didn't coincide with these last 2 months of working very, very hard to finish the Wisden Almanac, because January and February would have been a nightmare time to try and get anything done.
Oh God! Well, of course that comes out. What about April? End of April or early May?
Mid-April. Yeah, mid-April.
Okay. And what? Can you give us any little quick, things we should be looking out for this year, or is it all hush hush and won't be revealed until the last minute?
Well, aside from the hush hush expectation, which of course we do like to have, I think what are now called Easter eggs, things that you open the covers and look in our Part 1 comment section and say, oh, that's fun. There are things which, of course, you can predict easily will be in there. Our coverage of Shane Warne's death and his life, I should say, more correctly. That's very, very detailed, and we've got some very good writing on that and covering it from a range of angles. This wonderful cricketer and all his great achievements.
Yeah, that must have been the biggest shock of the last year, mustn't it, Shane Warne? I don't think any of us could really believe
that had happened. Anyway, so that's the Queen at Cricket. That's Kit Harris's new book. Have a look out for that. And just a reminder that Emma's book is following on a memoir of teenage obsession and terrible cricket. Let's get on with the show. The other man I haven't introduced to you so far is very patient Tony Bishop, sitting here alongside me, and he's just going to give you a rundown, a reminder for those of you listening for the first time, of the rules of Who's That Weirdo. Tony.
Well, yes, thank you, Hendo. It's all very simple. There are going to be 12 questions. Each comprises a person's name. Each of those will be either a live cricketer, a dead cricketer, or not a cricketer at all. You just need to use your knowledge, skill, or judgment to say which you think they are. If you think the name is not a cricketer, then you need to say, who's that weirdo? And if you don't, depending on his mood, Hendo may apply a penalty of some.
5 seconds of silence. Finish your drinks, lads, and...
What do you mean finish your drinks? I'm drinking that food away. I've got a fucking large glass of whiskey here, Jesus.
This is the 5 seconds of silence you're talking to.
Okay.
Just once in a decade, in a lifetime maybe, the world of entertainment is disrupted and utterly elated by something entirely new. Good Lord.
And now for something completely different.
It's big, it's bold, it's arrogant, it's like a barrel load of ugly fruit. It's the Gorilla Cricket Grumpy Old Men podcast. I saw Jancis Robinson recently on an article that just reminded me of that rather rubbish description, so I thought I'd use that as the intro. It's Grubby here, it's not Fred Titmus, and it's the Bear. How are you, chaps?
Very well.
And we're all absolutely dead keen, aren't we?
Oh,
to
absolutely.
See this wonderful, unbeaten England team who have not been beaten for weeks. Take on the West Indies in the West Indies, always our favourite away tour in many respects, not least because of the time of the day the games are played. And it starts tomorrow, and you can hear every ball live on Gorilla Cricket.
Absolutely. Live and direct from somewhere.
From all over the place, in fact.
Well, yeah, all over the place. Although it is now no longer hashtag GC from home strictly, because people are wending their way into the studio. Not Fred's going to join me. Hendo's going to make an appearance on Wednesday. Supposedly.
He's still alive.
He is still alive, and he's going to come back to the fold. Tony's going to be joining me, and some other people. I think Jack Hope's coming in during the series, first test even. So should be fun and games.
It's been a long while since you've had some company. Although I think I came in for something.
You did come. You came in for an afternoon. Yeah, on the proviso. During was it a T20? I think.
Was it a lockdown breaker? Was it a Downing Street
Probably.
party of an event?
Yeah.
I don't think it was actually.
Lots
no,
of
it wasn't.
Prosecco and cake.
Did you write it off against expenses though? Because that would then.
Absolutely.
That would
I
then
was trying to get
confirm
it
that it
before the
wasn't
end of the
worth
financial
doing.
year.
I've done some not redecorate. I've put up some shelves and sort of organised the lounge. I actually mopped the floor, which is the first time I've been mopped for 2 years. Threw out a sofa.
Talking, I'm going to leave that one just there. I'm going to go back to Fred's point about the financial year. Have I ever told you that my mother-in-law got herself induced with what became my wife? So she was born on the 3rd of April. Because back then you could claim some tax relief if you had your child before the end of the financial year.
Really?
So,
oh
yeah,
my word!
Yeah, thrifty.
Do you gentlemen know why the tax date is April 5th?
No.
No.
Considering the quarter date, which is 10 days before, isn't it? It's March the 25th. But when they changed over from the Julian calendar to the Gregorian calendar, we lost 10 days. Because they had to make up a couple of thousand years of missed leap years. And people said, well, right, okay, they grumbled a lot, said, all right, okay, we'll have it, but we're bloody well not paying our taxes. So they moved the tax day back 10 days, and it's still April the 5th.
Power to the people.
Yeah.
When did they switch over?
That's a very good question. I'm glad you asked me that. I can't be asked to Google it.
Is this the same? I mean, that is some severe laziness.
Well, I'm just thinking. I'm just thinking of the amount of leap years that were lost. But it's what, 25 days a century?
No, because the difference between the Gregorian and the Julian is that you only have a leap year in a century year when it's divisible by 400. So 1900, 1800, 1700 wouldn't have been leap years under the new system because
I heard this, yeah. And was this the same moment where they introduced July and August into the calendar?
No, that was in the Romans. No, they did introduce January and February because March the 1st it used to be New Year's Day. August, I think, was Emperor Augustus. He had it named after him, but it previously didn't have 31 days. But he insisted he had to have 31 days, so they took another day off February.
Is that right?
And of course, it's my birthday next week on the Ides of March. Same day as Julius Caesar was. The Ides of March when Julius Caesar was murdered.
X2 bear.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, well, we ought to really talk some cricket whilst I'm doodling the Gregorian calendar. It was in 1750, by the way.
Okay.
As we all knew. Yeah, it is a tour tomorrow, and my initial... I'm going to make a slightly odd point to start with, which is that in a lot of sports, you'll find when players have got an inbuilt excuse before they start, they tend not to do their best. I'll give you an example of this, like from football yesterday. Man United got thumped by their close neighbours Manchester City, and it didn't take long before a completely specious excuse, in my view, which is that they've got some kind of a temporary manager who's there till the end of the season. And the word was coming out, well, whilst there's uncertainty about the management, the players, they're not sure what they're doing, which is why, they missed straight balls and easy headers and things because they were unsure about the management. And the same is true, it occurred to me, of course, of this England cricket
What, missing
tour.
straight balls? Maybe United should sign Johnny Bairstow.
Which is that they've got a temporary management in place, and in some respects it gives an excuse to the players before they've started, which doesn't put them at their best.
And if I know anything about Paul Collingwood, he won't have any of that nonsense.
Absolutely,
well,
I was going to say.
He won't have that in advance, but that's going to be the excuse if they don't do well. Mark my words, it will appear from one of the players or their teams, stroke representatives.
It's a hellish difficult place to go and win. I hadn't quite realised the only time we've beaten West Indies away in the last 50 years was 2004 when I was there, the two of the tests. And saw Hogarth's hat-trick, Thorpe's ton in Barbados, and saw Brian Lara score 400 in Antigua. We won that series 3-0, really comfortably. Steve Harmison was the best bowler in the world at the time. But that's the only time in 50 years we've won a series in West Indies.
Yeah, and considering West Indies have for a couple of decades been some way short of the great West Indies teams we remember from our youth, that is something of a surprise.
It is, isn't it, really? I mean, I thought we should have probably won the last two series there, especially when Andrew Strauss and we were the best team in the world. We should have probably won when we were there then as well. But they have made a habit of us being completely shit at the beginning of the series and then creating completely flat decks.
Which is fair.
It's fair enough. It's fair. Of course
we didn't deserve it last time, did we? I mean, Mark Wood came out with credit, but not too many others did.
Same as the Ashes, really.
I was there for one of those tests at Antigua in 2019, and England did lose. They were a little bit unlucky. I don't think I've ever seen Stuart Broad bowl better than he did in the West Indies first innings, and he didn't take a wicket. He must have gone past the bat 25 times. And this was the start of this specious notion that if you drop Broad from the first test match, he's going to be pumped up for the second. I think if he knows that's going to happen, I don't think it quite has the same effect.
Well, no, I disagree with that. I think it does. I think he's kind of personally thinks I shouldn't be dropped, and it makes him really angry.
Yeah, but it's not really relevant because he's not on this tour.
Well, no, of course.
No, and now with Robinson pulling out due to a back spasm, maybe there are a few regrets, a good ruining going on in the management.
There probably are. I mean, I kind of think that the West Indies is the tour that everyone wants to go on in it just because it's the Caribbean and it's such a beautiful place to be and it's always warm and the sea's just there and you kind of earn your stripes. And if I was Anderson and Broad just as much as anything, I wouldn't mind if I was carrying a drink to us in the Caribbean probably.
Yeah, although it's probably a bubble.
Not you.
It's still a bubble.